shadows of the void, where darkness reigns, stands the Mordian 50th, where courage remains, with last guns gleaming and hearts of steel. They march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vaccino's horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rivals and of the wars that they have.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's a warm stream, a hot stream, a stream hostile to a normal body temperature as we know it. It's also a real stream. So I want to let you guys know that despite the weather broke before the guard did. It's even hotter today. Somehow, it's even hotter today. But you know what? We soldier on. We soldier on. Right, Lord of Shovels, I'm banning you. That's it. You're getting banned. Right, you're getting a 5-minute timeout. In fact, I'm saying this right now. I'm saying, you know what? You know what? You're all ruining the stream already. I'm going to say it. No more Sprigsing. It was funny for a while, but now too many people are doing it. Everyone gets 107. If anyone does more than 107, I expect the mods to time them out. Right? I'm saying it right now. The Spriggs mind virus stops here. Right? It stops here. It's gone too far. There you go. Anyway, we're going to have a nice, clean roll call when we get there. All right. Extreme hostile to Spriggs as we know it. Exactly. Right? Anyway, moving on. No more Spriggs maxing. No more Spriggs maxing. All right. Spriggs, I am going to, in a highly ironic situation, you are going to have to time people out who spam 07 in roll call. Now, I'm a reasonable man. So you can Spriggs after roll call. All right? But not before and not during. All right? There is now a designated Spriggsing zone for 30 seconds. After roll call, all right? Fine. Now, let's get back on topic. Today, you Spriggs too much. Your palms go hairy and you go blind. Right. Will Spriggs have to time himself out? He will have to time himself out. Blonde Demon, rank discrimination. I will discriminate. I will be Spriggsist, all right? I will do it. Anyway. It's true, I watched the stream through Braille. There you are. All right, I understand that chatters have a natural need to Spriggs and that bottling it up causes unnecessary stress and unusual punishment, but there's a time and a place to Spriggs, right? Spriggs salutes that puts the band gun to his head. Anyway, getting back on topic. It's the reveal stream today! Yay! Big reveal stream, baby. So, what do we expect from today? Well, GW hinted to a lot of stuff in the trailer that they did for this. I think the main thing people seem to be excited for on an old world front seems to be there's like a Chaos Dragon maybe coming. There's also, they said might be like a new army coming to Age of Sigmar, which is kind of interesting. For 40k, I don't think they've given too much away on what they're not giving too much away. They just said, like, gotta have something for 40k. I mean, you've got to, right? So we're not, maybe there's more stuff that's leaked out. I'm not sure. But I will say this. It looks like a big one. If you go over to, so if I just bring this up 1 second. If you go over to the sort of the thing that they've done for it, there's a lot here. 40k, Sigmar, Horus Heresy, Old World, Kill Team. So, you know, more 40k, Necromunda, Blood Bowl, Legion Imperialis. I mean, fuck, man, there's even fucking Blood Bowl and Legion shit here. So I think this is going to be quite a big fucking show. I think this is going to be quite a big fucking show. I do not think there's going to be any balance changes today. I think I think this is for showing off new product, not for making corrections to any of the games. Now, if I was to make a bet, this is my predictions, all right? I think 40k will see the first codexes announced, probably Marines and Orcs, right? And maybe some models that are going to come with that. Maybe some little sneak previews of the rules, but it'll be codexes. Sigmar, they said it's going to be a new army. Maybe that'll be a brand new faction. Maybe it will be a new, like, battle tome for an existing faction, right? Horus Heresy, I think it'll be another tactical journal. And maybe some more stuff that's in resin coming to plastic. Old World, I think we'll see the Chaos Dragon. But there's also with Old World a very strong chance that we see the announcement of the new Old World edition as well. Kill Team, I'm not sure what Kill Team will be. I'm sure it will be a two-part box set. You know, 2 parts as in, like we've had like Guard versus Nids and stuff like that. And we've had like Scions versus like Pathfinder and stuff. So I suspect it'll be new season of Kill Team here. It's like a box for it. Necromunda could be the new edition of Necromunda. I've been hearing for a few weeks now, Necromunda is getting a new edition soon. I have to admit, I've heard a mixed bag on what that edition is going to be like, but that could just be the usual dooming and glooming, so we don't know. I'm not going to read too much into it. As for Blood Bowl and Legions Imperialis, I mean, Blood Bowl could just be a new team. It could be a new edition. But no, Blood Bowl just had a new edition, didn't they? So it'll be a new team. Yeah, it'll be a new team. Speaking of new editions, Legions Imperialis might get a new edition. It might just be like a little expansion. It might just be some more stuff coming to plastic and whatnot. Well, I guess it's already mostly in plastic, do you know what I mean? It might just be some additional units coming down the pipe. It could be a new edition, because if I remember correctly, Legions Imperialis did get announced as a game system around the time of 10th edition. Because if you remember, it kind of got overshadowed. It was around the time of 10th edition, sort of between the release of 10th and Old World, wasn't it? So it kind of got like overshadowed by both of those games a little bit. Yeah, Legions came out about December 2022. Yeah, like around, yeah. So if it's on a 3-year cycle, it might be that we're getting a new edition of LI. It might just be a little expansion. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's a big summer preview show. There could be I think there's going to be a lot. I think there's going to be a lot. I think everything's going to be like new models, expansions, additions. I think this is this could be GW going full steam ahead, trying to create as much hype as possible. We'll have to see, of course, but those are my predictions. Of course, we'll have to wait and see if that comes true in about 35 minutes. Now, I'm going to be live reacting to all of this, and some of it I will probably do some stream highlights out of as well. So if you can't watch the entire thing, obviously you can watch the entire thing raw if you wanted from like GW, but if you want to see like my reaction to various things, my opinions on things and all that kind of stuff, I will. And you don't want to watch like this entire stream or anything. As always, I'll probably be chopping things up a little bit. So we'll react to what we see on screen, and then afterwards we'll stick around for an hour or two, giving some hot takes on like what has been presented and everything. We'll probably focus on like 40k and Old World for those stream highlights, but we might also get some stuff around Heresy and Necromunda, and Kill Team. I'd say probably 40k and Old World, and then if Kill Team is guard related, I'll probably talk about that. Otherwise, I'll ignore it. As a stream highlight, I mean, and likewise Horus Heresy and Necromunda, stuff like that. So there you go. So that's just to give you an idea of what to expect with my stream and everything, and also some of the content that might come out after the stream as well. So with all of that said, that's basically the briefing. We do have a poll running right now. Will there be technical issues with the GW stream today? 92% of you are saying yes. 8% of you are saying no. That's based on 116 votes so far. I think that there might be some technical difficulties, but this could be a pre-recorded show, and it could be done in Nottingham. Now, they tend to have a lot more technical difficulties over in America than they do in Nottingham. So, I think there's a strong chance, but there might actually be no, or there might be little technical difficulties. But will there be any? I bet there'll be at least one. I'll bet there'll be at least one. Pre-recorded means nothing to you, so fuck it up. That's true. I bet there'll be at least one. Yeah. The chat is going to be spicy if it's live for the TTS stuff. If it's live, it's going to be full of TTS, drama, for sure. Lots of questions about Warcry. Yeah. I know their technical staff, they'll fudge it somehow. Spriggs. Yeah. Spriggs. Just absolutely just dobbing them in. I love it. Okay, so with all that said, let's get into the stream proper. And we have a little bit of time before the reveal. So we must, of course, observe, and obey our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for a roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? We have got Gaming Stuka, Sam Wilson, Snow PC, Patrick H, Frog King, RTRT, Spriggs. I will allow a single message 07 spam like that. That is acceptable. Revenga, Andrew Hutt, Mordred, Emil, Whispering Monk, John Shepherd. We've also got Akashareka, Professor Ozpin, Rastari, Daniel Simpson, The Frog King, Big Man, Zello, Whispering Monk, Blonde Demon, Lord of Shovels, Cavasius, Artie Char, Panda Squirrel, Adge Relief, Scribble, Samuel Felix, Mash Fox, Max Jax, and Orcish Bard, Revenga, Airborne, AK, Samisha, Pigeon Toady, Damn Legion, Finnish Polar Bear, Wolf and Back, Revenga, Freeform Root, Emperor Zayden, where are we up to? I've lost my place. Oh, there we go. Altboy Phil, Reaver, David Davidson, Jenny Bratz, Teapot, Eric Brandenburg, Space Pup, Red Queen's Ace, Andrew Hutz, Scroogo. We've got Nope, Baby, Bruce Oakman, Kirchy, Nick Salamander, I Can Hands, Thorn, Ryan Tomlinson, Chronicle Sophos, Charles Darix, Wolf, Brown Bread, Bruce Oakman, Killer Morris, Darkshire. We've got Chronicle Sophos, Artillery Dead, Goa Core Band. Yes, that is acceptable. We've got Lord of Shovels, Artillery Dead, James Homer, Jim Milnes, Klovac, Samuel Phoenix. We've got K Stelios and Bert Carlson, Airsoft Ninja, Rasmusari, Sergeant Sharp, Kilo Suzo, Itza, The Deceiver 40k, Drifter, King Stephen, Treasure Shovel, Go Call Band, Casper, Space Pup, and Fears, Les, Middingbat, Lewis Burton, the Blonde Demon, Damn Legion. Hey! There we go. There we go. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone who's joined today's stream. Absolutely amazing. Great to have you all here. I also want to say a massive thank you to all of you that have gone ahead and liked the stream and subscribed to the channel already. If you've not done those things, I would greatly appreciate it if you do so. I know you guys get asked by every YouTuber, please like and subscribe, right? So I know you hear it every day, multiple times a day, right? I get it. But if I could just take a moment and say, personally, I would really appreciate it. It does make a big difference. It really, YouTube and that goddamn algorithm, it's like that plant from Little Shop of Horrors. Feed me, Seymour, feed me. It fucking feeds off likes. It fucking feeds off subs. It fucking feeds off people chatting and leaving comments and all that kind of stuff. So, if you can do so, great. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it, but, thank you, and I appreciate it if you do so. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone who's gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. That's coming in with all the super chats and the member flex and the gifted memberships. And let's rattle through some of these super chats before we get to the reveal. So we don't have to rush them too much because we do have 30 minutes. So let's have a look. We've got Spriggs. Thank you for the super chat. And Spriggs, thank you for respecting the new roll call rules as well. Welcome to We Should Play More K47 stream featuring GW. It's funny. I've had a few people, say that this stream is just GW advertising more reasons of why that we should play the games. Look, there is absolutely a possibility that could happen. Games Workshop has been dropping dem balls and stepping on dem rakes and blatting themselves in the face a lot recently. But I think, generally speaking, if they stick to showing off new models, we'll probably be okay. If they start showing off rules and those rules look absolutely balked, we might be in for a bit of doggy doo-doo. So it could be, like if they show off, a new... Come on. I think we're back. So I think we're back. We're back. It's okay. We are back. We are back. If you can't see the stream, just refresh it. There we go. There we are. GW sniped him. It's all right. We're back. We're back. Is it the GW stream? What the fuck? GW got him. It's just OBS. OBS drops out every now and again. It happens to all streamers. Yeah, it just takes a moment. This is Doppelmordium. Don't trust him. Oh yeah. Welcome to Mordian Glory. I love GW. They can do nothing wrong. There we are. I getting back to. I thought I've broken my programming now. There we go. GW show plays Mordian. Don't trust. Okay, so yeah, they might fuck the stream up, but I think they'll just show off a load of models. And generally speaking, when they show off models, people are pretty happy with it. So, yeah. Brown Bread, thank you for 33 months. Love me a pro GW preview show lol. Firstly, X-Force baby. Secondly, hey, look, if they show off good stuff, I will say they've done something good. If they show off some bad stuff, I will say it's bad. You guys know me. This is not a pro GW stream. It's not an anti GW stream. It's just as far to the best of my ability, an honest stream. I'll just tell you if I like something or not. It's that simple. There you go. So who knows? It might be pro. It might be anti. It might be mixed. We'll find out. Oh boy, Phil, thank you for super chat. So how about that Gurkha box set? Oh, it looks amazing, man. I know this is a GW stream, but for 30 seconds, I am just going to show off just because of the super chat. I'll probably end up covering this in a bit more detail next week. But Warlord Games just shadow dropped a bunch of extra stuff for bot action and other things. So they did firstly, they did a 250th anniversary bundle with George Washington figures. So if you're an American and you want to give those limeys a damn good licking, there is now a big box set that allows you to do that, which is kind of cool. It's epic scale, so you know it's tiny. It's like 15 or 18 mil, but you do get like more than what's on the picture. If you notice, it says like ×2 and stuff. So you get basically what's probably I'd say easily double what's in the picture. Probably a lot more when you think, look, this is ×6, this is ×5, this is like ×8. So you probably get about triple what's in the picture. You get 2 full armies, one for British, one for the American colonies. Or the, I guess, independent army, whatever the revolutionary army, whatever it might be, for 160 quid. So that's pretty cool. It's on pre-order. It's going to go in July. So it's relatively quick turnaround. So that's kind of cool. But the big thing is they've shown off all of the Gurkha stuff. So basically, my understanding is that this is plastic heavy weapons with Warlord resin, crew. Yeah. So the guns, so if I understand, you get 1 heavy weapon sprue with Warlord crew. So what you actually get with this is you get like 2 medium machine guns, a medium mortar, and a heavy mortar. So you actually get 4 weapons, but you just get like 3 crew. But if you like buy this and then buy some like plastic infantry, then you actually end up getting you could use those plastic infantry to build more of the weapon teams. They're designed to be used like that. It even says that, like, it even says, like, please kit bash and combine this with other things to get the most out of your kit, which is for a pretty novel thing to see in 2026, right? Like, please, but, please, make this kit go further with your kit bashing skills. So, yeah, so you get, so I actually really like this because it gives you a relatively low cost way of being able to, get a lot of weapon teams out of this. Like, technically, you can get like 4 weapon teams out of this with a bit of spare infantry, right? Which is kind of cool. So I like that, and I have to say, I really do like the new Gurkha starter army. I mean, I'm almost not able to keep up with how many of these good starter armies they're putting out there, because Warlord is just smashing it again and again and again. So this is now the Gurkha starter army, and honestly, it's just fantastic. It comes with 42 plastic Gurkhas, 42 infantry, but that is so many veteran infantry. It's incredible. You get the heavy, you get artillery and heavy weapon platoons in there as well, with some warlord resin crew. So what's really good is you get extra plastic infantry, so you can build more of those heavy weapons, right? You get 6-pound anti-tank gun. You know, you get, and then you get the tanks as well. And you get two, frankly, you get two really good tanks. Like, to me, this starter army is probably one of the best starter armies they've done. And I keep saying that because everyone they do keeps getting better and better. So I would actually say, in some ways, I would say this is actually better than the for King and Country starter army they just released. So because you know, King and Country down here is good, but you get the Humber, and people don't really like the Humber armored car kit. Whereas this kit, you get the Stuart and you get the Lee, and both those kits are generally quite well regarded. Stuart turret's a bit of a pisser, but if you build it plastically, you'll be fine. But no, like, it's a very, very good starter army. So yeah. Also, bicycles with Panzerfausts. Anyway, back to the 40k stuff. So yeah, no, it's I'll cover that in more detail when, you know, at a more appropriate time. Yeah. Yeah. I'll do it in more detail at a more appropriate time. But it is cool that they've done that. I think it's a very good box. Blonde Demon, thank you for the super chat. I'll be stunned at the first codex in the Space Marines. So I think, so it definitely will be Space Marines. They'll probably announce two at the same time, Space Marines and Orcs. What's funny is in last edition, in 10th, GW did a poll. Essentially did a poll. Well, it was kind of like an online campaign to determine which codex would come out first, Space Marines or Tyranids. And Tyranids won, and you could kind of tell that GW was a bit miffed about that, because obviously, you know, they just like assumed Space Marines were going to win. I don't think they cared that much, but I think they were a little miffed about it. And this time, I don't think they're doing a poll for it. They're doing the online campaign, like Battle of Deathmire, but I don't think they're doing that being linked to who gets their codex first. So I think this time GW is controlling the scene a little bit more, but it doesn't really matter. Like, you know, the whole Tyranid thing was a bit of a protest vote more than anything else. So, yeah, it's fine. It's just kind of funny how the difference between 10th and 11th. Yeah. They also did this with Skaven and Stormcast. So, yeah, exactly. Obviously, the best faction is Skaven. Skaven were always going to win that. Skaven are just more popular than Stormcast. That's not even like, that's not really a reflection on Stormcast. That's just a fact about Skaven. Yeah. They've always been one of GW's most popular armies. It's why people say they should bring them to 40k, but I disagree. I think Skaven do well as a fantasy only army. They really should bring them to Old World again, though. But yeah. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat. Very hot take on the kill team being Eldar Exodites. Hey, that would be really cool. Yeah. I think bringing Eldar Exodites to the game in that way would be cool. I think the idea of having like a squad of them is nice. No real complaints about that. I guess the question is, what would they be fighting against? Could it be Tyranids? We've already had some Tyranids. Maybe Dark Elder? Yeah. Ed Bailey, thank you for the super chat. So I already had the one. Ed Bailey again, thank you for the super chat. Rattle Tin Cup and All Hail Spriggs. All Hail Spriggs! Yes! All Hail Spriggs. Dude, thank you so much, Ed Bailey. And yes, Rattle Tin Cup, by the way, guys, I have a bunch of affiliate links down in the description below. If you see a bunch of stuff you like today and you want to get yourself some Warhammer models, whatever it might be, you know, please, I would appreciate if you use the affiliate links. If you don't, it's fine, but if you do, I appreciate it. Andrew Hutz, thank you for the super chat. Prediction, Sanguinius returns, ruins the setting. So I think all of the Primarchs will return. Will Sanguinius return today? I don't know. Have we had Perturabo? Have we had Perturabo's model yet? We haven't, had we? I think we'll get Perturabo before we get Sanguinius, but I think we'll get I think we'll get the codexes before Perturabo. Yeah. I think so. Would Sanguinius returning ruin the setting? I personally think if they just brought him straight back fucking raw, then yes. If they brought him back like a shard of the Catan, like the spirit of Sanguinius, then maybe he'd be okay, but I don't know. I still think it would be a bit shit. Yeah. That would make a sacrifice null. Exactly, yeah. Trevor Trevor F7, thank you for super chat. They have sound issues in America because they are using decibels instead of eagle screeches. Of course, they're using the wrong measurement. What in the freedom fuck is a kilometer? There you go. That's my terrible American accent. James Homer, thank you for the super chat. Make a bingo sheet, add players not mic'd to it. We normally do have someone do a bingo sheet for the live streams. I haven't seen anyone do it yet, but if someone makes a bingo sheet, we can tick things off as things come up. Yeah. Revenga, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 45 months. Xbox baby. Yes. 1 more month until the breach of the 4th year, dude. It's incredible, man. It's incredible. Revenga, I've been meaning to ask you. I'm gonna just reach out to you DMs for like just to check on like how TTCS is going. If we need to like put the call out for more captains or anything like that. But dude, thank you so much for your support over the years, and thank you for your support with the TTC. And I really need to get that 4-year badge sorted out. I really do. The Deceiver 40k, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part, mate. Scrungo Beepis, thank you for 7 months. Xbox baby. You said doo-doo 3 times. Poo-poo. An entire army wiped out by poo-poo. There you go. Hinty, thank you for the super chat. Give me new old War Empire models, or give me bloody air conditioning. Total War Warhammer 3 in plastics. Financial destitution awaits. You know what's funny? Normally I'd say I don't want new models for Old World because I like the old ones more, but I really don't like the current Empire state troops. I don't like the fact they haven't got any shoes. I don't like the way that they're built. So, controversial opinion, I actually wouldn't be against new Empire state troops. What I'd really want them to do, though, is bring back the old Lion Shield spear ones from 6th edition. I think we need those. I think we need them. Welky Shitpost, thank you for the super chat, man. Scuffed meme in stream discussion. When the K47 Zaza hits just right. What the fuck is... Wait, what is Zaza? I'm not gonna... 1 minute. Oh, is it a... Is it food or something? Okay, it doesn't look too... Zaza. Oh, Zaza equals weed. Oh, okay. All right, let's have a look. When the K47 Zaza hits just right. Do you know what we call K47 Zaza? Riftbuster. There you are. You can tell that I'm an innocent child. I don't know the hip lingo for the recreational substances that people like to consume. There you are. There you go. Yeah, you got some rift dust. There you go. There you are. What have we got next? Solin Outlander, thank you for super chat. I think this heat death of the UK is a sign G-dubs have initiated exterminatus upon the UK. Yeah, I mean, it's very warm. This fan is actually, I'm not convinced this fan is actually helping. I'm actually somewhat convinced it's making me warmer at this point. I'm gonna try it on a lower setting. Maybe. I don't know. I do think that it's not helping that much, but there we go. What do we got? It's very hot. Yeah. Next, we're going to the Pope. Thank you for super chat. I watched the video today. Got 3 commissars. Yes! We will make commissars and infantry work. The infantry corps never dies. We will make the infantry corps work in 11th edition. Whether they want it or not, we are going to make it. We're going to make it happen. Also, I saw a funny meme here earlier, which I think rules as written, this does work. Someone put this comment out on the video, which says, someone correct if I'm wrong, can't the commissar execute themselves to pass the battle shock test? Might be better for them to do that rather than a ball grid in some situations. Charge, you coward! I'm gonna do it! I thought, and I think that actually does work as well, which is hilarious, because if you check the commissar's rules, it just says if you do one model in that unit is destroyed, and that unit is then no longer battle shocked. So I think he can absolutely, you know, put the bolt pistol to the side of his head. Fucking hell. It's pretty dark, but it's pretty funny at the same time. Yeah, full immersion right there. Yeah, yeah. Oh, man. What do we got next? What do we got next? We've got Via Rain. Thank you, Super Chat. Primark this, Emperor that. I want to see Gork and Mork models bring the fight themselves. Okay, so do you know what I would do? Controversial opinion. Controversial hot take. Okay, not controversial hot take at all. Cold take. Cold take. I would bring back the psychic phase. And then what I would do is, rather than having like Catans and what's the other ones? Like avatars and big demons and shit like that. Be like things that like things that you sort of pay for them. Maybe you do pay for them in your list, but I was thinking you should almost do it like they're things you like summon onto the board as like an attack. So like you basically like break open a Catan shard, and the Nightbreaker comes out and like fucking wrecks a unit, but then disappears at the end of the turn or something. I don't know. Like in Old World, you summon the Foot of Gork, and Gork just walks around stomping on people. Right? And like, you see me, like, I'm not sure how you do it, but like that could be a cool way that could be a cool way of doing it. Like have Sanguinius turn up, but really all he does is like manifest for like a moment and basically like batter the shit out of people, and then he disappears. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, rather than like summon demons. Maybe it'd be a bit. Maybe it'd be like a bit different, or maybe they can. I don't know. A cool way of doing it is they could be like remain in play spells. So you summon it onto the board, and like Foot of Gork, you summon it onto the board so they start stomping all over the place. And until your opponent like unbinds the summoning, they stay on the board. But it's like you should like summon, but then you can still have like armies like Chaos Demons, which represent when they've got enough of a breach to actually stay in the world for a long time. So it's not that it's not that they are, you summon them and they're free units and you're guaranteed to like have them. It's more like summoning like magical vortexes and stuff in Old World. That's kind of how I see it. But you like I said, you can unbind them and all that kind of stuff, and you can still have standalone armies to represent when, you know, the warp is breaking through. Demons are able to stay a long time. AOS does that. Doesn't AOS? Isn't AOS like you can't? Can you banish? Is that how endless spells work? I thought endless spells were like just floated around the board and you couldn't interact with them or anything. And I also thought they got rid of endless spells. That's what I mean. They would definitely be. They would definitely be ending. Yeah. Anyway, it's an idea. You can unbind them. Anyway, but aren't they free in AOS or something? Yeah. Anyway, it's an idea that I've just thought of on the fly right now. There you go. Maybe it's a shit idea. I guess we'll find out. Maybe it's a good idea. Who knows? What do we got next? Glory, Bob the Cheese Dealer, 48 months. Glory to the four-armed Emperor, 4 more years. Yes, the four-armed 4-year Emperor. Yes. Thank you for supporting the channel, mate. Absolutely appreciate it, man. Thank you. 407s to you, mate. Amazing. Charlie Tango, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for doing your part. Revenga, thank you for super chat. Put ice behind the fan. It works. I don't think I've got anywhere to like. I've got nowhere to put the. I'll try it. I'll try it. I'll go and get an ice pack in a second, just before the stream starts. I need another drink as well. Anyway, James Homer, thank you for the super chat. Sanguinius comes back as Legion of the Damned. I mean that. I thought Legion of the Damned was meant to be Ferrus Manus, or Legion of the Damned was meant to be like one of the lost, like chapters or something. Lost Legions or something. I thought there was already sort of Legion of the Damned lore, but I thought GW also undid all the Legion of the Damned stuff. Yeah. Tiki the Hut, thank you for the 39 months. X-Force. I stood outside MG's shower in Florida. He never noticed. Oh no, I knew you were there. I just wanted you to watch. Lord Shovels, thank you for 25 months. Excellent, baby. I'm huffing copium and hoping for a Steel Legion kill team. I don't think you'll get that this time. I think that, Steel Legion are apparently coming in 2 years. So, yeah. But hey, who knows? Maybe they'll give us a bit more information on it. And then we've got Tay Quan Dank. That's an intro. I just call you T Dank. T Dank. Thank you for becoming a channel member, sir. Thank you for doing your part. Cosmic, thanks for the chat. Where's the Congo 47 stuff? I must bust a rift. Probably no K47 stuff today, Cosmic. We've got a bit of bot action stuff, but probably not much K47 stuff today. It's all about the 40k reveals. And hey, who knows? Maybe if the reveals are dog shit, maybe we'll talk about K47. John Shepard, thanks for super chat. Homemade air conditioning picture in stream discussion. Let's have a look. This is what you need. Fill bottles of water, freeze them, and tie them to the back of your fan. Yeah, I probably do need to do something like that, to be honest. I probably do. Yeah. Like, that might help. I'm going to go get some ice packs and a fresh drink in 1 second, just before it all starts. Yeah. Bruce Oakman, thank you for super chat. Fine, I'll do the bingo card again in street discussion. Hey, you love doing it, mate. You love it. Let's have a look. Warhammer reveals. Peter Turbo comes back with a new hat. New Calgar mini, of course. BFGT's no reveal of any real reason to sub to Warhammer. GW releasing their own digital version of 40k. DMCA drama. Russ returning. PW poor model shots. AOS stuff that gets 3 people happy. All will release that is clearly the best reveal of the show. Yes. Ultra somehow being even more important to the Armageddon lore. Tau buffed, of course. 40k finally out. 40k app finally works correctly. That one's never going to happen. Audio, that's a dead space. Audio scuffed, free space clearly. New show about 40k offering. New news about the 40k show offering. No new information. Warhammer paint line getting dropper bottles. That might happen actually. New Joy Tour subscription. New merch drop. GW stream drops and has to be restarted. Coming to Legion Polaris, the Xenos forces. That would be cool. First codex coming isn't Marines. Updated FAQ. That could be interesting. I don't think so, but it may be. New premium Black Library book that will get scalped hard. Tau finally nerfed. Hey, maybe. Warcraft confirmed to be killed off. Blood Bowl getting a pointless new thing that no one asked for. I think the new merch drop. It would not surprise me if a bunch of these reveals are fucking Yellow Energy merch reveals. I just thought maybe they'll do a bunch of Yellow Energy merch reveals, boys. Maybe that'll be it. Soul and Outlander, thank you for super chat. You want Sanguinius? Just paint Gillivan yellow. Just paint. Fuck's sake. Clovag, thank you for the super chat. Mordy, when Plastic Trek Wolfen, you can tell us. I've not heard anything about Plastic Trek Wolfen. I think most people are quite happy with the metal models at the time being. I think, and you do get a decent amount of them in the box. I'd love them to be done at some point, but I haven't heard anything about them yet. Right, I got to run downstairs, grab a drink and an ice pack and run back up. I'm going to be 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Start the clock. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, give me 1 minute. 1 minute, not 30 seconds.
Kritak. You heard me. I said Kree.
All right, I'm back. Got 2 minutes to spare, baby. Okay.
Forward, you dogs, to victory.
I got an ice pack for me, and I got this like flexible one that I can put over the back of the fan. See if that works. Oh, it does work. Ooh! It works a little bit, yeah. Okay, right. Fucking hell. Let me switch over to let's go to the Warhammer preview thing. It's probably live in 30 seconds. No, fuck that. Right. YouTube, you also bastards. Okay, it's live. Okay. There we go. All right, gentlemen, we're in. I'll do a few super chats quickly whilst we're waiting for them to sort themselves out. Ed Bailey, thank you for the chair chat, baby. Hashtag the chair's in command here. Teapot, thank you for the 5 gift of memberships. Thank you for your support, bro. Panda Squirrel, thank you for the super chat. The chair willed it. Deus chair. Deus chair. The chair wills it. Thank you, man. Tiki the Hut, quick 2K GSC Gallus and go to review, please. Tiki, that's not getting done until later. A lot later. Sorry, no way. We're literally about to go live on the reveals, man. I'm sorry. You should have chosen better timing. Lower Deck, thank you, super chat. First reveal will be Deathwatch Codex and Range. Hey, maybe.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this very exciting.
All right, we're live. We're here.
Big summer Warhammer preview. I am Adam Troke. This is Eddie Eccles, and we're delighted to have your company.
Yeah, this is going to be a really cool preview. We've got stuff from loads of different game systems to show you, loads of Warhammer to talk about. We think about 90 minutes of stuff. Is that right?
Wow.
It should run to about that long, depending on how fast we talk and how sidetracked we get by all the details. But yeah, for the next hour and a half or so, we're going to fill the air with loads of cool Warhammer things. We've got things to cover from Warhammer 40,000, Warhammer Age of Sigmar, Warhammer the Old World, Warhammer Necromunda, Warhammer Blood Bowl, Warhammer Horus Heresy, and Legions Imperialis. Have I forgotten anything?
Kill Team.
Warhammer 40,000 Kill Team. So loads to go
Loads of
through.
different systems. It's not every single system that we make. There are a few systems we couldn't quite squeeze in. So we haven't got any Warcry for you. We haven't got any Underworld.
Or Middle Earth.
We haven't got any Middle Earth. But we'll have stuff on all of those game systems in the not too distant future.
Absolutely. So
Sure you will, buddy.
warhammercommunity.com
Yeah.
if you want
New announcements for Warcry. It's getting
As a
scrapped.
Meanwhile, while the chat fills up and we get ready to kick off, there's a few things we normally do. The first thing is that we ask people in the chat where you're from. I was looking at the chat as people answered the.
I enjoyed the quiz.
The quiz was
good
fun, right?
Good fun.
I'm from
I got all of them right, obviously.
Tabletop Simulator.
I did sort of have right the question, so I did have cheated a bit.
Perfect. I was doing all right myself, and I saw where some people are from. We've got people from Texas. There's people from all around the UK, a lot from Europe as well. I saw some France and some Germany. So
Put the volume up.
in this global Warhammer community,
I can put the volume up.
this preview, we're delighted that you would choose to spend some time.
There you go.
Yep, absolutely. Are you doing any hobby recently, Adam?
I have. I've been doing hobby a bit hard. Been very busy, and also the weather.
I want to see if I
bit
can turn the
more
alerts
We're
off.
painting right now here in the UK. We are getting burninated, but I have put together.
I've tried.
some
Hopefully
faces
the
on
alerts
my
will
Army
be
members,
off
Nice.
for 1
including
minute. Does this
sort
work?
of Dark Angeling,
No, okay.
Dark Angeling, is that a word?
Oh, why not?
The
Yeah,
models
why not?
with some extra details.
They might
about
not be though.
backgrounds, things like
If they go off, forget. I
Bit of
apologise.
Eldari.
I'm not going to worry about it too much.
Doing a little bit of Caradrons on my painting table at the moment, and
that. Did you?
You should be able to hear them now, guys.
Yes,
Perfect.
I had a good time with that. I
Actually,
did loads of
it was on
hobby.
Warcom, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Nice. So, meanwhile, the other thing I've been doing to fill a little bit of my hobby time is I've been sort of theory hammering some army lists using the Warhammer 40,000
Yes.
app.
Still hard to
And
hear.
I've been looking at. I saw somebody had made a really interesting little video on like Instagram or somewhere about how you could use the Fulgurist detachment, which is like land speeder centric. And so I'm trying to work out.
I think it's still to.
a very fast moving sort of.
I think that still went off, didn't it?
Yeah, a lot of people doing.
I'm guessing you guys. Did you guys still hear the
Yeah, I've been
alerts?
caught up in the wave. I think. What about you?
Yeah,
you did.
obviously,
In fact,
I've
it's
got
going off
one
again.
list for every single faction in 40k. That
And you've played your first.
I do want to go
official
do it. I'm
game.
going to try
played
this.
one game, one official game of the new edition so far with my Eldar against some Tau.
You are undefeated. Retire now.
So far, undefeated.
Perfect.
Okay,
Gotta
I've
love
tried it.
Right.
I think I've disabled it now.
As we said, We've got loads of things to
Let me
talk
just check,
about throughout the
one
course of this
thing.
preview. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope that
Yeah,
you
I
have a
think
nice
I've
time.
disabled it now.
We are going to start off the show by going to the grim darkness of the far future, and we're going to talk about some things for Warhammer 40,000. So here we are
We
with
like
Warhammer 40,000 Armageddon, the launch box for the new edition, sort of out there in the wild. It's worth talking about some of the things that are coming up, and the first thing that we're going to talk about is how new people to Warhammer might get started in the Warhammer 40,000 hobby with some Warhammer 40,000 starter sets. So here is the Warhammer 40,000 starter set. We've got one in the flesh.
Ah,
this is
very interesting.
an enormous box and is the perfect way if you've never played Warhammer 40,000 before and want to get started to jump
That's
straight
quite
into the
good.
hobby. Eddie, what can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so we did know that some of the miniatures from the Warhammer 40,000 Armageddon set would be available in other sets in the future. This is one of the first places you'll be able to get hold of them. So in this, you effectively have a combat patrol of Space Marines, painted as Ultramarines, but you can paint them whatever colour you want. You've also got a combat patrol of Orcs. You've also got a
they're
battlefield of
already
stuff to play
Blood
across,
Angels
and
already out the
effectively
window.
Combat patrols worth of battlefield terrain for
Literally,
combat.
Blood
So,
Angels already out the
absolutely.
window.
This is essentially everything you need to get
Am
started
I-
with the first games of Warhammer 40,000 all in one box.
Am
All
I-
the models
however,
special,
here's the
terrain's
thing.
really easy to put together. It's got the game board.
I think they
and all
look.
of the,
I think they look better
pieces,
in, as
pieces
Ultramarines.
marked out for you to put your terrain on. You can just play straight out. of
Is
this
that
box if you want.
controversial?
yeah, it's also got all the rules and stuff in there.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got your core rules.
Is
and
that
then the
controversial? I think those
guide
Vanguard
using the
Vectors
models that are in the
actually
box.
look quite good
So,
as
this
Ultramarines.
is the first of the starter products that we're going to talk about.
Like
right
I think,
now,
I think
but
they
there's
look.
more
I think
to
they look
come.
more
So,
Vanguard-y, but
what if
maybe
you
that's
wanted
just
to get
me.
started in Warhammer 40,000, you don't want the two-player launch set, and you just want maybe a starter set which focuses on one of the factions. Well, this
Blue
is
is a good
getting
colour.
started with Space Marines,
Yeah.
and is the same combat patrol that you saw in the previous box. And it comes complete with the paints that you would need to do your first paint jobs on these models. I think there's 11 paints in the set, so you can.
That's it. That's
get
just,
started
all right.
right
That's
away
not
with
too
the
bad.
Adeptus Astartes.
Yeah, and this is perfect if you've already got a gaming group, they've already got their box sets, they've split them all up, and you've got an odd number of players.
So from a
who want to
GW
Space
point of
Marines,
view,
you can
that's really
grab
clever.
yourself this set and start
Because
playing
if
Space
you
Marines. This is your
if you
self-contained
get
little
people
starter set
started
for
off
Space
using your
Marines.
paints,
It will perhaps surprise
people
nobody
get
to know there is
used to
an
just
orc
using
equivalent.
what they like to
Yes,
use,
this is almost exactly the
and
same.
they'll be
but
more
green.
resistant to
So you have
going to
the
other
combat
paint
patrol for
lines.
orcs,
So that's
then you've
actually
got a
quite
bunch of very
clever
funky
by
paints.
Games Workshop.
So this is a
Because
great
you know what
little
war
set
games
if you
like?
want
They
to
don't
kick
like
off at
change. They
the
don't like to switch.
and I
That's
think
quite
one of the
clever.
things to note here, you've already said it, but if you're just looking to sort of join in with an existing group, or
I'm not
maybe
a
just
fan of
start
Citadel
one of these
paints,
armies for
but
the
I
first time
respect
and you're already in
the
Warhammer
angle
40,000,
GW's
this
going
really is
with
a great
there.
way
I
to
respect
do
the
it,
hustle,
because you
as
get
it
the
were.
paints you would need to kickstart that painting process too.
Or if you just have an orc army and just want loads more
Just want a
boys,
bunch of
just want
reinforcements.
loads more orcs.
Yeah, no kidding. There's another way to get started as well, which is this introductory set, and I find this one to be quite exciting. You've got some Space Marines, and some orcs,
Interesting.
and some paints, and you can have a gaming experience, but it's really sort of a first steps into the Warhammer 40,000.
Do you know who else
gaming and
also
hobby
makes an
experience.
Yeah, it's a
introductory
little bit of
set?
everything. And the thing that's cool about this to
With
point
that
out is
exact name,
while the other
introductory
sets,
set,
the miniatures are the same ones from the Warhammer 40,000 Armageddon set. These ones
which
are
comes
brand
with
new
a squad of
miniatures. So
guys
you've
on
got
each
5
side.
intercessors in there. You've got a Space Marine lieutenant. It's been like a whole week since we had a new Space Marine lieutenant. So
couldn't have come
had
soon
to
enough.
have one. And then you've got a new unit of orc boys. They are the Orc boys. are the
I
same
think
kind of unit as the
someone
ones you've got
might
in
have
Armageddon,
been
but they've got
copying
different
someone
poses.
else's
And critically,
homework.
You've also got some heavy and special weapons.
And a rocket launcher inside.
Absolutely. So you want to add in some extra shooting.
I think
into your
someone's been
big orc
copying
mobs
someone's
you can, and,
homework.
all the characters are kind of new poses as well. So it's quite a cool little set.
I
Maybe.
get weirdly excited about all the different poses.
Maybe
and
Warhammer
things
did it
that
last
you
year.
can
Maybe
do,
Warhammer
which
did it
are
last
the
edition as
fun
well,
things
Halo
to
did,
build.
maybe.
So I'm hoping somebody will split that.
I didn't think they called it the introductory set,
Hinting,
they did. They called it
there you
something
go.
else,
We're
didn't
on.
they?
Right.
But anyway.
There's also some paint sets. This is the paints and tool set. This would synergize perfectly with that Warhammer 40,000 starter set where you get the combat patrols. It's got 13 paints, clippers, mold line removing tool, and a brush. Everything you need to get started with your painting journey. If you've never painted Warhammer models before, this would be a decent pickup.
Yeah, this is a lovely little set. I started with a set a lot like this. when I
Honestly,
started
the
playing
only thing that
Warhammer.
matters here
You
is
can paint
price.
almost anything with this box because you've got all your primary colours and then black and
Paint
white and
your tool
metallics
set.
and, some really useful little tools. So this is just a really solid base for a paint.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want one a little more themed towards a particular army, you can start with this, which is very much like the set I started painting with Warhammer, which was an Orcs paint set back in the day.
Interesting.
This is boys and paints. So you've got 6 paints and a brush.
Those
and a couple
boys
of orc
look
boys
shite.
and a grot. Again,
Those
just to go
boys
into the
look
painting experience
terrible.
and, see how you get along. There's a
Look
Space
how
Marine equivalent,
shite.
Which is intercessors and paints. Again, 6 paints, a brush, and 2 Space Marine
Oh,
intercessors.
Jesus.
deep breath.
They
That was a
really-
lot of ways to
They
start
really
your
needed
Warhammer
to have a
40,000
shader
experience. I think
included.
it'd be a good time to like,
Fucking
introduce your
hell.
friends or a family member or relative. Or
I
whatever
like
that
the
you wanna
idea of
try
it,
It's a
but-
really, it's a really good time to start playing.
I like the
40,000.
idea of
There's a
it,
brand new
but
edition out. Everyone's kind
the-
of in the
the
same
models at
place.
the front
Everyone's
don't
learning
look
the models
great.
Together. This is the perfect time to hop in.
Nice, I love it. So,
But I love all that kind of
follows
shit.
on
Like,
quite
I
nicely
love
because
all
we're
those
gonna
intro
talk about some
sets.
terrain now.
Huge
So
fan of
some
intro
really
sets for any
interesting
game
terrain
system.
bits to point out and talk about. The
So
first
no real
is
criticisms, more just a
combat
bit,
patrol battle
bit
zone.
band more
So
than
this is
anything else.
all of the terrain you see here in a box, along with the game boards and the tiles to the terrain
Interesting.
prints to put the terrain on. This is everything you need in one box to play a complete game of combat patrol.
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
If you've
Oh,
already
combat
bought the
patrol.
starter
Oh,
set,
okay.
If you add this box onto the starter set, you effectively have a full board's worth of terrain for something like an incursion or 2,000 point game
Yep.
of Warhammer 40,000, or in a self-contained set, it is the exact right amount of stuff to play combat patrol.
Yeah, and worth pointing out this with this one, this like the models in the starter set are unpainted. So all of these terrain pieces they come on the grey plastic that you're familiar with, easy to put together, and then you can paint them in the color scheme that suits your board at home or your armies or whatever you would like.
Okay.
This set, combat patrol.
What about
set,
the pre-painted
comes in
stuff?
around the same price as a combat patrol itself.
Perfect. Right. If you want to add more things to it, or you just want to focus on building a terrain board,
So
that
105
suits your own
quid for
preferences,
that.
We've got a few.
So
little terrain sets
210
talk
to
about.
get
This
a
is the
board of
manufacturer
stuff.
Ruins, which are those
It's
sort
a
of classic
lot.
building shapes that you often see on battlefields. There's some
210
of these in
quid
that combat
for. I
patrol
mean, I guess
set
you're
that
getting
I
a.
showed you
Is it
before.
that?
There's
it-
more.
is it
There's
too-
also
is it
the
that
galvanic
bad?
Network. This represents those,
Chat, what do we think?
power lines,
210
things that run across
quid
the, sort of
for
ash wastes of
a battle
Armageddon,
mat
it's
and
a
all the
wonderful
terrain to
way
fill it up.
Bring some character.
What
to
do we
battlefield.
think?
And then you've got the capacitor cluster.
You're getting the
here,
battle mat as
which looks
well.
like it's
Now, battle
riding
mat's
with
normally about
electricity,
60 quid on their own.
And you've got
So
a really unfortunate servitor trapped in the console at the front.
Yeah,
I think if it was the pre-painted stuff, I think it would be
It's not the
better.
best. Now, all of that is really exciting terrain. All comes unpainted.
Yeah, a bit much.
And is all coming
Yeah.
fairly soon down the pipe.
That's
There's
absolutely true.
something else we need to explain to people that you've already talked about a little bit with.
I think if it came with pre-painted
That's absolutely right.
stuff,
Currently, all the terrain
it would
in
be
my
okay.
collection is Eddie
the
painted.
fact it's
Those
the
two
unpainted terrain, I think it's a
also
miss.
Benefit from ready painted terrain.
Okay, here we
This
go.
is the new.
Here we go.
Ready painted Battlefield Armageddon box, and this is everything.
And it says
you
Battlefield's
need for a
Armageddon,
full
implying
incursion-sized
other
game of Warhammer
Battlefields coming in the
40,000
future.
in one box, and all of the terrain in this comes ready painted and ready to go.
Yeah, the box is enormous. It is jam packed with absolutely loads of fantastic.
Okay, this is
terrain.
the
And
biggie.
We've got one here to open.
This is the
So
biggie.
What we thought we'd do is actually just crack one open and build one of the terrain pieces in it,
so
nice and
while-
quickly to show you what it's like.
While Adam tells you about it, I'm going to build one of the terrain pieces in here
Great.
to show you how quickly we
Get
can make
clipping,
it.
right?
Okay,
we've got
yeah,
some-
okay, here
some
we
nice
go.
pictures to
This
show
is
you
good,
while
this is
Eddie
good,
gets feverishly
GW.
to work. So here you can
I like
see
it.
what you're dealing
Come
with.
on.
Essentially, it is a full battlefield's worth of already painted terrain. Try and talk over the rummaging and crashing of Eddie.
Sorry.
The set comes with the game boards that you need.
Don't-
It has
don't
the
terrain shame, Eddie,
markers
come on.
So you know where to put your terrain pieces onto.
Don't build shame.
Obviously, the terrain is painted to a ready painted to a brilliant standard. So if you are looking to just
It does look
clip
good.
things out from the frames,
It
put
does look
together
good.
quickly and start playing a game of Warhammer 40,000 on a battlefield that looks really good. This is a wonderful way to do it. It's going to be enormously popular with people who.
Please
like
don't
me
be
at home, I've
FOMO.
already got my own,
Please
terrain
don't be
board,
FOMO.
But if I wanted to host a game night and I wanted maybe like 3 friends to come over so we could like play round robin style games, this would enable me to do it nice and quickly. You can imagine gaming clubs and tournaments, and all of those people who have a need for a nice looking battlefield quickly are going to find this to be really exciting.
Feel free to hold that one up. if you wanna
Oh, there you
show
go.
people
I'll
the
show you what it
details.
looks like. Here you go. If we get a zoom in on this. So this is a piece directly off of the frame that Eddie has just worked on.
It does
And you
look
can
good.
See the level of detail. You've got the fantastic glow
You know,
effects around
credit.
the
I always say,
sort of, the
credit
lumens and
where
the candles
credit's
and so on.
due.
Inside,
It does
you can
look
see the
good.
interior detail, some within the sort of.
The only thing you'll need to be aware of when you clip it off the sprue, they'll
walls, you
probably
can
be
see this is
unpainted,
sort
like
of
tiny
chipped
little
and
bits.
very
So you will need
nicely
to
done,
like
sort of
dab a bit of paint
corrosion
on those, but even like a
down the
dab of
walls.
black paint will
Really
make it.
is a very
will be fine.
impressive piece of terrain.
Almost there. Almost there.
So now we've got 2. Now I always try and put these together too early, so I don't want to ruin doing it. So essentially,
Oh,
just
it
puts
clips
fit. One of the
together.
things that we've discovered, the guys who run our global events, have
It
really thought
clips
about this.
together.
To enable them to put together large battlefields very quickly. And you can
Hello.
also
That's okay. That's interesting.
unclip
That's
these
actually
things
good.
when you're ready to, and put it back into a relatively
So I think-
small space.
Yeah, the
There
whole
you go.
thing actually. If you leave the kind of floors off, then the whole thing. Oh, I need to clip out those a bit.
We need to do a bit more clipping.
More
There you
clipping.
go.
Tiny bit more clipping. If you take the floors out, the
I
whole
don't.
thing
I,
backs back
I don't
into
see
the
that
box.
as
There you go.
a problem. He was doing it very
Which is
quickly.
nice
That's
if you're looking
fine.
for somewhere to
I'm not
store
running
your models.
defense. Like He was doing it quickly. Let's be reasonable here, gentlemen.
Perfect.
If he still
So
can't
one
put
of
it
the things that
together,
was quite
it's
nice about
fucked.
this is, I feel that it took me all of a Saturday to build, and then all of a Sunday to speed paint, and it's still
There you
not
go.
of the
Went
same
together much
quality,
quicker that
as the
time.
completion on this. And so you've done the first building in what the amount of time it's taken us to talk about this. There we go.
That is good.
Moving it around. And it really does look wonderful. You can see the
Credit where
bulkhead
credit's
floor and
due. That is
everything
actually
inside.
good.
I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, I
about
think I'm pretty pleased with this.
But
I'm
how
quite pleased with
much?
the effect I've got on some of the glow there as well. I think the dry brushing
Are you
I've achieved
taking
on this.
credit for all this work?
Yeah, I just made this. Sure, saw it.
Lovely. Nice. So this is on its way later in the year. It will come behind all of the other starter products that we just talked about.
Okay.
And so you're looking more towards the autumn time or beyond, right?
Yeah, and in terms of price, this one comes in. It has twice as much terrain as the Combat Patrol Battlefield, and it comes in at a little bit more than the cost of 2 Combat Patrols.
There you go. So yeah, really exciting.
So you're looking
Okay,
220
so,
quid.
We've talked about
I'd
all
say.
the starter sets, we've talked about all of the terrain, the ready paint terrain, very exciting. I guess
What do we
should talk
think?
a little bit about the things that are coming along with the first codex of
Yeah,
11th
we should
edition.
probably do that.
So it's time to look at some
220.
orcs.
You want some wheels? Get yourself a truck. I got all the trucks. Big trucks.
It's-
Bigger trucks. The best trucks.
$340, yeah.
All the gubbins
More
and
than, probably about $400
Gravitors,
because of the burger
Truckers,
tax.
rockets, you name it.
How much is Saturnine in America? That's how much it'll be.
Guineas for kits and grots. Go fast or go
New York
home.
truck.
Vehicles may explode when fired upon. Safety of transported boys is not guaranteed.
That was fun. It's a good time to
New
be an
York
orc this year,
trucks.
isn't it?
It is. They are getting absolutely spoiled. We can confirm today the first codex is orcs, and alongside the
Oh!
codex, there are a whole bunch of new miniatures.
First codex
One of
orcs,
the
not Space
exciting
Marines.
miniatures on its way is that new truck and that new mech, which are on their
Should we
way.
talk about the mech first?
Let's do the mech first. So, orc mechs, those of you who know orcs will know, these are the mechanics that basically put together all of the weird and wonderful creations.
That's a
that go into
surprise.
battle alongside
A surprise to be
orcs.
sure, but
They
a
are
welcome one.
surprisingly good at
Odd
science.
boys with the
Yeah.
innate knowledge to just make awesome things out of scrap.
Gene-coded, innate, kind of inherited knowledge in terms of how to make things like
Even
teleporters,
GW's got
trucks,
marine
guns,
fatigue.
I wish I had
shooters.
those.
I
I'd be
mean,
much
you know,
more
if you
useful
fly
around the
yourself, I'm
house.
sure you can do it. But yeah,
That's a cool
this
model.
is a really cool miniature. It
That
has
reminds me of
a
the
kind
old one.
Thematic. He's got.
Do you
a
remember
kind
the old metal, like,
spanner
second
clobber
edition
thing
mech?
there, he's got his slugger.
That reminds me of the old
but
second
the thing
edition
that he really
mech.
does is kind of bring with him all of the awesome machines that make Orc Army so fun to play in
Yeah.
Warhammer 40,000.
So with no further ado, let's talk about the truck then, which is maybe the star
I like
of
that
the
mech
show.
model. That's
This
a
is
good
the
mech.
New Orc truck. It's an evolution of the classic Orc truck that you know and love. A little bit bigger, a few more options, and is really just
Twin
wonderful
big
to look
shooter.
at. It comes with a
Not
variety
just
of
one.
options. In terms of weapon mounts, you've got the big shooter, you've got the rocket launcher, you have options for a grabber claw and a buzzsaw, and all of those can be swapped in positions on the top.
The
you can
wheels,
build
you can
different
change the
configurations.
positions of the wheels.
Great variety as you're making your trucks.
Yeah, this is a phenomenally cool miniature. Like the current truck is really cool, right?
Absolutely.
See,
truck
look,
that is in
the
current
wheel
Orc
positions
armies,
change, so you can
is a
twist them in
perfectly
and
good
stuff.
vehicle, but
Very
it has-
interesting.
It's been with us for a long time now, right? Like it's been
What is it, 15 years?
something
more?
like that. Yeah, it's been around for a while. This is a beautiful reinvention of it. The thing that really
Still
makes
think the
this
Gorka Morka
is the
one
fact
looks
that you can
better,
build it in
right?
so many different ways. Where the pintle mount goes, where the close combat weapon goes, how the boys are positioned. What
That's
the
true, the
driver
pintle
looks
can go on the
like.
left or the
Goes on
right,
screen,
yeah.
You can see the way it looks like it's going around the corner because you can alter the look of the suspension.
Yeah, you can kind of play with where the wheels are, and I think especially if you've gone for a really heavy sort of Evil Sons or Speed Freak style army,
Yeah.
and you
It looks
want to
good.
have a bit of variety in your
No
force,
complaints
this
whatsoever.
one kit with no changes at all from what comes in the box can be built.
Yeah, no
enough
complaints
times
really
that
on
you
any of
would
this.
Never need to replicate what a single truck looks
I think
like.
it's a good kit.
So we've got a couple here on the desk. The one I'm most excited by is the one with this awesome looking skull prow at the front. It just looks.
See, I'm not a
super
GW hater,
neat.
boys. When they do
Orcs
something
are-
good, I say
the
they've been
Orcs
doing
are
something
so
good.
iconic.
So far,
Yeah, really fantastic. Now,
So far,
what we
I think this
wanted to do,
preview
the reason
show
we
has
brought these
been
along
pretty
is so
good.
I can sandwich this little guy.
I think the starter
in the parking
sets
lot
are pretty good. I think the terrain has been pretty good.
I know, right?
I think the
so
this
this
all
is how
this
it looks
this
with the
new
classic
orcs
trucks,
have been pretty
in
good. Yeah,
between.
so far
It's a really good look. I think.
Yeah,
No
if you've
complaints.
already got some
They're
trucks in
doing
your
well.
army, you can absolutely keep them alongside these new ones.
I do
there's something
like
to be
that
said
the
for an
old
orc
truck
army
fits
that's
in next to the new
ramshackle
one.
look to it.
Look, similar
So,
size.
you could replace replace
That's
them completely,
great.
or if you want to have a mix, that's absolutely fine. But I think the new ones just bring, they just look great. They've got so many cool options.
I
Yeah,
actually
they're gonna
think
look
an
fun.
orc army will look
So,
better by
that's a
mixing the
couple of
trucks.
fantastic brand new kits
Because
coming for the orcs.
you
There's
want your
more on the
army
way
to look-
that people might
no
be able
truck-
to
no
learn
two
about
trucks should look the
through,
same.
The progress of the Deathmire.
Yeah,
events.
that's right. So there's lots of orc stuff still to come. Some of the
So
stuff.
yeah,
we're
I
showing
think
today,
mixing
some
the
of it
two will
be
actually
revealed
look better
potentially
than
if the
going
orcs
all
do
of
well
one and
in
all the
Siege
other.
of Deathmire
I think
campaign that's
absolutely
currently
mixing
running.
the two will
So
look
if you want to see some more
chef's
orcs,
kiss.
play some games, send in your results.
I really
and
appreciate
you
them
might get to see
lining
some
them up
more
side by
very,
side
very
like
soon. There are a few other boxes to talk about today, though. We've got the other
The
stuff
old one
from
definitely holds its own
Armageddon.
alongside the
right.
new
So,
one.
essentially, if you wanted to pick up some of the things from Armageddon or duplicate them, we're going to be releasing the Dakar rig separately, the War Track separately, and the Weird Boy separately.
Great.
And also the other sort of command staff. Is that the right word for an orc?
Sure, why not?
So the Banner Knob, the Big Boss, and the Pain Boy will be released in a command crew set as well. So there's a whole bunch of extra stuff to come. We
Okay,
should
that's
probably
all
talk
going to
about
be in
the
one
codex
set.
itself, though, right?
Yes.
Maybe
So,
that's because they're reusing the
obviously,
sprues
this
from
is the
Armageddon.
first
They're all on
codex
one
of
sprue,
11th
maybe.
edition, and it heralds something really exciting.
Hey,
in
that
terms
looks
of a
good.
Format change for Warhammer 40,000 codexes.
Okay.
So here you can see it's contained in a slipcase, and we've got one live in front of you. So it's a perfect bound book, slightly smaller than the codexes in terms of the height, but it is really thick and is packed with an incredible amount of orky content.
178 pages it is.
Perfect.
So
And,
it's
the first thing that
interesting.
I
So
would
rather
like
than
to give you guys
hardback,
on
it's
is
softback
how
with a
incredible
slipcase.
The
Interesting.
lore
Not
section of this
against
is.
it.
We are talking a really thick lore section.
Not
which is
against it.
everything you would want
Do we?
to know.
Some people say
about
they don't.
orcs
They
and
don't
how
like
operate.
slipcases.
It's got a gatefold map. You can see it here, which is the orky perspective on the galaxy.
I guess
all the
it's-
places
what's-
that the orcs are fighting, all the different wars that are taking place. But there's a lot more to it than that. It talks about the orcs, where they come from,
Paperback
how
is
they fight,
cheaper.
their culture, the different clan structures. Literally the most complete guide on orcs you could hope for, and perhaps the most information on orcs there's ever been in one place. Every unit gets its own full bestiary section, for example.
Every unit gets its
information on the glyphs.
every
information
unit
on, like, what
gets its
clan icons and
own
things that,
full
like,
page
really great.
spread.
But also some people might
Okay.
be interested in the rules.
Well, then I better
Yeah,
see
so
some
one of the
fucking
big changes,
Rogel
to
Dawn
the
law in my
rules this
future.
codex versus the previous ones.
Rogel Dawn
was
law
in the
coming
last,
with the
edition,
guard
there was quite a lot of
codex.
rules in your codex, but quite a lot of them you couldn't use in all the different types of games. So if some of it you could only use in Crusade games, for example, all of the rules in this codex, and there are at least as many rules in this one as there were in the last one, you
Yeah.
can use in every type of game. One of the ways that manifests, you'll immediately notice, is the amount of detachments that you get to play with.
Oh
There are
my God.
15 different orc detachments in this codex.
Oh
There's
my
loads of
god!
ways to
Shooter
Loads of
boy
different ways to put your army
detachment.
together, ranging from lots of different sizes in terms of detachment points. It gives you
Oh
a
my
huge
fucking
variety
God.
of different ways that you can potentially put an army together. Some of these you could probably.
Some
get
people said
teams. There are,
that
like,
the detachment
fast
system
ones,
was
some
bad.
sloppy
GW's like,
ones.
nah,
Yeah,
fuck
the
that,
Fast
we're
Boys gives
doubling
you some
down.
way, doesn't
Right,
it?
like so there's some ones
They're
you could probably
doubling
get
down,
at,
man.
But there'll be loads of brand new ways that you could put together an orc army that's just never been possible before, and it gives you a sense.
I reckon
of
they're all gonna
what
be one
codexes
detachment
will
point
feel
ones.
like in the new edition. Where
I reckon
they will
they'll all
bring
be
this
one
huge
DP,
variety
and it's
of
all about
list
taking
building
mix and match.
opportunities.
Maybe two
Yeah,
at
absolutely.
max.
And there's more to it than just the detachments. Obviously, the rules have been looked at by the Warhammer rules team, and they've come up
Reroll
with some
advanced
things. This
rolls.
is the army special rule, essentially.
Fire out up,
Yeah,
5
so
level save.
WAR, right? You can't
Assault.
have an orc codex without a WAR. The WAR rule has changed a little bit.
Advance and charge.
So there'll be some things that are familiar. There's some slight changes. It still allows you to run and charge
Once per
but
battle.
It now lets you re-roll that run as well. It also lets you have assault on all of your weapons, which is a thing it didn't used to do. So that means that if you've gone for a very
Advance
shooty
and
army,
charge
like
and
speed
re-roll
freaks,
on
you've got loads of, like,
advances.
bikes and buggies and things.
Yeah, we're going
that-
to stand back with
That's
muskets.
yeah,
heavy, man.
immediately really useful. And it also gives you the riled up ability, which triggers all sorts of things across all the sorts of different bits of the codex, where other units will become more powerful, and you still get that invulnerable save as well to make your.
Shit,
really
man.
great army
It's a
rule, isn't it?
really, really good rule. For one turn of the game, you'll have a great turn every single game.
That
Yeah,
looks
and then all of the units
horrifically
within the
good.
Codex have had their
That
data
looks
sheets looked at. So
horrifically
here's
good.
The truck that we just showed you before, and you can see what's gone on. with it.
Piling
So you can
out
see
your
the different
opponent's
weapon
movement phase
options
with an
and
enemy
things,
unit
to
ends
give you a
and-
sense of what it means for your Codex, I suppose.
Yeah, so
Oh,
what you'd expect,
interesting.
it still kind of has a similar-ish stat line to what the truck does at the moment. It is a kind of medium-sized vehicle. The things that you'll notice are it has more
Interesting.
weapon options
You can
than used to, so
disembark
you've
in
got
your
options
opponent's
there for different
turn. Is that a
combat
good
weapons,
thing?
different shooting weapons.
And piling out is quite a nice
Yeah,
thing, isn't
you've got a really cool little mechanic where if an enemy unit gets nearby, something like a unit of fire dragons or eliminators or something is ready
Fucking
to
hell,
kind of,
big shooter's
ready
getting
to
lethal
to
hits.
kill your truck. You can pile the boys
Fucking
out,
hell.
ready to kind of countercharge or to avoid being caught in the explosion or something.
Oh
like that.
my
It's
God.
a really useful little rule that's got some quite neat little tactical plays you can do with it. So I think trucks are going to be very useful.
The
Yeah, perfect.
lethality.
And then in
Why has
terms
he got a
of other
6 up
decks,
invulnerable
just think that
save?
It'd be worth looking at the Orc boys who really have had
The
something
Orc
of a
truck's got a 6 up
flatline
invulnerable
blow-off, it's fair to
save.
say.
Yeah, there's a lot going on this data sheet, and I think I would recommend if you've got an Orc army, take a screenshot. There's
Yeah,
some cool stuff
now
there.
is the moment to record this.
There's the first thing you'll notice is there's loads of weapon options. So one of the things we got asked a lot about the Armageddon box was, is that all the options that the Orcs
Ramshackle rule. Did
in
it
the
always
universe?
have it?
Absolutely isn't. You've got loads of different choices.
In fact, more than you've had recently.
More than I think you've ever had.
Oh, I've never
from this
noticed that
unit.
before.
You've got some classic stuff returning. So you've got a burner back
Yeah,
in this
big
unit
fan
now.
of not
Okay, fine,
Which
fair,
is
fair,
pretty
fair.
cool. You've got loads of different options for your boss's weapon.
I've never encountered it
and
before.
The thing I want to draw your attention to is almost kind of tucked away.
Face cam
right at
covering the
bottom of that
rules.
stat line
The
there
Orc
is
boy
the
stats haven't
strength of
changed.
A basic Orc boy is now 5, and that
Strength
is
5.
That is an across the codex update to your Orcs. Every single
Strength
Orc
5
is at least
boys.
Strength 5 all of the time now. So that goes for boys. It also goes for your kind of beast snaggers and all of the things like your knobs and war bosses. And
It's
everything
getting
that
more
commensurate,
lethal.
increase as well. So you're
I'm
already
happy for
quick
the
and
Orc
scary
players,
Orcs,
but it's getting more
even scarier
lethal.
all the time in close combat.
Fantastic. I think it just looks like.
Why would all the
great
Orc weapons
information.
have lethal
I'm really
hits?
excited
I'm going to
about
have a
this
great
codex.
time with this codex.
Yeah,
I'm going to have a really good time.
And it heralds something really interesting. The last thing to talk about with the codex is obviously in the back of it, it includes the code that you will put into your Warhammer 40,000 app to unlock and access the rules. It does something else on top of that. This is kind of like your passport to ongoing content for your Warhammer 40,000 Orc Codex throughout its lifespan. There will be regular drops of lore and rules so that you can continue to get great stuff out of your codex as the time continues.
I guess that's
They've
kind of
given us a
good.
sneak peek into some of the stuff that's coming, and it sounds both really cool and really thematic. So I'm quite excited to see what happens with that. And then I imagine all the other codexes that follow.
Yep, absolutely.
Perfect. So, yeah, the first codex coming down the pipe is Warhammer 40,000 Orcs, and it looks amazing.
Do stick around. We have more.
It
Warhammer
looks
40,000
crazy
later in the preview
powerful.
as
Yes, yeah,
well,
we'll be
so do stick
returning
around.
to the 41st millennium.
It looks
later on in the
crazy
show.
powerful.
For now, though, we're going to segue into something which is quite interesting. We've talked a lot about ways to get people who are new to Warhammer started with Warhammer 40,000. So let's talk for a little bit about the Warhammer Academy.
What the fuck is this? I swear to God, if Stephen Box is running this, I'm going to lose my shit.
Wise wizard beneath the mountain. We are in search of enlightenment. Long and difficult has been our journey, and many things are still hidden from us.
Tell me what you seek.
What is the difference
Absolute
between the Black Rage and the Red Thirst?
How do you get decals to lay smoothly on a Space Marine's shoulder?
Yeah.
And how exactly do you use command points?
Ah,
If you don't know how to use command
so you
points,
seek to learn the ways of Warhammer.
jump in the sea.
So, wise wizard beneath the mountain. What is the Warhammer Academy?
I'm so glad you asked, Eddie. Warhammer Academy is a really exciting thing that we've been working on behind the scenes here at Games Workshop for a while now, and is the perfect way to answer the question, how do I get started with Warhammer? The idea is that people can come to this
Man,
website, which is free to
has
use, and
GW
they can get
just
guided
outflanked
first
all the
steps
Warhammer
on how
coaches?
to begin exploring Warhammer. So there's going to be at launch like well over 100 videos, which are all video lessons that deal with the lore and collecting, with painting and modeling, and with gaming, to get you on your first steps. I'm out of breath. I had to throw this costume on to get you started on your sort of first steps through Warhammer.
I actually thought
when
the
website launches,
bit
it will focus on
the
Warhammer
bit was quite
40,000
good.
to coincide alongside all of these new starter products, so that people can like experience Warhammer for the first time and go through sort of learning all about.
That's where all the
universe and
marketing
what
budget went
factions
on
and
the bit,
armies
right?
are, and, really going on that same journey that we've all been when we've been able to sit down with somebody who's told us all about what Warhammer is. And then the painting team have put together these amazing videos that start really basic and then go all the way through to some really great techniques that will have your army looking fantastic. And then the gaming side takes it from the assumption you've never played a game of Warhammer before and takes you all the way through to playing your first games of Combat Patrol, which we played and had a lot of fun with. And so you should be able to have a wonderful experience. If you are completely new to Warhammer, or there's somebody in your life that wants to get started, this is a wonderful thing to point them towards when we launch it, and they'll be able to take their first steps.
How
If you wanna
much is
sharpen
it?
your own skills, we talk about, as we've been working on the Academy, the idea that you can build your skills, your confidence, and your experience to get the most out of this wonderful Warhammer hobby that we all enjoy. And
How
so
much is
the
it gonna
whole purpose
be?
of this Academy, which is free to use, is to just get on board and sharpen those skills and your confidence and have a great time.
Sounds wonderful.
Nice. And the releases alongside those Warhammer 40,000 starter sets that we talked about previously. So not long now, a month or so, and then you'll be able to see Warhammer Academy for yourself.
Sounds great.
Perfect.
Is it
I'm really
free?
excited.
Is it a
Right,
paid
Now I'm
service?
going to get out of this costume.
What
and
is
what we
it?
do, let's travel to the old world.
Free to use with the app. Oh, old world. Okay. Fuck 40k. Fuck 40k. Old world, best world. Old world, best world. Ooh. Boo. Fucking Cathay, man. Chaos, great. Chaos stuff looks amazing. New Chaos Warriors, man, look amazing. Chaos Lord and Dragon looks good. Well, the Cathay stuff looks like a
Welcome
giant
back,
bag of shit.
and we are now thrilled by some news for Warhammer.
Move
the
my
Old World.
mouse.
That was
There
a
you go.
great looking box of miniatures. There's a lot to
Chaos
talk about.
stuff, 10 out of
We've got
10.
some models here to get
Cathay,
close-ups on in a little
minus
while.
several billion.
For now, let's dive into that new 2-player box for Warhammer the Old World. This features 2 armies going head to head. You have the army of Grand Cathay going up against the Chaos Warriors. So within it, you
They
will
really
see at
don't
moment
want the Empire
Cathay
of Man
force.
to
This
be
is
the
Grand
main
Cathay.
characters anymore, do
They're
they?
a fairly recent addition
Yeah, they're
to
quite new
Warhammer the
miniatures,
Old
aren't
World.
they, these ones?
And this is an army you'll have already seen before. So you've got the Jade Warriors, you've got the Jade Lancers, units that you'll be familiar with. And they're taking a big part in the sort of ongoing struggles in the Old World at the moment. They've dispatched an enormous force to aid against
Can
chaos
people
invasions
stop
taking
saying
place. It's a beautiful army.
Yellow energy
You've seen it
comments?
before.
It
The
has
showstopper for this new
much
box
worse
is the
connotations
wonderful new
when
range
you're
of
talking
all
about
plastic
Cathay.
Warriors of
Please
Chaos,
stop,
which you'll
or we're
find
gonna have
in
to
the
start
other
banning
half of this
people.
box
All
set.
right.
So here you can see the Chaos Warriors themselves.
Yeah, this is an amazing.
I
update
appreciate the
to
meme,
your
but
Warhammer Old
you're
World
going a
Warriors
bit
of
far
Chaos.
there.
Warriors of Chaos, of course, one of the archetypal villains, one of the archetypal visuals, really, of Warhammer, the Old World. This is a really cool army. All the bits in this are multi-part, and these are all brand new plastic miniatures.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Chaos Warriors are kind of the mainstay of the Warriors of Chaos Army. These are elite.
Oh, the
heavy
helmets look a
infantry
bit
in the
weird,
best
yeah.
armor that you can get in Warhammer the Old World, and they stride forward in ranks of hard to kill warriors, and they will deal punishment when they get there. Of course, they are but part of this new force. The other part, and perhaps the most iconic
horns are
of
too
the
big.
Warriors of Chaos units, are the Chaos
Maybe.
Knights. These are
Are the horns
super
too
elite
big?
heavy cavalry. Inside this new box, you get 4 Chaos Knights. It's a classic size if you remember days of yore. You're going back in time a long way
4?
now, when Chaos Knights used to often feature in units of 4. So you have what you'd expect: a
4's
champion,
not
in
very
addition,
many.
a standard bearer, and then an additional knight. They can be swapped out with the lances that you see here in the picture.
And
so
you can
build
add
bigger
into the
units.
unit, obviously, and
Yeah,
make
absolutely.
it bigger.
You get 4 in the box. You'll be able to get more as time goes on. So if you want to build bigger units of Chaos Knights, you certainly will be able to. Chaos Knights are some of the hardest hitting and most dangerous cavalry units in all of Warhammer.
They're also just like almost the archetypal heavy cavalry, right? Like
Yeah,
when
absolutely.
you build an army for Warhammer the Old World, you're like, well, I can take a charge, but could I take a charge from Chaos Knights?
Probably
it's like
not.
the absolute pinnacle of the hardest hitting unit.
They look cool.
So lots of people very keen to include this unit in their army. If you've got a Chaos
To be
force,
fair,
so,
you don't need very many
almost
Chaos
never
Knights,
see a
like-
Chaos army without a unit of Chaos Knights. They're just so effective.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the force is led by some champions of chaos. You have one on foot
That's
and
a
one on
cool
horse.
model.
This one here you can see is modelled as a battle standard bearer. The kit contains enough options that you can swap around the things. So in a moment, as we see the screen progress, you'll see some of the things you can do. It also has a chaos champion on a demonic mount. This is my favourite model in the set. It is beautiful and is a really
It is pretty
iconic
badass.
image of
I
the
think
Chaos
it looks like the artwork of Chaos Warriors from some of those old Warhammer Fantasy
yeah.
army books. And the miniatures have finally got to the point where they can capture like the thing that you sort of imagined that Chaos Warriors what you wanted them to look like all those years ago. It's just such a cool kit.
They really
I love the
remind me
Standard
of the
Bearer as well. I
ones
think
from,
this champion kit is one of the best sort of
they're
hero kits.
obviously not
of
painted
the
red,
Warhammer
but they
yet.
remind me very
I don't
much
have
of
a
the
Chaos
ones
Army,
from
Warhammer
Mark of
in the house,
Chaos.
but I would really like
They
to get
do.
my hands on that model. I think it just works beautifully. So let's talk for a little bit about that box. It's a 2-player core box.
I do think they look
Warhammer
good.
The Old World. It's essentially what you need to start playing Warhammer the Old World if you haven't before. It's an enormous
I do think
box.
they look good. I
It
mean,
contains
it's
the
I think it's a bit of a
armies. It also
shame the
contains the
Cathay
rule
side of
book
things, but
and a muster list. The rulebook is the same rules as you currently use for Warhammer the Old World. So if you're sat there worrying that this is going to change the rules that you're playing with, it won't. The difference really with
They
this
know.
rulebook and the rulebook you already have, if you're already playing the Old World, is that the erratas and things that exist online are woven into this. So that should make life a little
You
bit
can bring
easier.
just this book, and you don't need to worry about any other documents. or anything.
Holy
Exactly.
Just
And
have it.
then
Holy
further to
shit,
that,
they
it has an
actually
additional
gave people what they
section called
wanted.
Battle March. We'll talk more about that in a little
I
while.
saw another miniature when we were showing off some of that.
Yeah,
Chaos
we'll
stuff.
just talk about the muster list before we go. Muster list is the rules for the models that are in the box. There you go. This is how to play Warhammer all in one handy box, and is very exciting and continues the thing that we know and love. Now,
Let's talk dragons, Adam.
yeah, let's talk dragons. We're all
That's
very
actually
excited.
really
This
good.
might be
Nobody
my favourite
wanted
thing in
Old
the
World
entire
2.0.
preview. It
They
is
just
such a
wanted
show-stopping
Old World with
model.
FAQs
This is the
into
Warriors of
woven,
Chaos
and they got
Lord
that.
on Chaos
That's
Dragon,
very,
and there's so
very
much to talk
good.
about. Eddie?
We
You
didn't
just
want
get
a
the
Horus
sense of the
Heresy
size of it just from
3.0.
that shot where it
We
was
didn't
already
want a
taller than
hard
the three-story
reset.
building
We
that
didn't
went
want
behind
any
it.
of that
It is an
shit.
absolutely
We just
enormous,
wanted
phenomenally
a
cool
more
miniature for Warhammer the
streamlined
Old World. I think probably the
book
biggest
with all the
monster
changes in it. That's all we
we've had
wanted.
released yet.
It's got to
Yeah,
be right
that's
up
actually
there, and
legit.
there have been
They
some
learned from
fantastic
Heresy.
kits,
Yeah, they
since
did.
Warhammer the Old World launched. There's things to talk about. The first, I want to just wax lyrical on how cool Chaos Dragons are. We've seen this image before of Chaos Dragons with 2 heads. There used to be a like a special character Chaos
Yeah,
Dragon.
Garak the Chaos Dragon, which was the kind of one that had eaten the Lord of Change, and then before that you had Von Horstmann,
That's right,
who
yeah.
was the kind of former College of Magic in the Empire
There you
character,
go.
who was on a 2-headed Tzeentchian dragon. But that's a long time ago. We've never had a plastic version of it. A plastic 2-headed Chaos Dragon
That
has
is a
been
big
a long
deal.
time coming, and I
It
think
looks
even though
fucking
we've waited
insane.
decades for it, this is worth the wait. This
Yeah,
is a
absolutely.
really cool.
It
model.
looks
It's also
fucking
what we sometimes call
incredible.
a 2 for kit, in that you can make a different option with it. So you've seen the Chaos Lord. This is a Sorcerer Lord, and there's some differences. The first is the Rider. Obviously, he's now a hunched and wizened Chaos Sorcerer, which is a powerful unit in its own right. It can be up to a level 4 wizard. He's not bad in a fight.
Surprised
He's
they
backed
went
up
with
by
the
a 2-headed
hunched-
Chaos Dragon.
Surprised they went
Everything
with the
you would,
hunched vibe.
Yeah,
want
you're not going to
enjoy.
kill him with a light cavalry unit.
Chaos
No,
Sorcerers are
absolutely
not really weak.
Additionally,
They're still
there's some
Chaos
slight
Warriors at the end of
differences
the
with
day.
dragon itself. You'll notice that this one has.
He's got he's got a fucked up hand. You noticed that?
So if
A
you
strong
want
hand.
Dragons, you can have
A
different
strong
riders and they
hand.
look a bit different,
I think
and
the
with a
Sorcerer is
little bit
very
of,
weak.
sort of paint magic.
I think the
what you've
Sorcerer
got is
model's
just
very
very
weak.
striking, different looking Chaos Dragons in your army.
Does not look like
Very
a Chaos
exciting
Sorcerer to
centerpiece
me.
model. The
That
images
looks like
that the
a
video team have put
necromancer.
together here
That looks like a
capture its
necromancer.
majesty. It's
Not a
possibly
sorcerer.
even better in the flesh, and we have it on the desk here, so you can see it looming over.
So
some of the
Chaos
things
Lord
in the Chaos
Dragon,
Warrior model.
amazing.
Yeah, one of the things we haven't mentioned as well is
Chaos
just
Sorcerer,
next to
weak.
the Chaos Dragon, just below it here.
Dragon itself,
whichever one
amazing.
you don't build. So if you build the Chaos Lord on the Dragon, you get a Chaos Sorcerer Lord on foot, and if you build the Sorcerer Lord on the Dragon, you get a Chaos Lord on foot. So whatever way you build this, you
Yeah, I
get
think that
basically
I
two
don't
very
like that
powerful
So this is
Sorcerer
the
model.
Sorcerer Lord that you would get if you built it with the Chaos
They've
Lord,
gone
and then this is
completely the
Chaos
wrong
Lord on
angle
foot
with
if you built
that.
it with the Sorcerer.
Completely.
So, ooh, crikey.
Completely and
Always
utterly
worried
the
I'm
wrong
gonna destroy
angle.
a heavy metal model live on video.
Rest of it's great.
Really a
Rest of it's
great
10 out of
kit.
10.
You can see all the other things.
Not
as
gonna
well.
dwell on the
size of
bad
it as
bit.
Well. I mean, these are big models, right? The Chaos Knights are not small cavalry models, and this is about 4 times the height of them. So it's a big old beast, and also just phenomenally.
Don't think
good
I'm hating
in
on the
general,
thing.
right? Like a
I
Chaos
think
Lord
the rest
on
of
a
it,
2-headed Chaos
10 out of
Dragon
10,
is
11
up
out of
there with
10,
the
12
very
out of 10.
best units
I
in all of
personally think
Warhammer
the angle they've
There's
gone with on
almost
that Chaos
nothing that can go
Sorcerer,
toe-to-toe
I
with.
just wanna,
complete
before we
zero
move
for
on
me
from Chaos
personally.
Warriors, have a look
I
at
don't
the-
like the fact they've
the
gone
Chaos
wizened.
Champion
I don't like the fact
arms.
they've
You
got
can
like
see
he's got like a
he's
claw,
amazing.
like a
He's
fucking
got,
strong
like,
hand. I don't like
fur
the angle
under
they've
his
gone
saddle.
for.
He's got
Chaos
heads
Sorcerers
hanging from
fundamentally
chains.
are
Like,
warriors
the
of
detail on these
chaos.
models is just
They are
wild.
strong
think
as
one of the
warriors of
things
chaos.
worth
They are as
calling out actually
capable
about
as warriors
these
of
Chaos
chaos.
Warriors
They are
particularly is
not
that these
wizened.
are Chaos
They
Warriors
are.
designed
They
for
get
Warhammer
chaos
the Old
armor.
World, so they're meant to
They're
look like
absolutely
the
nails.
logical extension
Sorcerers
of
of
the kind
chaos
of
beat the
Marauder
piss out of
archetype.
heroes
Very
of the
much
factions.
Sort of the sort of chaos armored
Yeah.
barbarians from the
But
north.
there's still a
descending
little
on
bit of that kind of like barbarian raider vibe to them. They've got the look of someone who's kind kind of walked out of the Arctic North of the Warhammer world.
It's a great Norscan sorcerer, a bad World's Chaos. I agree.
Absolutely, yeah.
Completely agree, Dustin Polos. Absolutely,
Obviously,
100%.
alongside the new core box, people might want to get their hands on some other things that would be useful. So here you can see common magic items and laws of magic. These are cards which enable you to do quick reference as you're playing your
Probably
games.
updated with the new
Which can be
casting
very
values,
useful.
hopefully.
They're not required. Obviously, the rules for these things exist inside the book. There's also another thing that we said we would talk about a little bit. This is Battle March, the General's Companion.
Okay,
Now, Battle March is a new way to play games of Warhammer the Old World. The way this works is that you build smaller forces, not unlike Spearhead or Combat Patrol, between 400 and 700 points, and then you unleash them in games that are quicker to play and more straightforward. There's some rules in this companion which sort of detail how you make your force. So there's some limitations.
I love that.
You can't take, and some requirements, and then there's different scenarios to play. The rules for Battle March are in the new rulebook, and there's those rules and more information and more scenarios and ways to play are found inside this Battle March General's Companion.
Amazing.
So whichever one you want to take as your option.
Combat Patrol being
start playing, I don't know, like
Old World, Best World. Old World, Best World.
Like quick turnaround games.
Compare this. Compare this to 40k, where the Combat Patrol rules aren't in the main book, and the Combat Patrol Companion has no rules in it.
Battle March army. So this is the Warriors of Chaos and Grand Battle March army.
Compare the difference, guys. Old World, Best World. This is like traveling back 20 years. This is like traveling back before 15 years, before GW went for, I don't know, I said 20 years.
Yeah,
this is GW from 20 years ago, actually doing good shit.
Onto your the new sets coming out with the Warriors of Chaos and the Army of Grand Cathay, and then you add something like a monster, like a two-headed dragon,
or a Cathayan dragon,
or a Cathayan dragon. You've pretty much got an army ready to go. These are really lovely places to start a force, or just a really good way to bolt on loads of troops onto an army.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also more coming for the Old World. This is the Arcane Journal, The March of Chaos.
Cool.
This continues the narrative that we're seeing unfold in the Old World at the moment. The Chainbreaker, this Chaos Lord, is descending from the north with an enormous throng. They're ploughing through the northern provinces of the Empire. Even the forces of Grand Cathay have been called in, volunteered themselves to come in and try and stave off this invasion, and it's a grim affair. Magic is being fired around everywhere, so that card deck is for magic ploys, which the winds of magic are blowing so furiously that there's loads of different magic escapades and things to get on with. It's a really good time to be playing Warhammer Old World right now.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the
best game they make.
As well about all these
Old World, best game they make.
A big war
by a long way.
Yeah, no kidding.
By a long fucking way, boys.
You know your Warhammer history. So, slight segue. It's not quite the Old World, but it's very similar. Let's talk about Blood Bowl for a minute.
Okay.
Blood Bowl is the game of fantasy football, and there is some really exciting things to show with the release of the new Spike Journal. This is Spike Journal 22. Blood Bowl Sevens is the theme. What's Blood Bowl Sevens? I hear you ask. Well, I'm glad you did.
Sevens, Adam?
There you go. Perfect. Blood Bowl Sevens is essentially a way of playing Blood Bowl, which is akin to like rugby sevens or five-a-side football. So you're compacting your team. You're playing faster games on a smaller pitch. It's very frenetic. It really changes quite a lot.
A lot of what they're talking about
and the ways that
is making the game smaller. Have you noticed that?
Entirely different and very fun experience.
Focus for the terrain.
You get 4 of your
Combat Patrol size.
in this
focus
game, so you've got quite a
of
lot
Old
skills and
World,
things
Battle
on the tabletop,
March,
and it's just a lot of
focus
fun.
on Blood Bowl.
I'm excited for this.
Sevens.
But I'm even
they're
more
trying to make the
excited
game
for what we're about
smaller.
to show you, which is
Maybe they're
some
trying to make the
fantastic
game
new
more
Blood
smaller
Bowl
so it's more
miniatures.
accessible.
The first of which
Very
is
interesting.
a new big one available for several teams.
I'm not
This
actually
is the
against
Rat
that.
Ogre.
I love this.
I've been
model.
playing
I
a bit
think
of
the thing that I
K47.
most love about it is if
That's
you look at his
1500
shoulder, He
points.
has a little rat.
Works really well. I love
this.
this. I love this. I love
That is
the.
beautiful, but is
It's
it
a
better
little
or as
smaller,
good
but
as
still
a rat
legit.
wearing a gas mask and carrying a lump of warpstone?
It's very close, and I think you'll have to make that decision for yourself when you
Tie-break.
get hold of your own rat ogre. I
you
think the chief
could
takes
build
it.
your rat ogre
That is
without either
cool.
of those rats, but boo.
I mean, you could if you wanted to
Like-
not have a rat on his shoulder. You guess you could do without.
The
But
funny
I think the
thing
rat
is,
ogre
anyone
looks
want
good.
that?
This is also a
I
great
can see
model,
that.
but if you're
I
not
can
taking
see
one
these
of
rat
those,
ogres
I think
turning
you've
up
got
in
that.
Old World.
This is available for a number of teams. Obviously, you can use it in the Skaven team, but also the Underworld Denizens.
It's a good sculpt, that.
Teams.
Yeah,
If
it's a
you
good
want some
sculpt.
real muscle to go in there and just clobber the.
I took a
enemy,
bunch
break
of those
the
to put on
lines
square
that your,
bases, just using rat ogres.
Team can run through.
You've
and
got
score
some
goals.
mutation options in there as well.
Yeah,
I can see.
absolutely. Speaking of big uns, there's another one on the way. This is a Minotaur.
Or Minotaur.
Yeah, absolutely.
I actually really approve of this approach. Yeah, smaller
I-
buy-in needed,
this
less
is
time to
another
play.
one of
Exactly.
those iconic heavy.
Bring the price of Warhammer down.
Again, available. For
Okay, they'll
a
never bring the
variety of
price
Blood Bowl
down, but
teams.
can they bring the entry point
You can
down?
use it in the Chaos Chosen. You can use it in the Chaos Dwarf list. You can use it in the Chaos Renegade teams. And here you can see the different ways you can build.
Minotaur
it to
looks
fit
a little
more in with
goofy,
the
little
team that you're
cartoony,
using.
but
Yeah, so this one here
it's just the
on
face,
screen at the
really.
moment,
But it's
rather
fine.
than
Blood Bowl's the last
hands or
serious
even
game,
hooves,
so I
he's
don't
got
care.
Kind of
Yeah,
scorpion
why
claws.
catch the ball, right?
Yeah, he's not going to do much catching, but he might do even better clobbering than a regular Minotaur.
Yeah, no kidding. Now, those are wonderful. The thing I'm most excited about, not just for this Blood Bowl
Right,
reveal,
let's
but maybe
not
in
talk
all
about
of Blood
Russia
Bowl
in
is
chat,
our
guys.
next
It's completely
He is your
irrelevant.
favourite, Adam.
Morgenthau is my
Anyone else
favourite
starts talking about
thing
Russia in
Blood
chat,
Bowl.
banned.
I absolutely
Simple.
love
It's
him.
not the
He's been
topic
an
for tonight.
iconic character from like right from the start. There is a new multi-part plastic Morgenthau model coming, and he is wonderful. The kit enables you to make him in one of 3 very iconic designs. Here you can see the Reichland Reavers one, which really sort of connects to that iconic artwork that we're used to seeing with Morg. Here is another version. This is him in his gouged eye motif when he played for an orc team, and you can see like the orc charms and things around his neck. This is for the Chaos All-Stars when he played with that team. That was his first ever team. You see he's still got hair.
You can see he's also got each of the Chaos Gods icons on his little chain around his neck as well, which is really cool.
Absolutely love it. If you are unfamiliar with Blood Bowl or Morg in particular, let me just tell you, he is genuinely one of the
Adam,
best
can you take him in a halfling team?
You can, and I have used him to lead my halflings to almost glory
Almost
a number
glory,
of times.
yeah.
I love him. He's so good. He hits like a freight train. He's really heavily armored. He's got great skills, mighty blow, loads of armor, everything you could possibly want.
A halfling's
And
not very
he
good
costs
at Blood
loads
Bowl.
of points. Halflings are really cheap. So
Can
you
he
stack
throw
it up.
halflings?
Oh,
He can throw
Ballgrin, that's a good
halfling.
shout,
In fact,
actually, yeah.
My halfling, my favourite halfling, Captain Colin Head, scored many a touchdown and nearly died as he would be lobbed down the pitch. I could talk about Morg for far too long. He's coming soon. I'm very excited. Please let me have one. Let's look at the models. Okay.
I gave
so
you all the
Yeah, they look
there we
pretty
go.
good.
These are the beautiful heavy metal painted Morg models, and here you can see what they look like. So going sort of from this side onwards,
They got
this
different
is
head
Morg.
swaps and
We
stuff
just
as
build him
well.
in that sort of gouged eye look, and you see his armor looks like the sort of armor that Black Hawks wear.
Yeah, so you get different armor, different head, different
It's
chest
very,
plates. You've got a bunch of different
Lots of
options.
different
and then this
options.
is Morg with the Reichland Reavers uniform.
Same
and then,
sort of model, but
think
you can
the
see
first
from the
edition
knee
Blood Bowl-
pads
Oh,
to the
yeah,
shoulder
second number,
armor,
yeah.
I think he's appeared on a couple of covers.
the
And then,
weapons.
then,
Yeah, so
the
same
two
pose, but you
Council
can
stars.
bolt different things onto
This
it.
one.
So
but ultimately, build your Morg how you want.
yeah,
and
you
just
can
follow
look.
him.
Everyone's
It's
can look a bit
fantastic.
different. Yeah.
We have the other models on the table as well. You can see the Minotaur, a Rat Ogre, and then another Minotaur. These are all hulking
him so you
models.
can get
They
a really good
tower
shot
above
of
the
that.
average lineman.
Right with the cheese there.
There you go. That's
The
the
rat
real
with the
star.
cheese.
That's he's the star, yeah.
Perfect. So there we go. A good time for Blood Bowl. 3 amazing new big characters coming your way. A new way to play Blood Bowl.
No Imperial Guard
Quite
update. I
fun.
don't think you're
I'm
getting
very
any
excited
Imperial
about
Guard
this.
update, mate.
And we are nowhere near done with this preview.
Let's keep going.
Right. Why don't we go to the Age of Darkness?
Okay. Ah, shit. Bunch of custodians. There. F. Don't care if they look good. F. Oh, can we use them both? F. I look forward to seeing that sitting on the shelves for a bit longer. I look forward to seeing that on the shelf at my local game store with all the other custodian stuff that's still there.
Adeptus Custodes or Legio Custodes?
Well,
Which one is it, Eddie?
It's both, Adam, because
Perfect.
the new box set that's on its way is a reinforcement set for the Custodes, and you can use it for either Warhammer the Horus Heresy or Warhammer
How
40,000. Just in case you
interesting.
didn't believe us, we put the logos on the box.
It couldn't
so
be clearer,
there's
could it?
no confusion.
The
You can
big
absolutely
thing
use
is
this
the
for
cross
either game
compatibility.
system. There are 6 models in this box, which doesn't sound like a lot, but
Until
when
you realise how big they
until
are.
you look at the models, which are huge and awesome. So let's start with the fastest unit in that box.
Yeah, these are the Gerfalcon jet bikes, an iconic unit from the Legio Custodes force. They are fast-moving.
They
hard
actually look pretty good, to be
heavily
fair.
armed and
All right,
armoured
Custodes hate to
units
one side.
which are
Those models
designed
actually
to
do look
storm
good.
in and break the back of enemy forces. Each custodian is armed. Like
I think
to the
they probably
teeth.
look a bit better than the
There's loads of
40k
things
ones, to
talk
be
about here.
honest.
The first thing would be to mention that there's different guns that come on these models. Essentially, you have a choice of the Adrathic Devastator, Arachnus Volley Gun, Twin Corvée Pulse Laser. That's the over and under one you can see. It looks
Do you
a
think
bit
they're
like
going to
a
keep?
shotgun.
Do you think this is going to be
And
a
then, you
new
also have
bike
the
data
Laston
sheet
bolt cannon.
in
Loads of different
40k,
weapons
or they'll
to do loads
update
of
the
different
40k data
Yeah.
sheet?
So one of the things in a Custodes army, obviously, is you haven't got a lot of units because they tend to cost a lot of points. So
Are you
might
guys
find that you've
saying
got
the
a
jet
couple of,
bikes look like
things that
dildos?
your army's not very good at killing, and one of the things that units like this can do with loads of different options is you go, actually, I really need some help to kill monsters or infantry or something. So you can kit these out with almost a gun for almost any occasion.
Who said the jetpack
you can
looks like a
have different
dildo?
guns across the unit, or you can actually go,
Fuck's
I just want
sake,
them all
now
to
I
be
can't
really good at killing
unsee it.
vehicles, give them the best thing for killing the specific vehicle, I think, that I'm weakest in.
Yeah, all of them also have a Solarite Power Lance, which is a formidable.
All
power
the
lance
HMS
that
jet
is
bikes
special.
are fair
Enormous,
enough.
the Solarite.
It's a heresy thing, is
It's
it?
about 3 times the length of a Space Marine.
Yeah,
I
it's
reckon you could
huge.
kebab about 5 Chaos Space Marines on that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's 4 of these inside the set, which is a brilliant unit to go spearheading around the battlefield and just bring pain to the enemy. It's not the only thing that moves fast in this box. We also have the Palace Gravatac.
The Palace Gravatac is a fast-moving skimmer.
I
for
hate
the
that name.
Custodes. You can
It's
kit it
not
out with
the
either
Grav
anti-infantry
attack
or anti-vehicle stuff.
tank.
Works
It's
a
just
little bit
a
like,
Gravatac.
a land speeder,
Such
probably
a
the way to
dumb
think about
name.
it. And it's very useful
Palace
for Custodes
Gravatac
because you tend to have a lot
vehicle.
a lot of very expensive models.
Palace
so you don't have very
Gravatac
many small
tank.
units. So this can
The
zip
Palace
around the
Gravatac
battlefield, take an objective,
skimmer.
getting the enemy
Nope,
where they're hiding
it's just
in a way
the
that your
Gravatac.
infantry are very good at holding ground, but not very good at kind of chasing stuff down.
Yeah, and this is another one.
Okay, do you want to know what that reminds me of?
To sort of cater for
The
ways
Necromonger
you
fighters
strength.
from
There's 2
Chronicles of
weapons to
Riddick.
choose from, the,
Now
twin
there's a
Arachnus
deep cut
Blaze
for you.
Cannon,
I
or
actually
the
think the model looks fine.
Accelerator Fuser.
I don't know the name, but the model
Those
looks
in a
fine.
hurry, so you can tailor your
Goddamn Necromonger. You know when they're all piling off the
But I think
off the big
model-
spire for the
the
Necromonger in the
showstopper of this
invasion.
box is undoubtedly the Telemon Dreadnought. This is a brand new multi-part plastic kit.
This is gonna be very popular.
A reinvention of the resin version, the already very nice resin version of the Telemon Dreadnought, but in glorious multi-part plastic, keeping
It
all
feels
the
very
visibility
Necromonger, doesn't it?
with
Yeah, yeah.
even more detail and even more weapon options.
It's designed by the
Speaking of
Massanders
weapon options, I'll
Gravatac.
walk you through
Plastic
them.
Telemon's
Between its shoulder
huge,
blades,
guys.
you
There's
can see
literally
the ubiquitous
unreserved hype for the
missile
classic
launcher.
Telemon.
But there are other weapon options too. Here you can see the Iliastus Accelerator Culverin, the Adrathic Devastator.
I wonder if they'll change his
the
weapon
Arachnus
options.
Storm Cannon. On his other hand, so you can build those as you will, choose the one that suits your loadout. On the other hand, you have the Kestus. That's essentially
Because right now
fancy
Telemons
media
can take
Custodes
double of the same
Power Fist
weapon. What if
with
that changes?
Twin Neutronium Cascade Projector.
So it might be a
Bit like
rules
a
beef coming
flamethrower,
in, but the
but
model
with
looks great.
neutroniums.
Absolutely. Neutronians more.
The model looks great.
apparently.
Literally
Gotta be, right.
unreserved,
One of
excellent
those
looking
guns
model.
is, of course, new. The one that's currently equipped.
10 out of 10, no complaints.
Oh, I think you are talking about
Big
the, Iliastus
and
Accelerator.
beautiful
Oh, yeah,
and
exactly
gold.
that
It's
one.
what you want from a
And
Custodian.
this
And a
is
Dreadnought
really
is exactly what you want
good,
from
right. So
Custodians.
you could paint this up very quickly if you wanted to.
Custodians, it
gold
should literally
spraying
be an
and
army of
gloss would make it
Dreadnoughts and
look
infantry.
beautiful.
That's what this
But
is.
equally, if you wanted to take your time over all the detail of this, it is absolutely dripping in detail, more detail even than was on some of those resin versions of this when it came out. We have one on the table, and we brought
Wow,
along
it's
some other
fucking-
Dreadnoughts, so you could sort of see how it
That's a good
scales
idea.
up.
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. This Telemon Dreadnought is ever so slightly larger than the resin one. So we brought a Leviathan
Do
Dreadnought.
you remember when you saw a Leviathan for the first time and thought, you're never going to think
Nothing could ever be cooler than a Leviathan Dreadnought. And he's still pretty cool. I like him.
I actually think the Leviathan looks better, but
the Telemon Dreadnought stands.
but
a
that's
good
because I just like big,
head
square,
above
chonky
the,
boy.
Even the Leviathan.
And with last summer's release, lots of people may have got their hands on a Saturnine Dreadnought, and here you can see there's some similarity between these two in terms of the shape of the shoulder pads and things. The Telemon is a little taller. The
A tiny bit, yeah.
Saturnine is a little bit broader.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one definitely is got more mass to it. Like the weight of it looks.
I still think the
heavy.
worst bit about the
But
Saturnine stuff
Telemon
is the shoulder
stands
pads.
ever so slightly taller, which might just mean that the Custodians didn't want to kind of ever look up at a Space Marine. I think it's probably the point, isn't
Yeah,
it?
why not? I like it. So all of these models that we've talked about, so the
Compared to some 40k
Falcon
ones,
jet
God damn
bikes,
it.
the Palace Gravatac and the Telemon Dreadnought will be available in plastic for the first time as part of this box set, and then available separately later down the line.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can use them, definitely use them for both Warhammer 40,000 and Warhammer Horus.
You absolutely can. One of the new detachments for the Custodians.
They need to
in
do
Warhammer
that
40,000
cross-compatibility
has
with
some
everything
specific
with
upgrades
Heresy.
for Telemon
I would
Dreadnoughts as well.
absolutely roll out some goddamn Valdor
Great,
tank
nice.
destroyers
So
from
that's not
Solar
everything for
Auxilia.
the Age of Darkness. We also have a new General Tactica on the way. This is
Got
General
it.
Tactica Prospero Burns, the Judgment of Valdor, and this deals with the actions of Constantine Valdor and the Legio Custodes during the burning of Prospero, when they joined forces with the Space Wolves to bring judgment to Magnus and his errant sons.
Yeah, we know quite a lot about the burning of Prospero. We've seen it from the Thousand Suns perspective. We've seen it from the Space Wolves perspective.
That looks
We know
hardback,
that the
but I wonder
Custodians
if it
were
is.
there, but we haven't really heard much about what the Custodians were up to. And this explores that. You kind of find out what they were doing while the two legions were taking chunks out of each other. One of the things that's quite cool about it is that the the Custodies obviously on one side. On the other side, there are some Thousand Sons, but the main antagonist really for them is a demonic foe.
Yeah, absolutely. For the first time, this presents for this edition a full army list for the Demons of Siege, including new psychic disciplines. So you can start using the warp denizens of the patron who is presiding over the.
Are you joking? New book about Prospect, but for the fucking
Or
Custodies?
Salvation, possibly,
No,
as they see it.
absolutely not.
Maybe.
Well, that's
Every
Silence.
company is there.
Who?
There's even more stuff in there than we've talked about here. There's some new rules for the Solo Auxilia.
GW kind of
There's a whole
forgot
bunch of
about
stuff.
This is
a
Silence.
Packed Journal Tactica, which really shines a light on an area of the Horus Heresy we've not looked at before. So it's quite
Yeah,
exciting.
and that's the best kind of Horus Heresy games. Ones where you're going back to those iconic moments in the lore and refighting it. Like, what if it was a little bit different? What if you had a slightly?
I wonder if
different
any of the jet bikes can be
absolutely.
have to be built with
recreating
female
those amazing
Custodies.
Stories is what it's all about.
I'm
So,
just, and I'm not
sticking
that I
with
hate.
the
I don't
going
care
a bit
either way,
smaller
right? I
as we
don't
look
collect
at
Custodies,
some,
but I
Legions
wonder if they.
Imperialis.
Possibly bigger.
But yes,
If, like,
bigger
'cause
and
in
smaller
the
at the same
infantry
time. We
ones, you have to
three
build half
models
of
we're
them
gonna
as
talk about
women.
now.
I
These
wonder
are,
if the
models for
bikes
Titan
you don't,
Legions.
or
This
says
is
it's
the
just not
Warlord
clear if
battle
they've
titan
gone
with
back to
Quake
being like
cannon
the
and
armor so
conversion
chunky you
beam
can't tell.
extirpator. To extirpate means to destroy utterly.
I wonder.
And that is what the weapon loadout on this Warlord Titan will do. As you see this video playing.
Oh, it's
before, you
Legions
can see what the
Imperialis,
different
lol.
weapons are.
I was
There's a whole
like,
bunch,
wait, they
and
just
they
announced a
have really
plastic
long and
fucking
difficult to
Titan.
say
They
live
did,
on
but
their names, such as
But
the
you should still
conversion
try,
beam
I think.
extirpator. So this is a kit which will come packaged all together. So you get the Warlord Titan and all of these weapons. It includes some extra bits and pieces. So there's some guns to go on the turrets. You've got Gatling blasters and turbo laser destructors. You have 2 Warlord heads.
L.I.
inside the
Chad's
kit,
rise
and
up.
it also contains all the cards you would need to use this if you were playing Adeptus Titanicus.
it looks very
Nice.
cool.
If you just want the weapons, they'll be available separately. You just won't get all the cards with it and stuff like that. Cool. This is one of 3 things we're going to talk about. The next one is the Warlord Battle Titan with Volkite Destructor and Macro Gatling Blaster. Again, not a thing to say too quickly on a Friday night. Here is another towering god engine of the Titan Legions. It has a whole bunch of different weapons.
It's
which
just a
you can
lot
see
of. It's
playing
going to be all
out on your
Titans, isn't it?
screen. They include the Graviton Ruinator, which you can see here. It's the biggest Graviton gun I've ever seen. Volkite Destructor, Macro Gatling Blaster, and the Vulcan Mega Bolter Array, which sits on its shoulders. It also includes a Warlord Titan heads and those cards I mentioned before, if you wanted to play Adeptus Titanicus.
Why does 30k get
Adam,
all
what
the
if
cool
I had a
stuff?
slightly smaller Titan, but still wanted loads of massive guns?
And complicated names, then you
Some
are
people
gonna
would
be
disagree
fine,
with that,
because this is the
but
Titan Legions Reaver Titan with
it often
Graviton
gets the cool
Obliterator
stuff
and
'cause it's not
Volkite
main studio.
Annihilator. A mid-sized Titan that packs an incredible punch with
Main
weapons
studio
such
has
as
some
the
problems.
aforementioned Graviton Obliterator, the Volkite Annihilator. It also has a Vulcan
Special
Mega Bolter
Design
option
Studios
for
tends to be a bit
carapace.
better.
And you just saw it there. My favourite, possibly, of all the names that we've had this evening, which is the Conversion Beam Dissolutor.
Those are some cool guns and some great verbs.
Yeah, it also has a Reaver head and the cards you would need to play in Adeptus Titanicus. And you can get the weapon separately should you desire no more Titans. What's wrong with you? There we go. Pretty exciting should you play Little Heresy.
Absolutely.
There we go. I need to take a breather.
Is that everything
Now
for
might be
LI?
the time
Fine,
to
fair.
talk a little bit about something coming to Warhammer Plus very soon. There is a new animation. Look at the Butcher's Nails.
Oh no, the guardsman died. This is very accurate to 11th edition. This is very cool, to be fair. Haha, get fucked, Valrak. Ah, she looks really cool.
That looks a bit good, Eddie. What can you tell us about Butcher's Nails?
Yeah, this is a new animation coming to Warhammer TV for Warhammer Plus subscribers. It is a one-off standalone episode, so it's a hammer and bolter episode of Warhammer 40,000. And effectively, it tells the story of a Khorne Berserker who is part of a chaos assault on an Imperial stronghold. As you would imagine for a World Eater story, it is incredibly violent. It is by some margin the bloodiest and most violent
And
piece of Warhammer.
doesn't
animation
really have a
yet
story.
featured on
It's just a
Warhammer
series of
TV.
ever increasingly
And it is
violent
pretty much
encounters.
non-stop carnage as the shots open to the final battle.
I like that they've done it from
Here you can see a shot that we
FPV.
saw something like this in the trailer. This looks like the head-up
Who
display
remembers the
inside
old
helmet of
Doom
the
movie
World
with Karl
Yeah,
Urban
so,
with the
not all of it, but
FPV
some of the
section?
animation
That
is
was cool.
shown from the literal perspective.
I love that
of
kind
the
of
World
stuff.
Eater, who is obviously a little bit unhinged. The butcher's nails are starting to bite. If he doesn't get continuous kills and carnage, he starts to go kind of slowly insane. And he basically is chopping his way through as many enemies as he can find, partly to try and achieve victory, but mostly just to try and make the whining of the nails cease, even for the briefest of moments.
Fantastic. And we got a sense of who
I think that's cool. I have zero complaints with that. It looks cool.
I mean, he almost really, he doesn't really mind what the battle is.
He doesn't really
Someone doesn't
care.
as long as the blood flows. There are definitely some Astra Militarum. There's some guardsmen, some unfortunate guardsmen who have to stand up against the Corn Berserker.
Space Marines of the Imperial
There are
Fist.
some Space Marines of the Imperial Fist. There's some other Chaos Space Marines in the mix.
Who I'm sure
as well.
don't get in the way
They'll
at
get
all.
on fine, I'm sure.
Lovely.
You know, it's not like they're known for betrayal or anything. It's all good. But
Fantastic.
yes, it's going to be a non-stop action carnage fest. It's a really fun animation.
Perfect. And coming out fairly soon.
It comes out in August.
Awesome. That's very exciting. So, from the Butcher's
forward to
Nails
watching it on
and
YouTube.
Warhammer Plus, let's go to the Mortal Realms for something more.
The maw opens.
Oh, look, it's more Imperial Guard models.
Predator, Sun Eater, the Gulping God. I see his will in the meat, in the marrow, in the blood.
Interesting.
He is the hunger that endures through winter. and
Very
war.
interesting. I thought they were going to send ogres to Old
Just
World.
feast, to swallow the realms. Eat. 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 First we're gonna beat 'em, then we're gonna eat 'em. First we're gonna beat
Those ogres are so fat. Look at those absolute fat bastards. I love it. Those are some proper fucking butter boys. They are. Goddamn butterbean army, man.
champion comes.
Who's this big lad?
That was very exciting to see such a large amount of models coming soon to the Mortal Realms with these new Ogre Maw tribes.
They're
Eddie, where
going
do
to
we
get
start?
used in
I am
Old
super
World.
excited about this release. This is
Finally, I
an
feel
enormous range refresh for
represented.
the Ogre Maw tribe.
Yes.
There's so much to talk about. I think let's start with the army set, which is coming out. This is
These
the
my
first
spirit.
place
The
you
British
get
are
a chance to
coming.
get your
Yes.
hands on some of the new miniatures. This is
good
an
to see,
enormous army
GW
launch
being
set, a little bit like what
patriotic.
we've seen with some of the armies
Yeah,
recently.
like the Hellsmiths and so on.
Exactly like the Hellsmith, same sort of concept. You get a cool version of the Battle Tome and the first chance to get hold of a bunch of the miniatures. Let's have a quick chat about some of the stuff in this set.
Did you guys
Sure,
notice
so
they didn't
first
do
out
a
of the gate
special
would be
edition
sort
of these
mainstay
Orc
unit for the
Codex?
Ogre Maw tribes. These are the Gluttons, the sort of replacement or refresh of
Interesting.
What, in old days you might have called Ogre Bulls, and boy do they look good.
Yeah, the Ogre Bulls are still really cool models, like,
Yeah,
but they are they've been around for a little while now. They're more
Spearhead
expensive.
Benidorm!
So they are well and truly deserving.
I bet they
of a
flag on their
refresh.
beer
This
bellies?
is a really cool
Yes.
update for them. They still keep the.
I
kind of
love it. By the
general
way,
aesthetic
I
of
love
the
these
Ogre
models.
Bulls.
They look
They're
great.
Much more dynamic. They're a little bit bigger. The armor plates are much more impressive.
I really like the shape of the helmet.
They look
like
great.
They're designed to deflect sort of downward
Yeah,
blows
and
away
if you
from the
remember, like
shoulders as well.
the first time those models came out, they were designed for Warhammer Fantasy, where they'd have to rank up. So actually, the poses were quite sort of
Yeah,
limiting on a
very
lot of the
dynamic
miniatures.
here, aren't they?
These are much like cooler.
Oh,
more
they're going to get
impressive
used in
poses, even
Warhammer
things like
Fantasy,
having those
all right.
arms out. They just look really great. The detail on them is obviously 20 years on from the last time we saw the Ogre Bulls.
Someone
these
say,
are
"Where's the
really
female
cool,
ogres?" And I'm
miniatures.
just going to
You
say,
get 10
"Can
of
you
these
not see
in that
them
launch box.
titties?
This is only
Could
the
you
most
not see
basic
them
of the
titties
Ogre
that
Maw
these
tribes
models have
units.
got?
Let's move on to
Every
I
one
think
of them's
might
got
be
big
one
old
of my
titties."
Yeah, so mine too. I think the Iron Guts have always looked really cool, and these are even cooler if possible. The Iron Guts,
Iron Guts
are
do
an
look
elite
good.
Ogre unit. They carry enormous weapons, and they wear more armor. So you can see those armor plates on the arms going all the way up to the shoulders. Their helmets are a little bit fancier, and they've got these massive two-handed weapons.
They look like they mean absolute business,
Yeah,
right?
no
Like
kidding.
the size of those weapons, and again, much more dynamic. But those blades are about twice the size of a mortal human, right? So they are going to make
Very
an
cool.
absolute mess. They already are an excellent unit in Warhammer Age of
My
Sigmar.
bet they're designing AOS models to be
they're
wider
still an
and
excellent
less
unit. Now the
posable to
miniatures
keep
are
them in
even
AOS
better.
rather than
Yeah,
Old World.
absolutely.
Yes,
To keep this
I
rabble
think
in
there
line,
is an
you
element
need
of that.
Ogre Tyrant. So
Yeah.
this model is a multi-part
But
kit.
people will
It
find a
enables you to
way.
Build him in a couple of ways.
People will find a
Essentially, a really powerful, heavy-hitting ogre character. Here you can see a couple of the options. I love this one with the fur cloak. It sort of fits into the more sort of huntery style thing you can do with an ogre army, where you want to focus more on the beast if you want to, or you can go full gutbuster with this one.
Yeah,
whichever
it
you
looks
prefer.
pretty cool.
Yeah, if you've got the kind of Beast Claw Raider
Yeah,
vibe.
absolutely.
And I think you can obviously have a mix of them as well, but you've got a lot of different ways to kind of lean into different ogre armies. And it's just nice to have a multi-part character, right, where you can immediately start to make him your own. One of the big things about ogres for their entire history is the idea of like big names, right? They carry that through into this this battle tome as well, where the leader of your force is literally making a name for himself by achieving various feats. So being able to kind of have the pelts of the things.
This is some blue energy. This is some blue energy.
Those units we've all seen before in different ways. The next
Maybe
unit is effectively
GW
a new
is
type. These are
learning.
the Maul Beast Cavalry and the Maul Beast Raiders. This is a 2-for kit, so you can make 2 different units. They function in a similar way. Both of them are cavalry units. The Maul Beast Raiders are your kind of fast-moving scout unit. The Maul Beast Cavalry are your hard-hitting shock cavalry. They're a little bit
This
more
all looks
armored.
great.
The guy in the
I
back
look
has
forward
more
to seeing the
weapons,
Renegade rules
whereas
for
the
an old
Maul Beast
world.
Raiders have some ranged attacks.
Yeah.
These effectively replace the Mournfang cavalry in your ogre list. They fill a similar sort of role in the army.
Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit more about just how tough they are and how hard they hit in a little while.
I think they look pretty good.
So these are all the models that come inside that new ogre army set. Obviously, you need the battle tome and the war scroll cards as well.
That's pretty good.
This is the battle tome.
That's
that
a
comes
very
with the
cool
ogre
looking
Maul
battle
tribes
tome.
inside that set. It's got this lovely.
That is
finished
pretty
with the
sick.
Tyrant on the front. Obviously, there'll be standard editions of the
Why-
tome out in due
why
time.
is
You'll be able to
Sigmar
model
getting all
separately,
the hardback
but if you want
shit?
burst in on the new
And
ogres,
40k is getting all
this
this
is the way.
cheap ass
Wasn't all we
paperback
saw in that
shit.
awesome video, though. Do you want to show the box?
Yeah,
It's
I've
pretty
got the
cool.
box right here. So this is the box. It's really lovely. That is all the stuff you get in there. So just to confirm, you get 10 of those.
GW is
buttons.
fully
You get the
cheaping
tyrants,
out
you
on
get 2 of the
40k.
cavalry,
Fully
and you get
cheaping
that
out
big
on it.
unit of Iron Guts, and then you get your battle tome in there as well. So it's a really lovely set.
Very interesting.
Fantastic. Right. So
Yeah, because we're pay pigs, exactly.
what else is there to talk about? Well, I guess we saw some things which fit in a different sort of part of the ogre army with the sort of Maw Seekers.
Look at the
component, right?
big fucking
so
rolls of fat
one
on
of
that
the bits of
bastard.
the ogre force is the
Look
kind of
how
tyrant and
big
Iron
that
Guts and things like
motherfucker
The-
is.
another
He's
fairly
spilling
major
out
part
into a
of ogre
second
society
plane seat.
are the Maw
Absolute
Seekers, the
glorious.
butchers and the things
10
that
out
follow
of
in
10
the butcher's
model.
wake. The Butcher again is a model that's been out
Literally,
for a very long time. Well
he is
worth an update.
he is
This
exactly
model
what
is
a big
phenomenally
butcher should
cool
look
model.
like.
Also deeply disturbing.
Yeah, you've I think you've got some strong feelings on exactly how unpleasant
I
this
just find
particular
it
model.
really
The model's
unsettling.
great, but he's definitely a bit grim, isn't
and
he?
the longer you look, the more disturbing it gets. The way he's holding the corpse in his hand, the gore sloshing around in his cauldron, and all this for what is essentially a really beefy ogre wizard.
Yeah,
He's extra
butchers are
beefy.
sort of part wizard,
I love-
part chef, part shaman. Part
They've gone
mystic.
absolutely
So
ham on
they're
the
really
stretch
important to
marks.
ogre society.
Look at the
Ogre
stretch
society
marks on
basically is
him.
all about
He's
eating.
got
All ogres
he's
at their
he's
core have
fucking
this kind of
stretched out,
unending hunger,
boys.
which they interpret as the will of the god.
Fresh meat.
More,
Love the
who may or
reference,
may
bad
not be part
buffon.
of the greater pantheon of Gorka Morka, depending on which ogre you speak to. And butchers try to tap into
Extra
that arcane
beefy.
power, that kind of god.
I love it. Like literally, don't think I'm being like anti-fat or
A lot of
anything.
their
No,
magic
no,
is to
no,
do
no,
with
no, nothing
consuming
like that.
something
But
and manifesting that.
he
into
is meant
magic
to
in some
be
way,
a
shape, or
big
form.
old beef
There
boy.
are more
He's meant to be.
devotees of the gulping god coming.
Yes.
Those kits. These are the ogre cleavers.
Look
and they
at-
are
they're getting
kind of
bigger.
like butchers in training, right?
Yeah,
They're getting
these are
bigger,
fanatics
they're getting
of ogre
beefier.
society who follow in the wake of the butchers. They do
We've
a
had
range of
double
different
chin.
things.
What about
After a battle,
triple
they'll collect
chin?
up all the various body parts and offal and bits of enemies to throw into the cauldron for the butcher.
wrong at
They
These are perfect. These are
kind of
absolute big beef
fanatically
boys.
driven disciples of the butchers and of the god Maw.
The combination of the miniatures design team and the heavy metal painting team have really just worked up a horror.
They have
Yeah,
done.
I mean,
So
Blood for the
good.
Blood God is
Absolutely
it's crying out for these
gore,
miniatures,
gore
isn't
up
it?
to the elbows, cauldrons full of offal. These are incredible. They're
These
not
are
the
so
only things
good,
within
these
this Maw
models.
Seeker collective. That kit also makes another option. So you can either make the cleavers that you saw there, or you can make these, which are the Gutseers.
They're so
Yeah, Gutseers
big.
are even more horrible and sinister than the butchers, if you can imagine that. These are
I wonder if
tapped
you'll get a
into
bunch
the
of
power
people on
Maw,
Twitter complaining
and
about,
the way that they work in game is
these
that your
guys.
wizards become more powerful.
Oh,
and
GW
can
is
effectively
making
cast
fat
things,
people look
spells through these
evil.
guys,
Fuck off, they look
when
sick,
they're
mate. Look
nearby.
amazing.
The thing that I really like about them from a miniature perspective is those gut
I love
plates.
them.
If you look at the
Actually,
gut plates
base
on something like
GW.
Iron Guts, they have just armored
Guys, if we
guts, so
actually
they're
got base
very
GW.
Yeah,
These have
these
got-
guts look like.
I think we've got
intestines or
actual
offal or-
base
And they're kind of
GW.
Really like arcane parody.
I think we
I love
do.
it. I think it's really. They look like they'd be loads of fun to paint.
Are they
And then,
learning?
of course,
Are they fucking learning? I think they're learning, boys.
The more this is the High Slaughtermaster, sort of like the head of this cult of the Gulping God.
This is
and
the
he
kind of shit I've been
reckons that's
wanting.
not red.
This is the kind of shit we used to have.
Character for the Ogre Mord
One
tribes.
more
This
step
is one of the
closer
most
towards
powerful characters
Juan
in Euro.
Diaz,
One of the most
Demon
powerful
X
characters in all
returning.
of Age of Sigmar, goes to battle on this enormous kind of cauldron construct that's pulled
Sydney
into battle by a
Sweeney,
Gorger.
Demon
Gorger's
X
the other
incoming.
part of that kind of Moorseeker grouping. So Moorseekers covers your butchers, your gorgers, and all the kind of various.
People
fanatics
accuse
that follow
AOS
in
of being
their
the
wake.
more
You've got
child-friendly
this
game.
enormous cauldron, which I assume
not
is where
anymore.
the enemy army goes after the battle. They get
Last
thrown in
World,
there.
remember? The
And
rumours
this
about Last
is
World are
both
getting a lot more
incredible
grim
miniature,
dark
but also
again.
an incredibly powerful piece for your Age of Sigmar armies. We'll
I
have a
think
little
we're
look
seeing
at some
those
of the
first
rules
steps, boys.
around it later. And
I think we're
in
seeing those
lore
first
terms,
steps.
This is the high
Body blue for
prophet, the
Demon
high
X?
priest
True.
of the Gulping
Maybe
God.
body blue
So
for Demon X.
Ogres from across the realms.
She could be a special
want to
character. She could have like a
spread the more to
100,
hear what they've
like,
got to say.
the model could be a
Love the
one
fact
really
that
long
White
base,
Lord
and just
and
like
all this is really
100
cool.
guys just
So,
lining up for
all
Demon
of these
X.
models are coming in the not too distant future for the Ogre Moor tribes.
Yep.
Obviously, we need a battle tome to learn all about it, and so there will be the standard edition on the left or the gamers edition on the right to let you get what you need to start playing your games.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a huge and sizable update of things for the Ogre Moor tribes. We've shown you almost all of the new models
But not
for the
all.
ogres. There's a couple more things on the way.
I
The other
actually think
thing
that's
worth
the
saying is
best
a couple of
AOS
the
release
existing
I've
units
seen
do stick
GW
around as
do.
well. So particularly some of the big
Unfettered,
Beast War Raider,
unfiltered
monsters.
awesomeness.
So if you've got some things like
Like,
Stonehorns and stuff in your army,
Full
you can still
based,
absolutely use
full,
those,
no
and
compromise,
they work really
zero
nicely alongside
compromise
that,
on what the faction's meant to be
Tyrant,
about.
which we have a one
Full
on the table
send,
here, done
full
up
lent
as
into,
a-
absolutely
Yeah,
based,
you've got kind of
absolute Giga
Beast War
Chad.
vibe,
I love it.
There with, I'll turn him around so you can see.
You'll
the kind of
very
culture.
rarely hear me say something like that about GW these days, but no, I think they've
Should we have a little bit
absolutely
of a look
smashed
at
it.
Some of the rules.
Yeah,
and
let's do
things
it.
And what you'll find inside the battle tome. So these are the faction rules, the battle traits for your ogres. What can you tell us, Eddie?
Yeah, so we're not going to go through the entirety because there's a big old page of
Screen
rules
grab
there.
if
But
you really
yeah,
wanna
if you're an
know.
ogre player or you want to know what you're going to be
Screen grab, they know what it's
screen
about,
grab
don't
now.
they?
Fundamentally, they've got two big army special rules. The first of the army rules is if you are in combat with an enemy unit at the end of the turn, or you've defeated an enemy unit in combat.
No technical muck-ups? Are we
basically,
sure
you can
this
just
is
take
GW?
have some lunch. You can
Have a
take a,
snack.
take
I
a-
know,
take a
we've-
chunk
it's not-
out of the
touch
enemy
wood,
unit
we've not
you're,
had any fuck-ups
you're
either.
fighting, and you can get a bunch of different rules. So
Maybe
this
it's
encourages your
pre-recorded.
ogre army to just get stuck in. If they're in the middle of the enemy army, they can start getting bonuses. There's some really strong stuff in there. You've got stuff like run and charge. You can make the unit harder to kill, make them hit harder. You can mess with enemy wizards, all sorts of stuff.
Fantastic. Go on.
And then you've got the other special rule in there,
Yeah.
which is basically like a special thing where when you charge into an enemy unit, you can basically say, would you like to stay where you are and take the ogre's charge, in which case you take a bunch of mortal wounds, or you can say, well, I'll give you the opportunity to move backwards if you like, in which case your opponent immediately cedes ground to your ogres. So it's really good for shifting units off objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting hit by that wall of iron and muscle is no joke. Obviously, the
rules are still dog shit.
Looked at as
So
well.
the
these are the
GW
Morbius cavalry that
model
we showed
team has been
before that
doing
come in
very
the army
well.
set. And I
The
talked about how
GW
just
rules
devastatingly
team-
powerful they are. The gut by 2
That's where they
damage
need to
3,
put
the
some more talent.
beasts, do damage 2, 3 on the charge. These hit you.
I don't
like a
know about
lightning
this for
bolt.
AOS,
So
to be
many
fair, but-
attacks, incredibly dangerous.
I think this is a really powerful unit. If you're familiar with the way that ogres work today, you'll know how Mournfang cavalry work. You'll be familiar with the stats. A lot of the stats are fairly similar to Mournfangs, but across the board, wherever there's a change,
I
it
think
tends
this
to be a
is the
bit
new army
better,
bitmap.
for the Morbius cavalry. They are a really tough unit to deal with because they're excellent on the charge, because they're bonuses to charge, but they're also excellent when being charged. So they're a really hard unit to kind of solve for your enemy. I
They
think
just
a
need
couple of
to
these on the
make the
flanks would be
rules
great,
not
or even
dog
investing
shit
on
for
a big
AOS.
double-sized unit and slamming it into the middle of the enemy army could be very powerful.
This is
Yeah,
the thing,
and-
like the
and you can
models
see
are
some of the
great.
special rules and things that are going on there,
They've been
but I
doing very
love
well on the model
Ravenous
front, but they
counterattack
need to
rules,
hire
and
some
you can be down
goddamn
with them as
competent
sort of like scouting
rules
units
writers
and
that can
force.
make fun,
Brilliant. We
fluffy
talked a little bit
rules.
about Read the
Because the
More,
40k
heroes
rules that we
there is a
saw
lot
looked
to take in.
utterly cooked.
Yeah, this is one of the kind
Utterly,
of big,
utterly
kind of big name special
overcooked,
characters
man.
Of the ogres as well. We're not going
In
to go
terms of,
through
like,
everything
how
on the sheet. Feel free to
powerful
take a
that
screenshot
orc shit
and
stuff.
peruse at
Every
your
orc
leisure.
boy
The
having
things to
lethal
call out
hits,
are
it
this
looked
is an
cooked, man.
incredibly durable character. 18 wounds, a 4-up save, and a ward save means that you've got to throw
a lot,
you've got to
right?
throw a lot of stuff at this guy before he goes down. A level 2 wizard, that's always going to be useful. The thing to really
This
shout
one's
out is that
actually, I'm
command
going to be a
ability
bit controversial.
where
This is
effectively
one of my.
you can
I
pick
don't
an
like.
ogre unit
I don't
in
like this
buy,
one anywhere
and
near
that
as much.
unit can benefit from
This one
as if
has,
it was in
you know,
combat
this
with an
guy
enemy
at the
unit.
front
So
has
all
that
of those
element
big
of
list
the
buffs that you've
goofiness
got
that
in
sometimes
your
plagues
army special
AOS,
rules,
and
you
same
can
with
just
this
give
guy's
those out
face.
to
Like,
units nearby for a nearby for a command
These
point.
bits.
And
Oh,
you can do some
it
great
kinda
stuff
looks
with
like
that.
he's
You've got
getting his
one of them
mouth
in
pulled
there
back.
which is
That
run
looks
in
a bit
charge.
goofy.
So right from the off, you can be like, I really want one of my units in combat in the first turn. You can just do it. You've also got an ability that gives ward saves.
But
to
he is a
loads of
big
nearby
lad.
Units. So this is just an absolutely really useful linchpin unit for the middle of your army.
Fantastic. So that's a lot of great stuff coming all on the way for the Mortal Realms with the Ogre Moor tribes and this incredible range refresh.
Yeah, we've got some close-ups here.
Should we have a look?
Just a sense of how big they are. I don't know if we've got a human for scale. He seemed to have wandered up. Maybe they ate him when we weren't looking.
So here you've got Red the Moor in the middle. You can see the size of him. He's really an absolute beefcake.
He
and
is
this
a big
enormous
boy.
cauldron he's got that's just full of offal. He's great
He
big
is a big
spoon
boy.
for stowing around the cauldron. Here on the side, you can see the Ogre Butcher. He's really quite an impressive model in his own right. And again, this huge cauldron. If I spin him around, you can see just how detailed these models really are.
The big spike
Just,
on the back's
something
a
to
bit
behold.
goofy, but
Loads of
it's
things
fine.
going on the back. But sort of, he's got these animal
It's
horns
all
and
right.
things, so they look like they're carrying trophies and things all around. Just really great.
Yes, yes.
It's an incredible.
Show off
looking kit.
more
I think
for the
really
3D
good.
printers. Show off more so the
That's a
3D
human, right,
printers
he's
can
holding
get
on
the
the
files
yeah,
up within
that's
24
half a
hours.
person.
Yeah, you got half a person there.
It's pretty gross. So anyway, these have disturbed me for long enough. I'm really excited to see them come out. I think they're going to make quite a wave within the Mortal Realms. We are still not done yet. There is still more awesome stuff to talk about in this big summer preview. Next, we're going down to the Underhive.
Okay. New edition. I bet it's a new edition. It's a little sparse. That terrain looked a little sparse, but
Welcome back and welcome to the Underhive with a new edition of Necromunda Skirmish. This is very exciting. I'm a big fan of Necromunda. I've played it since I was a 16-year-old boy, and it's great to see a new edition come. This is essentially an edition reset for Necromunda. And this core
shit.
set here that you can see here, this
F.
2-player battle box, is the perfect way to get
F.
into it. If you're an existing Necromunda player, we'll talk about some of the other ways too. Here you can see it on the screen. It pitches the Orlok. Sorry, crikey, you can see me going to my
What edition
favourite
is
gang
this?
just
Oh.
automatically. It pitches the Goliaths against the Escher in a classic house matchup. Let's have a look at some of the kits that come with it. We've got a box here which we can use as a prop, but we've got some great
Well, I'm just
images
gonna
shown on the
get to
screen.
that. One
It
minute.
contains 2 gangs within the box. The first of which are these. They are the Blades of the Matriarch. This is all new models. We've not released these ones before, and there's some fantastic options in there. At the back, for example, you can see a Huntress with auto pistols and multi-harness. On the right-hand side, you've got one which is a Blade Maiden with a shock whip. You've got the Chem Witch who's got the auto chem. It's that crazy looking flamer thing that you can see towards the back. Loads of fantastic options to really fill out an Escher gang. If you've already got an Escher gang, you'll probably want to add these to it because it gives you even more options and even more fantastic models. This is also a perfect starting point for an Escher gang in its own right. You could never have played a game of Necromunda, and these would be a wonderful jumping on point. They go head to head with the Goliaths. These are the Forge Smelters. Goliaths, the House of Chains, known for their sort of industrial power. And all of these like heavily muscled, stim-enhanced warriors carrying weapons which kind of have an industrial feel. So you've obviously got the heavy stubber at the back, but there's loads of other weapons that might be less familiar. For example, you've got the Crumper Riveter Cannon on the right-hand side. The Lady Goliath is holding that. You've also got things like the Servo Medicae that you can see on the Goliath at the front. You've got one with a Chem Slugger. There's loads of different things going on so that you can either add these to an existing Goliath force or just use these as your first ever Goliaths. I really like the Ignition Cannon that's on the left-hand side. 2 fantastic gangs. You also find inside the box absolutely everything you need to get started playing. So you have the gaming mat, the measurers, the dice, the templates.
I told
the
you
cards
guys
and bits
to
and
stop
pieces. You have a full
saying
rule book.
that
You also have
Necromunda
some,
was GW's
terrain
best game.
to position your gang behind to start playing your games.
I told you.
Essentially, this is a wonderful way to kick off Necromunda if you've just never played before and kickstart you into the new edition. So here you can see like a close-up on some of those other things as well. There's really a lot to enjoy here in these gangs. And if you look at the back of the box, you can see it all sort of laid out, sort of panning around.
I don't know if this is going to be good or
fall
not,
to
by the
brains
way.
of great
It might be
Necromunda
fine.
stuff.
It
There's
might be
more
fine.
to come in this
The
new
table
edition
looks
than just
bad.
This. It's worth saying that Necromunda, the thing that makes it so exciting is this continuous war between the great gang houses. So there are 6 gang houses that you might be familiar with if you know Necromunda well. Essentially, you have the Orlocks, the Vansars, Cawdor, Dilac, Escher, and Goliath, and you can see them all displayed here. These are Underhive crew boxes. These contain models that you might already know if you're familiar with Necromunda, presented in a brilliant format that lets you essentially make one purchase to start an entire Underhive crew of your own. I'm a big fan of Necromunda. I've played it for years and years. I've got a really big Orlok gang, and I looked at the Underhive crew and was like, oh, that's essentially everything you need for a really fantastic Orlok crew. Things to talk about quickly while we're here. So obviously this box contains everything. If you just wanted the Necromunda rulebook, say you've got loads of Necromunda stuff and you don't want to buy a new the core box for some mad reason, then you can just buy the Necromunda rulebook. This is a large hardback book. It's just packed with lore and rules and all the good things that you would want to know about Necromunda.
Looks a bit thinner than the current one.
They've made updates to the rules to sort of streamline.
That
things.
looks thin for a
Like
Necromunda
it
book.
really matters. Games are very exciting. I'm really excited to sink my teeth into it.
You guys keep
if
watching.
You've got an existing gang and you
guys
want
keep
to know
watching.
where you find the rules for that, there's 2 more publications coming along for you. These are Gangs of the Underhive, which deal with those 6 gang houses we talked about before, along with various hangers-on and hired guns. And you've got Gangs of the Outland, which deals with those gangs and sort of Necromunda denizens that operate outside of the normal sphere, things like the Ironhead Prospectors or the Ashwaste Nomads. And you'll find their rules along with the various hangers-on in those books.
Look how
So
thin that
essentially,
book is
pick up
versus the current
book,
core
Pick up
rules.
the gangs of the
That's
book
the
that you
current
need,
core rules.
and you are good to go with
It's
Necromunda
half the
Skirmish.
size.
It's still more.
It's half the size.
Really useful to have on the side of the table. You've got the core gang tactics cards. I find having like physical.
Did they say
rules really useful
streamlined?
when I'm playing Necromunda.
Did they say
It's
streamlined?
And you've also got the scenario cards, which help organize your campaign and get your games.
Oh, I'm
flowing
gonna have to go
really
back.
nicely.
Sorry.
Also,
we're gonna fall back
if you want to
behind slightly on the
enhance
reveals.
your battlefield, get your game going.
They said
Enormous
streamlined.
range of
F.
fantastic Necromunda scenery
F.
and terrain. The Zone Mortalis range is big and beautiful.
F.
And there's an addition to it now with these Factoria pipes. You'll
Soz.
find some
F.
Factoria pipes inside that
Literally
core set,
GG.
And there's even more if you buy this Factoria.
Literally
pipes
GG.
box. And breathe.
Yeah, I think that's one of my favorite things about Necromunda is when you start to see people like really lean into the scenery and they've got their Zone Mortalis bit and then they start building up and you get the
I
pipes
fucking
and
told you.
arteries and you can have like fights across the gantries and you can shoot people down from higher up and all that sort of
I
good
fucking
absolutely.
told
My
you.
favourite games in Necromunda are always the ones which play on multiple levels and you can blast someone off a 12-inch high precipice and watch them plummet.
I do
to
like a
their
bit
death.
of Ashwaste every now and again though.
I
Yes,
heard
agree,
it
but
was a
there's
stripped
something
down edition.
I
There is
remember
something cool
telling
about
you
like,
guys.
having a little
I've
I've
cross
been
the
hearing
board
Necromunda
city.
getting a new
Yeah,
edition.
that
I've been
just
hearing
blew my
worrying
mind.
things about it.
If you've never played Necromunda before, this really is a perfect jumping on point. Necromunda is a really exciting game. Ask any Necromunda fan and they will like enthuse about it, how great it is.
Buy the second
and if
edition.
you're an existing Necromunda
Buy the
fan and
current
looking for new
Necromunda books
challenges, this is
whilst
really
you
great
can
because
before
the
they go.
rules have been tweaked and streamlined, and there's going to be new secrets to unlock. And it's going to be a good time to be fighting battles in the Underhive. The narrative that's been unfolding for the past few years, the Aranthian succession, is kind of done with. And I'm really excited to see where the team responsible for Necromunda take it in this new era. It's going to be cool.
Yeah.
And we are still
New
not
era
done.
equals
we are
shit.
sticking around in the 41st millennium. but
It's
we're gonna go
good
to
now.
140,000
Why would you
guilty
fuck with it?
With this.
Alright. Maybe some new guard shit. Maybe.
After years of searching,
What is this?
we're closing in
What is this?
on something
Mustache.
unseen. for
Absolute
decades.
fucking Magnum PI mustache. Love that. Exodites. Hey. Very cool. Very cool. Aztec Elder.
We are alive and well in this year of 2026, and who would have had Exodites on their 2026 Warhammer bingo card.
This is a super exciting box
They
set.
knew.
Really, right?
This is
It's like,
awesome. So
quickly,
obviously,
everyone's
every time
turning
we have
against the
a
stream
box
because
set,
the
it's so
neck of under
exciting.
F.
This
Quickly,
one,
show
I
the
think,
good
will be
stuff off.
particularly interesting,
Exodites.
not just for fans of Kill
It looks
Team,
amazing.
but for fans of Warhammer 40,000. Exodites are one of those last untapped awesome bits of Warhammer 40,000 lore. Whenever we get to kind of
the last
unveil
thing
a
we
cool
haven't
new corner of
ruined.
the Millennium, it's always very exciting. I think Exodites absolutely fall into that little corner.
If you don't know what an Exodite is, very briefly, when the Eldari Society was starting to sort of, way back before the fall, starting to fall into decadence and depravity, the Exodites were like, no, thank you very much. And they left main society and they settled on places far flung from the mainstay of Eldar society called Maiden Worlds.
Beautiful jungle planets full of rich
I love
flora
it.
and fauna.
The
and full of
Exodites
all
literally
sorts of weird,
saw
wonderful creatures.
society
And
go
when
down the
Eldar
shitter,
society,
and they were like,
was
we are going
destroyed,
to go and live
in
our
the
trad
fall,
life.
The Exodites were the few remaining bits that were left. Now, in the 41st millennium, they have these pockets of idyllic beautifulness across Warhammer 40,000. Obviously, this being Warhammer 40,000, if you've got something lovely,
They should have had them fight jungle
maybe
fighters.
probably
I
a war coming.
agree.
There's always a war coming.
Nice.
So whenever
But they're not.
planets
They're
are invaded,
fighting,
they have to defend
beast
them with whatever
snaggers for
tools
some
they can
reason.
find available, and the closest thing available is giant reptilian beasts that they can ride into battle.
Should we have a
and
look at the
crush their
models?
foes with.
So, yeah, here we go. These
They
are
do
the
look amazing,
Exodite
though.
Dragon Masters. Eddie, this is a very unusual kill team, right?
Yeah, so this is a kill team first and foremost. It is really kind of weird, but really fun, unusual kill team. It is effectively 3 models and 2 little hangers on, so it's immediately very, very elite. In terms of how it plays in kill team, it plays in a really interesting and unique and unusual way. All of your units have APL 4, which is wild.
Yeah, absolutely.
In kill team, so you can do all sorts of cool maneuvers.
Like 3 mini bosses.
They are very, very fast, as you would imagine, faster than almost anything else in kill team. They can leap up across bits of terrain. So if you think that your sniper at the back of the battlefield is nice and safe, perched on his ruin, think again, because a giant reptilian with an Eldari warrior on the back is racing towards you, ready to
They
shoot
do
your head
look
off.
great.
You have 3 very different kinds.
They
of
do
characters in
look
there. Effectively, you've got
excellent.
A warrior archetype, a mage archetype, and a sniper archetype, and they all do very different things for your kill team.
Yeah, so here on the screen you can see
Hopefully
the
the first of more
you have
Exodite
the Clan
stuff.
Blade, which is the close combat
just
one,
3 little
the
riders
Lay
probably
Stalker,
isn't quite
which is the one
enough,
with the
but
sniper rifle, and then you have the Stone Singer.
hopefully
which
if
is the
these do really
Exodite
well, we'll
who
see more
focuses on using
Exodites.
psychic powers, and then they also have these little beasts that run around with them, and those are called Dracolites.
Yeah, and they look familiar to, if you know kind of how Eldar Craft World work, there's a little bit of the Autarch to this one, there's a little bit of the Farseer to this one,
Absolutely.
there's a little bit of the
Yeah,
kind of
because they're still.
Ranger.
See, I don't
So
really
they have a
mind
kind
that
of
so much
common
because they're still
ancestry with the
Eldar
Craft
at the end of the
world,
day,
but they
right?
have gone off in a
So I
slightly
don't
different
mind
sort of
that
cultural
they've got
direction.
those sort of like the
biggest
helmets. The
difference
helmets
really is
look
that
like
they ride on the
Eldar.
back of
Great,
these cool
cool. I
reptiles.
look at these and they look like
But
Eldar. That's
a
fine.
really fun,
But then they've
kill
gone
team,
full
very
Exodite
different
with
kill
like
team.
they've got
I
like
think probably
leather.
a
They've
very
got like leather
popular
pants
kill
on
team
and stuff
as well.
like that.
absolutely.
It's not the only thing you get in this box. You've also got
Like
a bunch of
scale,
orcs in here. The
like
way
van
that the
braces and
orcs,
stuff.
Work in this kill team is a little bit like the Red Terror set that we had recently, where they are effectively non-player operatives, and you can play a bunch of different games against these, either as a 1-player or a 2-player series.
That's a cool idea.
campaign in the box which tells the story of an orc war which has landed on this planet. The orcs, who are beast snaggers, basically find a world full of monsters, and they're like, "This is a paradise.
Let's
Look at all
snag
these,
some beasts."
look at all these giant beasts we can hunt." The Eldar are obviously much less keen on that than the orcs, and they have to try and drive off the orcs. So you can
I'm
play
okay with
through this
that.
campaign. Also, of course, all the stuff in
I'm
this
okay
box
with
you
that.
can also use in Warhammer 40,000 as well.
Yeah, just to give a shout out to that Kill Team Exodite book, it's really cool. I got to have a look through it the other day.
New Cat
It's got
Chance would have been
great lore in
good,
it. There's stories
but
from the perspective of
I like.
Eldar
I actually don't
Exodites.
mind that
There's
sort of
also,
lore bit they've come
like
up with
the
there.
campaign
I
has
find
some
that
great
I find that
missions in it.
acceptable.
There's guides on how to set up make your battlefield to look like a maiden world. It's a wonderful book. They've done an amazing job sort of bringing this to life.
Yeah. Worth saying, one of the other ways that you can build up the kill team that you get in this set is as another unit, which is called the Dragon Knights. These are the archetypal, I suppose, the closest thing we've got to the classic version of an Exodite.
Yeah,
very reminiscent of some of the very cool Warhammer 40,000 art from some of the early editions. This is effectively a fast cavalry unit of Exodites riding on those huge reptilian beasts.
It's like Shining
and they work a
Spears.
little bit in game, I suppose, like your Shining Spears,
Yeah.
where they could charge in. They actually have laser lances, axes, which is the same weapon that Shining Spears have. So they punch pretty hard, but as well as the rider on the back fighting,
You've
who's a
also
good fighter.
got a crazed reptile beast helping you fight, right?
Absolutely. So they hit really, really hard. They're not super durable, but they're a little.
I like the
more
way the
durable
models are
than some of
designed. The
other
fact they've
kind
got
of
like
combat units
lots
you
of
might
leather
find
on the
in an
bottom of the
Eldari
legs
army.
because
So
obviously
they're
the
gonna be
scales
quite
would
useful as a
potentially
unit. I
like
think
rip
you
your
will
legs
see
to
them
shreds. So
dotted around
having
in
like the
Warhammer
leather on there
40,000
kind of makes sense.
battlefields and Eldar armies quite soon. The other forces in this box, the Dragon Masters, you can also use in Warhammer 40,000. And the way that they work is that each one is effectively an individual
models,
character in your
at a
Eldari
glance,
army.
you look
So
at them
you've
and
got
they
the
make
kind of
sense,
load
and
up
that's
sniper, you've got
from
your
a from a
fast-moving
crazy
hero, you've got
sci-fi
a
point
kind
of view. That's
buff
good.
support piece. So effectively, this one kill team provides you with 4 different data sheets for Warhammer 40,000 Eldari armies. So it's a really flexible little clump of stuff that you can add into your Eldari force.
Yeah, so Kill Team Exodite contains 3 Exodites and the 2 Dracolites. Obviously, these models will be available separately down the line. So if you wanted to put loads into your army, that's completely legit. There are loads of reasons that an Eldari force might have Exodites in it as well. When you look at the history of the Eldari, the Craftworld Biel-Tan is so
So you can
affronted
probably
at
take.
the state of the
They're probably
main
going to have like
models
2
that they
different data
aggressively
sheets. You're going to have the
defend main
Dragon
models
Riders
from
and the
any
Rangers.
interference. Obviously, Alatok is
So
known
that's
for the
probably means
Rangers
in
who
total you
travel
probably
around the
include about
the
18
webway
of these
and
Dragon
visit all the main
Riders,
worlds on a regular basis.
18 of
one
these
the main reasons the Eldari
Dino
come into
Riders in your army,
conflict with other races, right?
3
They don't
squads of
seek it
3
out
with the
particularly,
guns,
but
3
one
squads
the
of
things that
3
they have is this
with
sort
the
of
Lancers.
cultural
So there's
association
potential
with
for a
these
lot of them in
planets,
your
and
army.
whenever anyone invades, it's almost like a
And then you could
sacrilegious, right? They've got to
easily,
be-
protecting the last
if you're like, okay, but how do I get the
Absolutely,
rest of
yeah.
my Exodite
This is
army? You
almost
could be like, well,
always
you could
why the
easily
Eldari
kit
will
bash
get
a bunch of
involved in a fight somewhere,
Guardians.
is that the craft worlds can fly off.
You know,
but,
after
plans
that,
to
it's
smartly.
kit
So when
bashing
Imperium
time.
shows up and decides to build
Yeah.
a Forge world on your wonderful Paradise world, you have to kind of go and kick them off.
Yeah, absolutely. It's worth having a little look at the models, I think. So here we have a stunt beast snagger sort of drafted in to pose, and then you can get a sense of the scale of these things when you bring the Exodite up alongside. They're lithe.
Yeah, they are
look really muscular, but they're still an impressive.
They are
size model,
quite.
and I think
They
they're
looked
gonna
a
be
lot
quite popular with people
chunkier
who
on
want
the
to do just beautiful paint jobs, right? They're
on the
gonna lend
pictures,
themselves
but
really well.
actually, those
I mean,
those
the models
dragons are
beautiful.
quite
Like,
slender,
I think, I really like the leader
That's
unit.
in particular.
which is
Yeah,
what you want for
the
Eldar. You
leader
don't want
of
big
the
chunk. You
Dragon
want slender.
Knight is just a really, really excellent miniature. I think just the kind of straight on pose for him. I'd be amazed if we don't see a few.
That
of
big
those
dragon's
involved
arm
in
is only
things.
as thick as
He's
that
got
orc
beautiful
arm.
back banner, obviously, which is lending itself.
And that,
to
yeah, when you think about it,
kind
that's
of
actually
whatever
pretty crazy.
showing off painting scheme you'd like to have a go at. The reptiles they're riding themselves, you could paint in almost any color you can imagine. Right? The heavy metal team here has gone for some really cool, vivid color schemes. You could have anything in your paint collection. You could paint these guys. I think they're going to be a joy to paint, and I can't wait to see them on the battlefield.
I think they'll look amazing with speed paints, because of all the scales and where the speed paints
I
are
think
pool
at
and
least
stuff.
3 people guessed
Well,
when we
you
posted it.
get to
Well
give yourself
done
a
you
little
if you
stamp,
guessed
well
Exodite.
played.
Yeah.
I'm delighted. They've existed in the lore for such a long time, and it's really exciting to see them like on the tabletop in this way before. This is the first time we've ever seen Exodites in plastic, and kind of the first time really.
It's huge, by the way.
I think there was like one little shred of cloth
a little,
on one of the Corsairs.
maybe
had a bit
an
of
old
scaling.
little metal one for Epic.
Exodite,
maybe,
Exodites
yeah.
is something people have waited
Other than that, they've
literally.
existed in the
They have
stories and
never
in
existed
films
in the
and
game
pieces of
before.
artwork, so,
They're literally things
what
people have
happy
waited
going,
30,
we're
40
very
years for.
excited.
It's
And also,
incredible.
the
So
love
this is
and
actually
passion that
such a
spilled
huge
out of
deal.
the Warhammer Studios, they told us about them. was
Like
just
full
incredible.
hype, full
So, I hope
send,
viewers are
unreserved,
excited about
big
these as we are,
deal.
'cause they're very exciting.
Cool.
What else is there to say? We have come to the end of our.
That was a lot of
preview.
stuff, Adam.
It was a lot of stuff, and we said
Is
it was
that
about
everything?
90 minutes, and we're very, very nearly there. So thank you if
Cool.
you are still with us and enjoying the Warhammer preview. It's been lovely to have you with us. I should round up. There have been a couple of questions floating around. One of them I can field right now. Somebody asked in the chat, what's the cost to the Warhammer Academy? The cost is nothing. It is free. You'll need to log in and sign up, but it is designed to help you just get started with your Warhammer journey. So it doesn't cost anything. Just join in and start learning about
How
Warhammer and sort of honing your
interesting.
skills and gaining confidence as you do so. If you've got more questions, well, we've got good news. A few weeks back, Eddie and I did a Q&A, and we had a nice time doing it. So
They
we're gonna
sell
do
your
another one
data.
in
Yeah,
a couple of
exactly.
weeks.
Hey, sell my
So
data.
Here is an email address.
Let's be real.
Click on your screen.
My data's already
Reminder, that is
been sold
Q&A
1,000 times, right?
preview.warhammer.com. That is where you can start sending your questions. Hopefully,
Yeah.
Warhammer-related questions, and specifically
Warhammer
things we talked
coaches
about
in
the preview.
shambles
You
right
can send
now.
in any question, but we'll only answer
Warhammer
the
coaches
I have very
in
few specialist
shambles.
subjects, and most of them revolve around Warhammer. So yeah, please do send us Warhammer questions to that Q&A in a couple of weeks' time. We'll let you know closer to when it's going to be. We'll go through those questions. We'll pick the best ones, and we'll sit down and have a little session where we read through them all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I guess all that remains then is thank you, everybody, for coming and joining in this preview and spending some time with us. Thank you to all the people behind the scenes who pressed the buttons and moved the models around and made it all work. You are champions. Thank you, Eddie, for knowing all the answers and making me look
That's
good.
all right. I had a great time.
Brilliant. In that case, until next time, we will see you again very soon. Good night.
All right. Let's discuss. So, gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you, but there were no technical difficulties. There were no technical difficulties. It's never been done. It's never been done. It's the first time in years. Like, literally, well done. Well, because it was pre-recorded, fine. I literally don't care. I literally don't care. Like, there was actually no technical difficulties. It's never been done. So, that's the first thing. They finally did it. The crazy sons of bitches, they did it. Yeah. So, let us discuss. I've got a couple of super chats coming in here, but let's have a look here. Solon Outlander said turn the volume up. I did that. Thank you, mate. Macon, thank you for the test popcorn. Appreciate it. Cosmic Drew, Diamond Man is over. The age of the Orc has come. Orcs getting the first codex is huge. Yeah, that's actually huge. I was not expecting that. As far as I can remember, this is the first time since the Great Reset. This is the first time that GW has voluntarily put a non-marine codex first. Now, in 10th, they begrudgingly put a non-marine codex first because of the community vote. But in 11th, they voluntarily put the orcs first, which is very interesting. Ed Bailey, send me to the black ships. Why are we sending you to the black ships? What did you do, Ed Bailey? All I can see is you praising the chair earlier. What would you say? Very hot take on Kill Team X-Dice. Oh, yeah, you did say X-Dice. You did, yeah. Yes, you get an extra ration of grog. 3 more minutes of R&R this year from the guard. There you go. All right, let's talk about what we saw. Overall, it's a hot, bold, steamy take, and I'm not just saying it because I'm suffering from a heat wave at the moment. I think that's the best reveal show that GW has done since Leviathan. Best one since Leviathan. Like, that show went so quickly. Like, I couldn't believe that it had been an hour and a half. I looked down and went, holy shit, it's been an hour and a half. Because I actually enjoyed pretty much every moment of it, obviously apart from Necromunda, which we'll get to in a moment. But no, that was actually good. Right? That was actually GW actually did a good reveal show. Because what I've been struggling with some of the GW reveals is they've been doing more and more of them, but they've been thinner and thinner. Because obviously GW recognizes that when they do a reveal show, it creates hype, probably makes the line go up a bit, all that kind of stuff, right? They've been doing more reveals, but there's been a few reveals where it's been really disappointing. It's been is that it? Is that all you can conjure, GW? And then you've got all the technical difficulties, which have made them a bit of a laughing stock as well. But yeah, no, that was actually legit. That was actually a good reveal show. No technical difficulties, lots of meat on the bone. There was lots of meat on it. It was a lot better than it has been. So there was that. Now let's go through. Let's bring up Warcom, and let's have a look because they'll already have things that have been being shown off here. All right, so let's see all the big news. They've done it in a bit of a weird order, but yeah, they've done it in a very, very weird order. Right, GW, please, fuck's sake, GW. Right, 1 minute. Right, yeah, they've done it in a. Look, I'll show you what I mean by they've done it in a weird order, right? Look at this, like the first thing they wanted to look at is the Titan weapons. It's a bit odd. But let's kind of go through this like one at a time. Okay. We'll do the 40k stuff first, right? Okay. So. Oh, itchy, 1 second. Right. So we've had some pretty big reveals for Warhammer 40k from Games Workshop. And I have to say, overall, I think I'm pretty positive about what they've shown off. Putting the price to one side, because obviously the price is always a bit contentious. But I actually think that Games Workshop has done a relatively good job of introducing a whole bunch of new stuff. Like, I'm actually more excited by what I've seen during this reveal show for 40k than I have been for, like, the Armageddon box set and a lot of other, like, the weird shit they've been doing. Let's put it this way, it's a lot better than Grot Week. It's always gonna come back to Grot Week because of how tragically bad Grot Week was. So it finally, to me, it finally feels like GW has fucking picked up the ball. They've stopped fucking dropping it. They finally picked it up. Now, will they drop it again in the future? Who knows? But let's take a look at what they've been showing off. So, firstly, we've got the Warhammer starter set. Let's have a look at a big picture for this one. This, I think, actually looks decent. You are getting, I think you're getting the terrain, you're getting the battle mats in there, and you're getting all of the models. And I've got a bit of a controversial hot take here. Okay? I got a controversial hot take. I think the Space Marines look better in blue than they did in red. Specifically, I think the Land Speeder and the Vanguard Veterans look better. Now, I think the Intercessors look whatever in blue. They're just Intercessors. I think the Librarian looks whatever in blue because Librarians are always blue. I actually think the Captain looked better in red for Blood Angels. But the Vanguard Veterans actually looked better painted up as Ultramarines. They did. The Vanguard Veterans look better as Ultramarines, guys. I'm sorry. Now, I'm just gonna say, I think it's probably the paint scheme. I think that the GW did not do a good job on those Vanguard Veterans in red. I think they could have done a lot better, but yeah, there we go. Anyway, so no, I think this looks it looks totally fine. You're getting Intercessors, Vanguard Veterans, a couple of characters. You're getting a Land Speeder that looks okay from the Space Marine side. It does look like you're getting a lot more on the Orc side. I mean, you're getting 20 Orc boys and 10 Grots versus 5 Intercessors and 5 of the Vanguard Veterans. And then the War Track equals the Land Speed, and the 2 Orc characters equal the 2 Space Marine characters. So I'm just going to say it. Orcs win again. The Orcs win again. I think the Orcs get an absolute clean sweep on the starter set. And I think the Orc half of Armageddon was better. I think the Orc half of the starter set is better. So yeah, I think Orc players literally keep on winning. Orcs themselves cannot spell Orc without a W. Meant to be a bit of a joke on Orcs not being very clever. Anyway, moving on. What was it? Orcs are never beat. There you go. And it looks like GW is absolutely be leaning into that. No, so yeah, that looks pretty decent. I'm just thinking you get the now the only thing to mention, it's a double-sided game board, right? Now, the objectives that you got, the terrain footprint objectives that GW sold, right? They were double-sided, but it was the same pattern on both sides. So this says it's double-sided. It might be the same pattern on both sides. It might be a different pattern. I don't know yet. I don't know if anyone in chat knows, confirm that one way or another. The terrain as well is the unpainted stuff. Now, I'm going to say that's a big mistake. I think everything else about this is fine. The fact you get a battle mat, the fact you get terrain, the fact you get unpainted, the fact you get the models, all of that's fine. I think it's a big miss when it says start here and then you get unpainted terrain, I think that's a real miss. I think if I was Games Workshop, I absolutely would have put the pre-painted stuff in here. Because the idea is you're trying to make this as easy as possible. You're trying to make this the point where people start, and everybody knows that new players don't like painting terrain. Like some people do, like a little bit do, right? But the vast majority of players like to paint models, and terrain is considered an afterthought. So I do think that's my biggest criticism of this box. But other than that, I don't really... Okay, my other criticism, the core rules. Obviously, we all know the core rule book is a bag of shit. So that's my general criticism of the rule book. And I have no idea what the fuck this book's meant to be. Maybe it's just a general guide to getting started. I'm not sure. But yeah, no, I think the starter set in terms of the model content is good. I think a bit of a, I think the amounts of you're getting is good. I think it's a bit of a miss with the unpainted terrain, but other than that, you know, I give it 6.5 out of 10. I give it 6.5 out of 10. I think if they had the pre-painted terrain in here, I'd give it an 8.5 out of 10. With the only other thing being like if the core rules that it came with weren't, you know, worth less than toilet paper. Yeah. We then get some getting started. So this is what seems to be, these are not combat patrols from what I understand. These are not combat patrols. These are, like the gets we saw these with 40k, like Leviathan. We've had these forever with 40k, to be fair. This is like, you buy this and you start, and it's a way of like, it contains models and paint and shit like that, right? So, I think the Leviathan ones did only contain models, though. I don't think they contain paint. I could be wrong on that. I will say I actually somewhat unreservedly like these. So these are apparently the same price as a combat patrol, and yet I think they are. I think they're the same price as a combat patrol, but they come with paints. And when I look at this, I'm like, hang on a second. I'm getting as many models as I would get in a combat patrol. I think, you know, 10 infantry, a couple of characters, and a vehicle is pretty combat patrol esque. So I think it's because they're push fit models, so they're probably a little you know, cheaper for GW to produce, perhaps. But yeah, you're getting a combat patrol level of models. And then you're getting a bunch of paints. And then I believe this is a step-by-step painting guide as well. 13 models in a combat patrol. Yeah, I don't think that's... Like, if we take a look at the Warhammer shop, right? Maybe I'm a bit wrong, but combat patrols have really low amount of models these days. Combat patrol... I mean, look at it's a bit of an extreme example, but look at the Tyranid one. The Tyranid one is what? Is 18 models if you include these little fucking things, 4 mines, which obviously you don't, because they're basically tokens. So 15 models. You know, and there's some other example. Look at the Death Guard one. Right? You know, Death Guard one, 13 models. Right? Yeah, some of them are Terminators, like, don't get me wrong, but yeah, Combat Patrol models are Combat Patrols, a lot of the new ones that GW has been putting out have been less than 20 models in a lot of cases. Like 19 models. Yeah. So combat patrols, like they have actually fallen in terms of the amount of models you get. Not in all of them, not in every case, but there's more than one example of some quite low model count combat patrols. So yeah, getting 30 models and then a bunch of paint is actually, and then a painting guide, I think it's good. At the end of the day, look, it's a getting started set, so that's awesome. And then look at the Orc one, man. Like, seriously, the Orc one is chock-a-block. You're getting 20 Orc boys and 10 grots. That's like 33 models there. Yeah, and then you're getting the paints, and you're getting the painting, the painting guide and everything as well. Like, yeah, I think that's absolutely legit. I think the Space Marine one is like fine. I'd say the Space Marine one's a bit lower in model count. I'd say the Space Marine one's like, again, I'll give it like a 6.5, maybe a 7 out of 10. The Orc one, I'm going to give again, if it is the price of a combat troll, I'll happily give this Orc one a solid like 8.5 out of 10. In fact, I have no real complaints about this one. Like, I actually have 0 complaints. If it is the price of combat troll, it might even be a 10 out of 10. Like, I don't, like, is there really anything bad with this? Not really. You know, maybe just generally knocking a point off because GW are a bunch of dickheads, perhaps. But, you know, for the box itself, I don't really have any complaints about this. Yeah. So, yeah, fine. Like, absolutely fine. So, overall, I think the starter set, I actually think that the starter set itself, so the starter set itself is apparently a bit more than, about the price of 2 combat patrols. So to be fair, you could buy the starter set and get the terrain, but not the paint. Or you could buy the getting started and lose out on the terrain, but get the paint. And what's interesting is both of these are very valid. Because if you're someone that's, you know, already got a bunch of terrain or is going to be playing down at a local club or is going to get your terrain from another source, you don't really need the terrain here. If you're someone that has no terrain whatsoever, this is probably the way to go, right? This is more like, okay, I know I'm going to have stuff to play on. I don't need that, but I do need some new models and the paint for them. Yeah. And the Orc one's really good. So yeah, genuinely, I think, I personally, for me, I think these two are better. Like this, I'll give a 7. This, I'll give a 9. This, like I said, a 6.5. But none of them I'm giving negative scores so far. Now, next we get the introductory set. Now, maybe, look, I'm just going to say it, right? Maybe did GW do this with a Leviathan? I don't really remember. They very well may have done. But to me, it looks like, you know, someone's been copying Warlord's homework. You know, like, I'm just going to look, right. Come on. Right. You know, something else. Where are we? I don't need that. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Maybe they did do it, Leviathan. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. But thing is, memeing aside, I have no issue with this. Like, genuinely, I have no issue with it. I think introductory sets are always a good thing. I think giving people cost-effective ways to get into the game is always a good thing. I think that, you know, this will be very price dependent. You know, if this is about 50 quid, you know, how much do we reckon it's going to be? How much was the one for Leviathan? They did, but no terrain. Yeah, the cardboard terrain is a nice touch. And the funny thing is, the cardboard terrain is probably perfectly okay to be used in 40k, because 40k terrain's still a bag of shit, isn't it? It's £42.50, so the same price as K47. Okay, like, fair enough. So, yeah, so I actually, as far as I'm concerned, this introductory set is great, and it even comes with paint. It even does it come with a little bit of paint? 6 paints. Okay, so let's be real. Let's be real here. Okay, it comes with 6 paints. 3 of those are going to be for Marines. 3 of those are going to be for Orcs. There's absolutely no way that you are going to be able to paint the models to this quality with the fucking 6 paints they give you, right? There's absolutely no way. No way whatsoever. Now, what I will say is this. It looks like we've got some unique sculpts in here. Is that a unique knob? And that a unique rocket launcher? Is that a unique big shooter, or is the big shooter the same as the current Orc Boy one? Oh, the Orcs don't come with any big shooters right now, do they? No, that's what's been missed. Yeah. Really, really good. Really cool. And probably a bit of a sneak preview to what you can expect to come in with the standalone Orc Boy kit, right? Yeah. All of them are unique. All of them are unique. That's awesome. Yeah. Very, very cool. And a total surprise as well, because, you know, GW could absolutely have just, I mean, what's the Marine half? Are the Marine Intercessors new? Are they new Intercessors, or are they the set? They look like they might be new Intercessor sculpts as well. They are? Very cool. Very, very fucking cool. I quite like the GW started to model, like you saw it with the Orcs as well, right? Pulling magazines out of like pouches. That's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, like this is actually, I'm just going to say, like, that actually just looks like a good Space Marine model. I mean, look at it. Firstborn helmet. Normal bolt pistol, not the stupid heavy bolt pistols. Chainsword. Like, did GW accidentally release a refreshed Firstborn? And the Intercessor helmet here with the gubbins on it is kind of cool as well. Like, I think GW just accidentally released a Tactical Marine Sergeant. Yeah, the legs are a bit off, but it's not the end of the world, right? I think GW accidentally released a Tactical Marine Sergeant. Right? Someone snuck that in. Then we get to the paint sets. These are whatever. Like, actually, no, I do want to comment on these a little bit. So, these, don't get me wrong, I love a good paint set. And these do remind me of the, you know, the classic, the El Clasico starter sets. You know, when you got like a bunch of Marines and some tactical Marines holding their bolters like this, you know, holding the bolt, you know, clutch to the chest. It does remind me of those. However, I will say that they should have included a wash. Either these should have been contrast paints, or they should have been a wash. One of them should have been a wash. Yeah, I think these Marines here, you know, they are crying out for Nuln Oil. Yeah, they're crying out for Nuln Oil. And I think I think it's a particularly egregious on the Orcs. Yeah, the fact that I understand what they're going for. Like, hey, you know, you can paint your Orcs and they'll look like this. I understand what they're going for, but they just look shit. Okay, like they actually look shit. This starter set should have contained, at the very least, some. It should have had like Agrax Earthshade on this one, and it should have had Nuln Oil on this one. Like, at the very fucking least. And painting the bases brown is also a bit of a joke. I think we should have had a little Astro Granite in each one of these as well. Yeah. So I think these are, I can see what they've tried to go for. I can understand the idea might have sounded good in a boardroom. But right now, I think these are bad. I don't think they're necessarily bad from a like as an idea, but I think the way they presented them is kind of shit. Yeah, I'm not. This is the only, for me, 100% miss. Yeah. Yeah. Like that. This is the only 100% miss for me. Yeah, these are just it's cheap to try boxes to get people hooked and coming back to store SAP. No technical or shades of deliberate. Yeah, I guess. But you know, I think a fucking Northern Oil and Astro Granite would have gone a long way. Yeah. Also, I just noticed something a bit weird. Right? Does that lead belcher look a bit fucked up to you? Can we enhance? That lead belcher, it looks like they haven't even shaken the, like they included, look, they've got a texture paint here, right? And they've got a shade here. That lead belcher, they haven't shaken, they've not given the pot a good shake. And you can see it with the Retributor armor as well. And you can see it with the Auroch flesh. Look. It's, they've not given it a good shake before taking the picture. Very, very, very strange. Yeah, very, 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 very strange. Yeah, they should have given the, and look, and even this, like, I know it sounds a bit weird, but look, like, you can see the labels bubbling off the pots, the air bubbles. And you see it on the Agrax as well. And you might think, Mordian, you're nitpicking. That's just realistic. Yeah, no, I don't, look, man, I don't give a fuck. But what I'm saying is, from a marketing point of view, I'm absolutely nitpicking, right? And I don't care, and it doesn't really change my opinion of this. All I'm saying is, from a marketing point of view, if you're someone that's in charge of, like, you know, taking photographs and making these products look as good as they possibly can do, they've not done a good job. Yeah, I feel like, you know, in retail, they call it like facing up, right? You know, in retail, they have people that go up and down the aisles and they make sure that, you know, everything's been faced up properly. So, you know, because obviously people will take something off the shelf, they'll shove it back, all that kind of stuff. This to me is like the equivalent of GW not facing up. Yeah. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's just, you know, it's slightly noteworthy. That's my take on it. Anyway, moving on. It's not professional. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it, but I do think it is worth a passing comment. Yeah. Why not do a good job? Yeah, exactly. Right. So moving on, we've got Combat Patrol Battle Zone. So I believe this is the pre-painted stuff. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, no, that's the bag of shit. Yeah, no. So this is Combat Patrol Battle Zone, complete swing and a miss for me. Okay, let me close some of these other pictures. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, this is a complete swing and a miss. It's this. I think it's the price of a Combat Patrol. And maybe that's, to be fair, maybe that starter set is, I think that starter set must be more expensive than one Combat Patrol. I think it's got to be the price of like 2 Combat Patrols put together, maybe even more. It's good. Yeah, it's gonna be, that one's gonna be expensive. Yeah, for sure. Probably 2 Combat Patrols. This is the price of a Combat Patrol, and it contains a battle mat, and it's the unpainted terrain. So I think it's got the battle mat, the objectives, and the unpainted terrain. Yeah, this is a complete waste of time. And I'll tell you why it's a complete waste of time. Because for the price of 2 Combat Patrols, you can get the pre-painted stuff. And you get twice as much of it. So, Warhammer 40k Battlefields Armageddon, this is the ready painted terrain. So yeah, literally all of this I don't give a shit about. If it's unpainted, bag of shit, don't care. Like literally not bothered. This is create a full Armageddon themed battlefield in minutes with ready painted terrain set. Each block contains 28 pieces of terrain split between ruins, galvanic relays, capacitors, and other thematic elements, as well as the terrain footprints and folding double-sided game boards. It's as easy as clipping off the sprue, putting them together, and playing on a fully coloured immersive battlefield. You'll have board ready for Strike Force size games that looks incredible and makes it simple to play peak Warhammer on your kitchen or any other table. So this is legit. This is properly legit. Like, let's zoom in and look at what you get, right? This is properly legit. So the fact it comes with the boards and the terrain footprints and all the terrain, and it's pre-painted. This, from a content point of view, is excellent. Okay, it is excellent. And what I also quite like about this is they've called it, Battlezone Armageddon, which to me implies that there's more of these coming down the line. Because what about Battlezone Cadia, Battlezone Ultramar, Battlezone Baal, if you want to do like Blood Angels, Battlezone Craft Worlds, right? I think they're Battlezone Tyranids, right? I really like the idea of them doing lots of these pre-painted terrain sets, and as controversial as it may be, I would probably get this. In fact, I probably will get this. Well, maybe. I always say vote positively and negatively with GW. I don't like a lot what GW's been doing with like TTS and stuff. I don't. But I also say, like, when they do something right, you should support it. Yeah. So I'm a bit torn on this one. I might end up getting this. I'll tell you one thing that might put me off it. And that's the price. They said this is going to be a bit more than 2 combat patrols. Now, to me, that implies it's going to be 220 quid. I think it's going to be the price of a Saturnine box. And it could be 250 quid. And then if you take into account, so if we work that out in freedom bucks, right? Let's go over to the store. Let's find ourselves a Saturnine box set. £200. Oh, I thought Saturnine was 220. Maybe I've misremembered. And then go over to US. I might have to, yeah, $322. So it's probably going to be $350. It's probably going to be $350. That is quite a lot. That is quite a lot for one table of terrain. What do we think? Yay or nay? Combat patrols are 175 in the US. Well, then you might be looking, I think 350 minimum then. Are combat patrols 175? Let's have a look. They're 170. They're 170. Yeah, so I think you're looking at $350 to $385 would be my guess. I think it's a bargain. You do get the battle mats. You do get the terrain. You do get the little footprints and stuff. Do a poll. Okay. Let's have a look. Do a flash poll. Would you buy the big box of pre-painted terrain for 204? We'll say £220 slash $350. Let's have a look. Let's see what people say. It's going up and down. We've got 50 votes already. Keep going. We'll try and get to like... if we get to about 100 votes or more. 185, 88, 97, 99. We can get as many votes as possible, but until it starts... We'll just do it as a flashball, so we'll do it quickly. We get to about 150 if poss. If it doesn't stop slowing down, we'll keep going. I'm feel like 100, 100, 100, 100, 150, 150, 150, 150. Okay, it's slowing down a little bit. So we've got about 150 votes now. Okay, so 150 votes. 64% of you said no. 36% of you said yes. I feel, it's not a resounding 90% no. But I think it does. I think it does kind of reflect that it's good, but it does kind of reflect something I've been saying for a little bit, which is sometimes even if something can be considered like a good deal, it's just like the raw dollar cost or the raw pound cost can just price someone out. Like let's say, I'm going to use a really bad example. I don't know cars. Let's say you get a Lamborghini for like, wasn't there like a Ferrari Ferraris get sold for like £500,000, right? Let's say there's a £500,000 Ferrari and someone's offering a brand new one of these things for 250,000. Technically, it's a good deal, but there's still a lot of people that won't pay £250,000 for the car. Does that make sense? Like, it doesn't matter if it's a good deal. There's a point where it matters if the raw price is too much. So I can see why some people are positive on this and some people are not. Yeah. Yeah, I think that I can see that. Anyway, moving on. Battle Mat Armageddon. Is it double-sided? It looks like it says it's double-sided, but it doesn't show us what's on the other side. So I don't know what that really means. And that's about it for that. Let's close some of this stuff down. Yeah. So overall, for that 40k stuff looks pretty good. Then we've got the orc stuff. So we'll rattle through the orc stuff as well. Honestly, the orc stuff, it all looks good. Right? It all looks amazing. The new truck looks great. They showed the new truck next to the old truck, and they actually fit in alongside each other, which is awesome. I would actually recommend getting old and new trucks and mixing them up, because then you'll get a proper ramshackle truck fleet, which looks great. So new truck, for me, 10 out of 10. Looks awesome. Actually, I give, yeah, 10 out of 10. The new mech, I think the mech looks excellent. I'll give that an easy 10 out of 10 as well. Actually kind of reminds me of some of like the old second edition mech as well. So yeah, that looks awesome. New war boss, we've already seen this model before, but yeah, he's the one with the tiny arms. Some people like him, some people don't. I think he looks totally fine. Yeah, he looks good. Standalone Armageddon units announced. Orc Command Pack announced, and we'll come back in a moment. To me, I think that the divisive one here is the Orc Codex, because it's a paperback codex in a cardboard sleeve. Now, I quite like the idea of the cardboard sleeve. I don't like the idea of the paperback. Yeah. I don't yet. The maybe it's bigger so you can add supplements. No, it's not. The sleeve it's pretty tight fitting. Yeah. Now, there's nothing necessarily wrong with paper codexes, with softback codexes. To be fair, A lot of the old 4th edition codexes were soft back. In fact, I think it was only... I think the first time they started doing hardback codexes was like 6th edition. Up until that point, they'd all been soft. So... yeah. But I guess it does feel like a step backwards. And as some people are saying the paperback is bad, the rulebook and Armageddon is terrible. The paperback... I will say the paperback rulebook in Armageddon was bad. I have actually seen one and felt one. It did feel cheap. Yeah. If the codex is cheaper, then I won't be too bothered. If the codex is the same price, I think this is a classic case of GW charging the same amount but cutting costs on their end so that overall they make more money. Right? Another weird one is, you're absolutely right, Burke, no special edition this time. For again, since 6th edition, I'm pretty certain since 6th, they've been doing special edition codexes, and they don't seem to be doing those with 11th. So that's interesting. So it does, but I will say it did look like quite a thick codex. It did look like a thick boy. So I guess at the end of the day is at the end of the day, the content is the most important bit. And speaking of the content, we saw some of it's got 15 detachments in it. I reckon we're going to a system where every detachment is going to be 1 DP. If you saw some of these orc ones, it was like 1 to just affect Gretchen, 1 to just affect like shooter boys and stuff like that. So I think the current system of you got a bunch of 3 and 2 DP ones, I think that's going away. I think we're going to be all one DP all the way. That's what I think, and you'll be building those together. Yeah, that's my thoughts on it. And by the way, speaking of the rules, they showed off some of the rules for the orcs, and they looked utterly cracked. Like your basic orc boys have got inbuilt like lethal hits. Yeah, it looked pretty horrific. Yeah, so I think people complained in 10th of Codex Sleep. I think GW might have taken the wrong lesson from that and decided, you know what everyone really enjoyed? 9th edition, because 9th edition, the codexes were fucking cracked. Everyone was cracked on release. So, yeah, it's... you've got orcs, which are now base strength 5. So orcs are now stronger than Space Marines. The numbers just keep going up. The AP keeps going up. The special rules keep going up. The strength keeps going up. Non-lethal with vehicles, it's still, guys, it's semantics, right? You're still giving them super easy access to lethals, right? It's still super easy. Think about Combined Arms Guard and how lethal hits on your infantry, and you think about basically it's like that. It's still super powerful. Yeah. So, I think if you think the game is going to get less lethal, I think you're in for a bad fucking surprise. Yeah. Knobs are now 3 wounds. Yeah, the numbers are just going to keep climbing and climbing and climbing. We are in absolutely we're in statflation. We are in statflation, and I think it's going to ramp up quickly over 11th. Yeah. It's gonna get spicy quickly. Some people will like that, some people won't, but I think we're gonna see Codex creep, not Codex sleep. Yeah. We've then got this command pack thing, which is kind of interesting. With so many attachments to choose from, you'll now want to keep the rules and stratagems you pick close at hand, so you don't have to go digging through the Codex in the heat of battle. Then why are you telling me the Codex? The new command pack is just for that purpose, giving you 94 handy reference cards with attachment stratagems and enhancements, with loads of double-sided tokens to keep track of important statuses like penalties from unit rules, and whether Wildstack and Gutspec has remembered to choose his Pulse Jet ability. I mean, these are fine. I always find tokens and shit. I mean, I guess it's useful for things like hidden and whatnot, but I always find tokens and shit end up becoming pretty invalidated pretty quickly. But yeah, these cards here though, they absolutely they confirm to me that every detachment's going to be 1 DP, right? Because you'll get your cards at the beginning of the game and you'll lay them down. You'll say, I've combined Quarter Speed with Warhorde with Tactical Brigade. And your opponent will do the same thing on their end. So yeah, and all the new ones that GW showed off at the beginning 11th, 1 DP. So I think when your codex comes out, all your old detachments will go away and all your new detachments will come out and they'll be all 1 DP. And it'll be at the beginning, you it's like you'll play your 3 army cards like bang, bang, bang. Yeah. That's what I think is going to happen. And then you get some more dice and stuff. Other bits for 40k, Exodites. So this is obviously mostly for Kill Team. I'm just going to quickly say this is, I'm going to say it quickly, but I don't want you to get it twisted. This is a really, 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 really fucking big deal. Like, people have literally waited like 40 years for Exodites, and they're finally here. And I think GW did an amazing job with them. They look like Eldar, but they don't look like Craftworld Eldar. Like, they've got some of those bits that like pay homage to where they've come from, like the design of the helmet and stuff. But then, you know, they're wearing like leather. They've got like scales. There's a lot more like cloaks and cloth involved and stuff. Yeah, I think these look like Eldar, but they look like Exodite Eldar. Yeah, so I think they did a very, very good job with the Exodites. I think some people might be slightly disappointed that they only got a kill team and didn't get a standalone, like full army. I would just say what I would say kit bash. So buy a bunch of these like Dino Riders, and then if you want like some Exodite infantry, convert some Dire Avengers up. You know, convert some Guardians up, right? Yeah, I think that you can absolutely get a full Exodite army. Instead of vehicles, you take Dino Riders and then you convert your infantry up. Yeah, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I actually think, you know, we as wargamers need to remember that kit bashing is a thing. I think a lot of people have kind of forgotten it a bit. Not everyone, but I think it has become a less prevalent thing. A lot more just by expecting GW to give us everything. I think giving us a start like this and letting us run with it is totally fine. I will say this is a hardback book though. Interesting. 40k seems to be going full paperback. Everywhere else seems to be going full, still full hardback. So that's kind of interesting. And then, oh yeah, the last thing for 40k. Yeah. This Academy bollocks. So I was very, very, very skeptical of the Academy. But it's free. But it's totally free. So I'm going to say Warhammer coaches in shambles now. Absolutely in shambles. I mean, I'm just going to be a bit of a dickhead. Okay. I'm just going to be a bit of a dickhead. What is a beginner going to do? Pay 600 quid for coaching courses, and they are out there. And if you're charging 600 quid for a coaching course, you know who you are. What's a beginner going to do? Charge 600 quid for a coaching course or go on the Warhammer Academy? Right. Yeah, it's obviously, and this is just the beginning of it. I would really, I would really not be surprised if it starts off with just totally beginner shit, and then they start bringing in more advanced courses and advanced guides and all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, I think this is going to be, yeah, really interesting. I do have one big concern about it, though. That looks like proprietary software. And if I have learned anything from Games Workshop and their ability to do IT, I think it's going to be a shit show. So I don't think it's quite time to close the doors at the Warhammer coaching services, right? But yeah, I think it's definitely got the potential. It's got potential. Yeah. To be honest, joking aside, I actually don't think this is going to have a big impact, really, at all on or anything like Warhammer coaches or tactics channels or anything. I don't think it will, because Games Workshop does not really care about veteran players. They care about refilling the bucket. Coaching courses, advanced tactics, all that kind of stuff. They're for the people who are already dropping out of the bottom of the GW bucket. This is for people. This is for refilling the bucket. You've been saying that there are 600 quid Warhammer coaches. Who? I can't say. I can't. I don't like to talk shit about other content creators unless they talk shit about me first. So I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say. All right. If they were talking mad, I will complain about it in a general sense, but I'm not gonna talk mad shit about people in a specific sense. Yeah, there you go. So this is interesting, and it probably will be. Do you know what? It'll probably be very, very, very high level, and it'll probably be very, very, very simplistic, because you've got to think, right? You know, if GW was to do like advanced tactics and stuff, that's actually hard. Whereas just telling people like, here's how you do the movement phase, here's how you roll dice, here's how you paint a model, you know, that's the kind of shit that is for beginners. And that's the kind of shit that's easy to do. So I don't think it's GW's purview to want to do the complex stuff. Yeah. But we'll see in the future. It's very interesting that they've even done a little bit of it. Overall, what do I think about the Warhammer 40k side of the reveals? I think that it overall was good. What would I give it? I'd give it a 7.5. What do you reckon, guys? Well, maybe an 8. Just from the 40k side of things. We've got some beef coming in a minute, but just from the 40k side of things, I didn't, apart from the unpainted terrain and the paperback shit, I thought it was pretty decent. And there was no technical issues. Yeah. There's no technical issues. So, yeah. GW actually managed to show something interesting off. Yeah. Let's do some super chats. And then let's talk about some of the other bits and bobs. All right. It's very warm. And we had some big ones come in as well. So the alerts are turned off at the moment, but don't worry that the super chats have been coming in. So let's have a look. Macon, thank you, super chat. Great Necromunda fuck up aside. 2 thumbs up. Yeah, we're going to be talking about the Necromunda thing. F in the chat for Necromunda, boys. That's what I'm saying. Mango Fat Lad, thank you for the super chat. No Space Marines too. Indeed, no Space Marine reveals. I mean, I guess they did get reveals with like starter sets and stuff, but yeah, no Space Marine starting off. Interesting. Solan Outlander, thank you for super chat. Smurfs always get attention. Why no Raptors love? So Smurfs will always get attention because it's the brand. And GW is very corpo. So back in the day, GW used to do like different chapters for each starter set. So you had like Black Templars in one, Ultramarines in another, and then you had like Dark Angels in another. And then they've ever since they've gone full corpo, they've just stuck to Ultramarines because they want that brand recognition. People might not recognize a Dark Angel, but they'll always recognize a Space Marine. Yeah, always recognize an Ultramarine. Yeah. The lower decks, thank you for the super chat, man. Why did I change the setting to Necromunda in stream discussion? Let's have a look. So we must ascend further down the hive. Seeing Jenkins with so heavy garbage bags over the side of the hive chest, we need to keep moving from the Wrath of the Imperial House. More importantly, the noble houses, as expected, are useless. Information is current to this planet. Supposedly, clan house of all things, House Dalak is the primary controller of all whispers, rumors, and lies. Necromunda. So we decided to search out these information brokers. People seem almost afraid of them, but how hard can it be? There's just a bunch of knobheads and great codes. You'll be all right. Good morning, world. I can't wait to be a piece of shit today. GW looking to ruin Necromunda. For fuck's sake. Guys, do I need to tap the sign? I told you guys to stop going on about Necromunda being GW's best game. I told you guys to stop going on about how good it was, but you wouldn't listen. And now the dreaded policy and the corpo overlords are coming for Necromunda. They're coming for it. They're coming for it. Yeah. Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat. Bought some boys of eBay. Now I've got 100. Nice. Yeah, I might paint a few more Orc boys up as well now. 120 Orc boys in Warhorde with all those new stats. That might be quite nice. Bruce Oakman, thank you for the super chat. The Starterless Combat Terrain box is enough terrain for a 2K game. The Battlezone Armageddon box is aiming at a different set of players, I think. The first two are for new players. The Battlezone box is for people who already play, I feel. I agree 100%. I agree 100%. But I think that if you're a beginner, you probably want pre-painted terrain. Because you've got to think there's going to be a scenario where someone gets the starter set, builds and paints the terrain, and then they like go to someone else's house or down the club, and there's like pre-painted stuff, and they're like, wow, your stuff looks amazing. How did you get it like that? And the guy goes, oh, I bought it like this. It comes like that out of the box. And the guy who bought the starter set's going to be like, wait, have I been scammed? Right? So I understand what you're saying, but I think the pre-painted stuff should have been in the... It should have been a lost leader, if anything. It should have been in the starter set. But that's my take. I understand what you're saying, but I disagree with... I slightly disagree with it. Yeah. Dark Knight Curran, thank you for super chat. Worth it for TOs only. I think, what, the pre-painted stuff? I don't think you'll see TOs do that. No way. And I'll tell you why. Because 200 quid for a border terrain at a tournament is horrific. I mean, if you're doing... 200 quid with a good third-party retailer discount. I mean, if you're doing a 10-table local RTT, you're going to shell out £2,000 for that terrain, and there's a risk that an update comes along and invalidates it. Now, what happens if the GW terrain layouts change, and the terrain that goes on the corners changes, and that's what everyone's playing now? You need to go and buy more. Imagine running a major. That's £20,000. Imagine running like LGT. Or what is it called? Las Vegas Open with like 1,000 tables. You're literally looking at like 200,000 quid. Like, sweet dude, they'll get a discount. How big a discount are we talking? Even if they get it half price, it's still going to be a lot of money. So no, I don't think this is for TOs. I don't. I think this is for people playing at home. 100%. I think for TOs, you're better getting a 3D printer. You're a lot better getting a 3D printer. Yeah. Meryl, thank you for the gift of membership. Dark Knight Curran, thank you for super chat. They can print paperback domestic sleeve in China. Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah, probably say. I think, why does GW do anything? Money. If they're going to a paperback books, it's because it's cheaper for them to do so. Yeah, it's that simple. Yeah. Adepta Potatoes. Better be transfer sheets or this is all 0 out of 10. Yes, very good. Very, very good. What do we got next? Dynamite Curran, thank you super chat. 3 Wound Vanguard vets incoming. Probably. 3 Wound Space Marines incoming for sure, yeah. Prime Lever, Plastic Krieg started as a kill team. Very true. Very, very true. So we may get full X-Type range. Curry Kane, thanks for super chat. Detachment's going to be fun, but I still want to just play word bearers with pros and cons, rejecting the meta, embrace the Chaos Guard. I agree. I think there's, the detachment system's decent, but I think too much mixing and matching could just be a bit much. Sometimes I just want to go full send. Yeah, I agree. We also had a couple of big super chats that came in. For some reason, YouTube's not showing them to me, but fortunately, I have remembered them. So we've got Russell W. Everyone in chat right now, do your best Spriggs impression. Spam 07 down in the chat. Spam that 07 is the salute emoji, because Russell W just came in with 2 massive bits of support for the channel. He came in with a $100 super chat and 50 gifted memberships, baby! Yes! My God. My God. That is an absolutely epic level of support. That's off the fucking chain. He's blown my nips off. He's blown my fucking cock off. There we go. Russell W. Thank you so much for going above and beyond the ecology. Thank you for being an absolute giga chad. Thank you for being an absolute fucking hero. Also, Mad Lads Ladettes, who authorized an early stream. Sorry, GW will do an early reveal, so I had to do an early stream. Lambast me, Russell. Lambast me. Dude, from the bottom of my heart, mate. Thank you. That's an absolutely epic level of support. I'm extremely grateful to you for it. Extremely, extremely fucking thankful for it, man. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, a goddamn hero. Thank you so much, man. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. And from the tip of my toes to the end of my big, sweaty, rubbery nose, thank you. There we are, boys. Oh, that's a big one. That's 2 big ones. I say 007. Many 07s. Yeah. All right. Holy fuck, man. Taekwon Dank. Thank you for super chat. How the frick do the guard players fight the Falchion tank killer? Thanks, mate. I mean, it's in 30k, right? Or legends. So how do you fight it? You just be a dickhead and say no legends. Yeah, I don't know much about, to be honest, man, I don't know much about it. Like, I don't even think the rules are even out yet for it, are they? Maybe they are. I'd have to know a little bit more about it. I'd probably say you probably fight it the same way you fight any has it got Legends rules? I can have a look. Faction packs. Okay. Okay, Falchion. Let's have a look. I mean, so it's Legends, so you're not going to see it in a lot of games, but it's got twin volcano cannon. So D3 plus. It's just a shadow sword, isn't it? It's just it's a twin link. Okay, fair play. It's a twin link shadow sword, but you still, yeah. It's a twin link shadow sword. It doesn't have an invulnerable save. Although obviously they might be able to put something on to give it an invulnerable save, like a Tech Marine or something. I'm not sure. I would say a good way to try and kill this thing is is mortal wounds. And then just bring your own fucking shadow sword. Is that shadow sword, is it way better? Is it really way better? What other weapons does it have? Oh, 2 quad las cannons. What's the quad las cannon like? 4 shots. I mean, it's pretty dog shit into infantry. Yeah, you're probably best. This is one of those things where you're probably best hitting it with a bunch of mortal wounds. So, like, to weaken it. And then just popping it with just... what's its armor save? 2+. Yeah, so what I would probably do is... I mean, a bunch of Melter Lances will probably fucking kill it, won't they? 10 Melter Lances hitting on 2s. So you're going to hit with like 8. Wounding on 4s, you're going to wound with like 4 of them. Putting it down to a 6 up save. So let's say it's got like 3 go through. How much does each Melter Lance do? It's like, is each Melter Lance just D6 damage, or is it more than that? D6. So 3 Melter Lances that go through is going to do 10.5 wounds to it. So literally, like, grenades, Melter Lances, and maybe Dreer. I think that just pops it, man. Yeah. 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 I think you can kill it with less than it costs for you to kill it. Yeah. This is 40k. Yeah. Yeah, I think it depends on... Yeah, I don't think it's that... It's tough, but I think you probably want to swamp it with a bunch of cheaper, more efficient units, then go after it with... Then try and, like, out big thing it. You can't... Think about it this way, right? In World War II, the Germans kept building bigger and bigger and bigger tanks. And how the Allies beat them is by just building, like, lots and lots of medium tanks. Yeah. So that's the way you want to sort of think about how to beat it. All right. I think we're fully cut up there. All right, so I'm so hot. I'm going to get a quick ice pack. I'm going to swap my ice packs out, get a drink, and then I want to talk about some of the other stuff that we saw tonight. Okay. But I'm going to keep it quick, to be honest. I might even... It's so hot, I might... Do I even... I could just cover it another day, right? That's fucking warm. Gross. Oh. Yeah. I'm just... See, the thing is, let me have a quick look at... I tell you what, I'll just fuck it. I'll just go for 20 minutes. I can raw dog it. 20 minutes, in and out. 20-minute adventure, in and out. Done. Yeah, because I think my thoughts on everything else is pretty straightforward, all right? So, because I'm probably not going to do a stream highlight on any of the other stuff, right? So I can just basically just rattle through it and have a good... Just give a good quick summary opinion on it, as it were. Oh, no, but there are some stuff... There is stuff I want to talk about for Old World and whatnot. Yeah. I do want to cover the Old World stuff, and I probably do want to cover the Necromunda beef. Yeah. Potential beef. You got to do Necromunda beef. You love beef. I do love beef. It's true. I do love beef. But it's just so hot. Ah, I got like a twinge in me fucking scrot. I do love beef. I love beefocracy. But I do like the idea of the old world stuff. And I do like the idea of the of talking about the next month stuff. But I wonder if I just cover it in I mean, I could. What's the temperature tomorrow? I'd happily do a little stream tomorrow, just sort of covering it. It's half the temperature tomorrow, man. Literally, today is the hottest day, and then tomorrow it's like half the temperature, and Sunday it's even lower. Yeah. I honestly think it's just we do it tomorrow. Yeah, doesn't cool down until Sunday. I mean, it cools down a bit tomorrow, right? This is quite a talk. I'll tell you what, let me have a quick. I'll tell you what, let me get a drink. Let me get a drink and some ice packs. And I think I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. Ugh. I'm back in a moment. Talk amongst yourselves. Alright. I'm back. I got a big old glass of icy, well, ice cold, but no ice in it, water. And 2 ice packs. Alright. Oh. Oh. Ah. Put that on there, 1 minute. Stick that bad boy there. Oh, oh yeah. That's the good stuff right there. There we go. Right. I'm ready. Slap 2 ice packs on my chest. Right, 1 for each titty. Oh. There we go. There we go. Good. Okay. Much better. I can keep going. Right, we'll go for just a little bit longer. Okay. So, Dark Knight. Wait a minute, let me bring the microphone over. Dark Knight Kuron, thank you for the super chat. I think TOs will just stick with the templates. Do you think TOs will just think TOs will stick with the templates? Yeah. So I don't think we're going to see tournament terrain looking any better in 11th than we did in 10th. Yeah. Yeah, I think the TOs will stick with the current templates. The only people that might go their own way is WTC. They're the only people. Because they've always done the things their own way. So, yeah, maybe. Yeah, so I think TOs, for the most part, will stick with the GW layouts. And WTC might do things a little different. Yeah. Mr. Tweeds, thank you for the super chat. Hi, Mordian. I've recently got into action playing as the British. How do you make your NCOs look different at a glance? So you've got like 2 or 3 different ways. The first way is to give them an SMG. Most NCOs can take a submachine gun. And if you've got a whole bunch of dudes equipped with rifles, giving one of them a submachine gun, you can tell at a glance that he is an NCO. Of course, then you do have to pay for that submachine gun in points in game, and you might not have those points available because you're looking for, you're trying to build you just might not want an NCO to have a submachine gun. So another way of doing it is to have like a guy pointing. Have a guy pointing, or holding binoculars, or holding a map. Like, have all the other guys, like, just, like, shooting and doing soldierly stuff, but have the NCO, like, doing something else, like either directing the guys, or, like, reading the map, or looking through the binoculars, or just holding the binoculars. There's some kind of accoutrement that kind of no one else in the squad has. And another way of doing it is to do a different head. So, you might have everyone else wearing helmets, but he might have like a field cap. I think most of the models do come with, like I know the American models get the field caps and the German models have got the field caps and stuff. Yeah, so that's another way that you could do it. Yeah, so either have a pose or a head swap or a submachine gun. Yeah. Where are the tanks on the shelf behind you? I took them to game night. They're just downstairs in the carry case. Yeah, I took them to game night, so don't worry, the tanks are fine. Trevor S, thank you for super chat. Temps like this is why the US has AC and 44-ounce soda. Yeah, and I will be getting AC. It's a given now. I'm just gonna I'm kind of gonna ride out this summer, and then because right now AC, obviously, people are charging a lot. And also in the UK, you have to be kind of careful because I know all the Americans are going to laugh at this and call us a bunch of bloody, you got to license that bottle of water. But in the UK, you actually, for certain aircons, you do need to get planning permission before you just change your house. I know, right? I hate it. It's my house. I should be able to do what the fuck I want to it. But I guess it's not that different in the US to having like zoning laws, right? You know, you can't build certain things in certain places and everything. You can't do certain work because the homeowners association will come down and batter you and all that kind of stuff. So it's probably not that different, right? But in the UK, one of the things we have is there are some, I don't know what they are off the top of my head, but there are some restrictions on just like getting aircon. And the reason for them is because the UK, the successive UK governments have pursued quite an aggressive net zero green energy sort of policy. And so basically, because aircon is not considered to be environmentally friendly, there are some restrictions on like what aircon you can get and stuff. So, but what's interesting is I think that's going to change because these like restrictions and stuff came in. They came in when we weren't suffering these summers, right? We weren't. They came in when people were like, yeah, well, it makes sense. Restrict AC. You know, you can just be a little warm for once. And now, you know, it's getting hotter. And not only is it getting like hotter, but it's getting like dangerously hot, you know, because our houses are, again, the way our houses are designed, it's all brick and they're all very heavily insulated because the houses are designed to keep heat in because traditionally we've been a much more temperate isle. So unfortunately, you know, you could probably get away with having some AC restrictions if the houses were not designed to be just complete heat traps. Complete heat traps. So either you need to have, you know, less insulated houses, or you need to have air conditioning. And the thing is, the winters aren't getting any less cold, right? It's just the summers that are getting hotter. So you can't really not have the insulation. So the reality of the situation is we're going to need the air conditioning. So it's one of those things like as well, you know, the UK, and this is not to dig at the Americans at all, but the UK is quite an old country. And as a result, there's also like a lot of things which have built up over the years. Lots of strange laws that sort of still exist. Lots of strange ways that things have been designed in the past, for example. Lots of very old buildings and whatnot, which just aren't really, you know, they were never designed with the idea of the kind of summers that we're having now. So, yeah, so it's one of those where we probably have a bunch of legacy shit going on, and we have probably got a bunch of new stuff that needs to be brought in. But it's only you know, I would say it's no different to the problems that, you know, many governments have. Yeah. It's no different to that. Yeah. So interesting works both ways. If you get it cold, it stays cold. If you get it hot, it stays hot. Yeah, I guess. I don't. Well, does it? I mean, I guess. But when you're in a house, it's going to heat up because of your body heat, right? So yeah. But yeah, it's interesting. Like we have, you know, everything in the UK is all about like heating. It's all about like, you know, having central heating, insulation, all that kind of stuff. And none of it's been about cooling. And now I think we're getting to the point where it's we need both. Yeah. But I don't think it's let me just say, and Lord knows I'm no government ball washer. Okay, Lord fucking knows that, right? But I would say that none of what exists isn't solvable, and none of what exists is unlikely to be solved. And it's probably just a relatively classic situation where the government is just a bit behind, but not any more so than you would find in any other country, right? Like, I'm sure I could come over to the US and there's going to be, and I'm sure plenty of people in America could point to many, many examples of both local, state, and federal government, which are, sort of where the changes seem to come a few years later after everyone else has twigged, right? Does that make sense? I think it's very not, and I think I go to any country and you'd find the same thing. So, yeah, I don't think I think changes will be happening. I wouldn't be surprised changes happen. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes the government a few years, but I wouldn't be surprised it's the same everywhere. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's, and I'll say this, it's definitely not just like the last government's, I say technically it's the current government. I know the PM recently decided to throw in the towel, but we're not going to get into that. That's a very, spicy topic. But it's definitely not just the last / current government. It's, like I said, it's probably been about 30 years, if that makes sense. So it's definitely not a something that can be laid at the feet of one thing. I think basically what's happened is we've been going in one direction, and now we need to correct course a little bit just to take into account new information, new circumstances. That's basically it. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Anyway, let us move on because this is not a politics channel. And as we all know, there will be lots of people with very passionate, yet probably differing opinions on politics, which will only lead to us all falling out. We are here to talk about Warhammer. If you want to talk about politics, there are plenty of other channels out there, which it is the right place to do it. Yeah, exactly. So we won't get into it now. Anyway, let us talk about some other bits and bobs. We want some real beef. Should we talk Old World? Well, Old World's not beef. Necromunda's beef. They haven't put the reveals up for... Well, they might have done. Necromunda. I'll do that. Ah, there you go. Cool. Yeah. That's everything. Okay, cool. Cool. There we go. Oh, shit. Vivid Crayons, thank you for Super Chat. Starting to sound like North on the government. What, Northern Exile? I think Northern Exile expresses his opinions a lot more than I do. I have my opinions, right? Like, obviously I have my opinions. I have my beliefs. Who amongst, who doesn't, right? But I just don't think that the branding of this channel, branding is sort of the wrong term, but fuck it. I'm hot. Just forgive me, all right, if I use the wrong words. I don't think the vibe, I don't think the vibe of this channel is to discuss that stuff. I have my beliefs, but it's just, I don't talk about them here. Yeah. So there we go. Like I said, there are other channels out there like Northern Exile if you want to go and discuss that stuff, and that's cool. Like, that's what they're there for, right? For me, I've never had this as part of my channel, and I don't really plan on ever having it as part of my channel. Yeah. What have we got here? Josh Cosby, thank you for 35 months. X-Force, baby. Any way to play Karanite Ogren in 40k WYSIWYG? I just use him as Bulgrim, mate. Honestly, there's only one Bulgrim loadout that's ever going to exist, which is the power shields and the power mauls. So it really, and that's the only loadout anyone expects you to run, and that's the only loadout people actually know exists outside of the Guard, right? Outside the Guard, no one knows that Bulgrim can take Grenadier Gauntlets. They've never seen them. So just take the Karanite Ogrins and just say they're Bulgrim, and then just run them as power maul and brute shields. They don't have shields on the models. It doesn't matter. Josh Crosby, like, I cannot express enough. It doesn't matter. The reason it doesn't matter is because the shields and the Bulgrim Mauls, they're just the weapons and the stats that people expect from them. Does that make sense? There's so many ways that you could hand wave away. Like the Bulgrim Mauls, that's just the melee weapons that they've got, right? They're not like full-blown power claws. They're just like shitty fucking guard power claws, right? And the invulnerable saves, well, have you seen those big power packs on the fucking Karanite Ogrins? You could easily say they're shield generators. Or you could say they're being pumped full of drugs so much that, like, they don't even feel how half the damage just bounces off them, right? Yeah, there's so many ways you could do it. So, genuine, their shield is their forehead. Yeah, exactly. So, honestly, don't even convert them. I don't even convert them. Just build them as is, slap them on the board, run them as Bulgrins. No one will notice, no one will care, no one will even think twice about it. Like, they won't even think twice about it. They would be surprised if you converted them up. They'd be like, yeah, why have you bothered? Yeah. So honestly, if you like the models, go nuts, have fun with them. I say, start smashing them. Yeah. Valhite looks like a Karanite. He does indeed. He also looks like that Grot with the Grot sidekick for the war boss. What do we got next? Trevor, thank you for super chat. Old buildings in some cities like New York City are like in the US. I have a chronic illness and will literally die without central air. Well, make sure you've always got central air then. And I'm sorry to hear you've got a chronic illness as well, mate. But yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. There are some older parts of the US, right? Yeah, where it's where the buildings were designed with this completely different environment. Yeah, so yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, awesome. Revenga, thank you for the super chat. 2 times new old world chaos box plus dragon. You are good to go. I agree. Yes. I think in fact, Revenga, let us go over to some old world stuff now and have a look. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I don't mean to alarm you, but Old World is Best World. The GW preview show in general was quite good, but I do think that Old World stole the show. And I think they stole the show in a number of ways. I think they stole the show from a box set point of view, and I think they stole the show from a rules point of view. Very, very, very excited for all of the Old World stuff that's been shown off. And I just want to take a little moment to talk about it. Yeah, just take a little moment to talk about it. So some of it will rattle through. Some of it I want to focus on a bit more. So, for example, let's look at the first big bit of news, which is the new core set. So I have very mixed feelings on this core set. Very, very, very mixed feelings. I just don't like Cathay. All right. They're just not the faction for me. Right? I'm not saying they're a bad faction. I'm not saying you can't like them. I'm not saying they're bad models. I actually think they've got some pretty nice models. I just don't like Cathay. Okay. And I think to me, I don't really like the fact that Cathay seems to be taking over the role of like the main faction in 40k in Old World. Like the Empire of Man is very clearly the main focus, right? The Empire of Man is the main place in Old World, and Cathay is just like this. It was literally called Far Cathay. Right, and the idea was that it was very far away and it wasn't really involved in the main affairs of Old World. Right, like they were far off doing their own thing. And the main focus of the setting was the classic Old World with the Badlands and the Dwarven Mountains and the Chaos Wastes and Bretonia and Athel Loren and all that kind of stuff, right? So it feels really strange that now, okay, for some reason, Cathay have been shoehorned in, and they're going to be like the main guys. They're fucking far off they're far off, and they're only like the only people they really encounter is like chaos. That's it. Now, so so yeah, it's to me it seems like it just seems like putting a big spotlight on a very minor part of the old world. Yeah, it's a bit weird, you know. A lot of people are saying they're trying to appeal to like the Chinese market. Yeah, like maybe. I don't know. It's just a bit of an odd one. So I do think this should have been Chaos versus Empire, because I think one thing I'm worried about with Games Workshop. One thing I'm worried about with Games Workshop is they are making a mistake that they made with Heresy. Old World is old school, and it's meant to be old school, right? Horus Heresy was the sort of filter that stopped a lot of people who dropped out of modern 40k and kept them in the GW ecosystem. And then they fucked it by making Horus Heresy much more like Newhammer. And Old World was kind of in that vein as well. It brought a lot of new people to it brought a lot of old people back, and it kept a lot of new people who were getting sick of 40k dropping out, and they went over to Old World instead. In fact, I know a lot of people that's happened to in my local area. Like, in fact, in some of my local clubs, towards the end of 10th edition, Old World was exceeding 40k in terms of local tournament numbers and all that kind of stuff. Right? So, I just think if they fuck with it too much, I'm worried that it'll stop feeling Old World or stop feeling old school, and what happened to Heresy will happen to Old World. Anyway, that's my main concern. Now let's get over to the good news is that everything else is positive. Okay? Everything else is positive. So firstly, well, what does the starter set come with? Dice, templates, playmat, interesting. The new core set is a great way to start your adventure on world. Does it come with the book? I mean, I presume it's going to come with the book, right? It's got to. I presume it's going to come in the book. It doesn't say it does, though. Okay, I'm just going to say it. I don't like the starter set. No, maybe I'm being too harsh. You see, I tell you why I'm flip-flopping a little bit. Because I was thinking about this versus what you got in the Tomb King starter set. And comparing it to what you got in the Bretonnian starter set. But that's not fair, because that was 2 starter sets that had full armies attached to them. Whereas this is more like 2 halves of an army. Yeah, okay. So it's much more like a starter set you split than a starter set that gets you a full army. Yeah, okay. So I feel like I was judging it against the wrong thing. Judging it as a let's split it between us sort of starter set, it's probably a lot better. I mean, if you took 2 of the chaos, if you bought 2 of these, you'd have a full chaos army, probably. Because chaos is expensive. And if you bought 2 of these, you'd probably have a lot of a Cathayan army as well. Yeah, it's you know what? As a 2-player starter set, it's probably fine. It's probably fine. And I think, yeah, it's probably fine. I don't think it's a step up. I don't think it's a step down. I think it's pretty much a side grade. Yeah, I think it's a side grade. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's all right. Let's get into some of the good stuff, though. The new Chaos shit just looks very Gucci, doesn't it? Yeah. Let's close that one. Yeah, the new Chaos stuff just looks insane. It just looks insane. Now, there is absolutely detail creep here. 110% there's detail creep. But Chaos is one of those armies where it's not so bad because they're very, very elite. Yeah. They're very, very, very elite. So you're only ever going to need to paint up like a few, like, you know, maybe 10 Chaos Knights. You're only going to need to paint up maybe like 20, maybe 30 Chaos Warriors. You know what I mean? And you could probably, the way they've done, there's a lot of metal on them as well. So as people are sort of saying in chat, you could probably just dry brush the shit out of these. Spray them like black. And then just dry brush silver on them. You're basically like you just Necron Warrior these bad boys, right? Pick out the fur with a bit of brown and Agrax Earthshade. Good to go, right? So there is absolutely some detail creep here, but they do look very, very, very good. And considering these are characters, you're never going to need more than one Chaos Lord and a horse. You're never going to need more than one BSB. And this model here is actually very, very reminiscent to one of the old special edition banner guys. Anyone who remembers the big metal banner you got? It's like 20 or 30 years ago. It might be like a Games Day special, or it might be like an Army Box special. But it had a guy with an axe and a big banner, and the banner was torn in this kind of way and everything. So it's very, very reminiscent of that. People are saying the helmets are a little goofy. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. You know what? I'm gonna have to disagree. And I don't want to disagree, but I'm gonna have to. Because, let's be real here, the horns are no bigger. You know, look at the horn. Look at this guy's horns. Look at this guy's horns in the back. Yeah, you know, I think, and if we've, have we got any other, the really old, like football, rugby ones? Have we got those ones knocking about at some point? Let's have a look. Where are the really old bastard ones? If I can't find them in a second now, I'm not going to bother. It's surprisingly hard to find them. They've been purged from the internet for how terrible they were as models. I can't actually find them. Anyway, there's the really old ones that were also pretty goofy. Yeah. I can't find it. Oh, 1 minute. I think I just saw one. I mean, that one was so goofy it got turned into a Chaos Space Marine, which is hilarious. Hey, yeah, this guy's got some. This guy converted a bunch of them up. Like, these are the old... Look at this. This is an old Chaos Warrior. Look how goofy his helmet is. He's been converted into a Chaos Space Marine, but the helmet is still legit. So, like, realistically, I don't think the horns are actually worse. I think the horns are basically the same size, but now more detail. Yeah, so you know what? I think the horns are fine. I think, do you know what? Let me tell you this. If they'd made the horns smaller, what would people have done? They would have complained that, like, Commissar Hat's getting smaller. They would have complained the horns got smaller, wouldn't they? They would have done. You know, we all know what we're like. We all love big horns. I tell you what, the do you know what this helmet particular here? It reminds me of Dungeon Keeper. Does anyone remember the? In fact, fuck it. We're gonna watch it. Deep cut time. Absolute deep cut. Right? You're gonna experience some fucking culture right now. It reminds me, those horns remind me of the Lord of the Lands. Lord of the Lands with Dungeon Keeper 1. And you know, in Dungeon Keeper, you could convert, if you tortured the Lord of the Land and the knights, you could make them yours. You'll get a good look at him in a moment. Here you go. There you go. That guy's horns remind me of that guy. I love this trailer. Hang on. I never noticed that the trolls were just freeballing it. I literally never noticed the trolls are literally... Like, when I watched this as a kid, I never realized that there were troll cock and balls in the intro. That's actually hilarious. So cool, this. It's one of the new Ogre Kingdoms. It's one of the new Ogre Kingdoms, baby! But there you go, right? Perfect. Sorry to interrupt it. Look at that guy. And then... look at that guy. Right? It's the same thing. Anyway, we'll finish it off. Very cool. So taking the Dungeon Keeper into account, I do think the new Chaos Knights look excellent. Yeah, I do think they look excellent, and you know what? I think they do. I actually agree with the GW marketing team in this case, which is they actually finally look like Chaos Knights, because yeah, you've got factions like Bretonia, which are like the chaos, which are like the heavy cavalry faction, but the heaviest cavalry in all of Old World was always Chaos, always. And yeah, I can tell you right now, yeah, some people don't like them because they've got like one wound and shit, but I can tell you like right now, as an Empire player, I have been on the receiving end of many, many Chaos Knight charges. And when they hit you, you just get obliterated. It's like being hit by a unit of mounted Saurons. Yeah, very, very cool. So yeah, I think I mean, look at this, boys. Look at it. It's actually insane. I do think they're going to be a pain to build. Not build. Well, there probably will be a pain to build because of modern GW kits, right? I do think that they are going to be a pain to build. I also think they're going to be a pain to pick up because they're going to be so spiky. Like, everything's so goddamn spiky. You're going to spike the shit out of yourself. And I do think they're going to be a pain to paint. But I think for the discerning gentleman hobbyist who wants to have one of the coolest looking armies on the tabletop, I think these guys are pure drip. They are pure badass. They're very, very good. And like I said, I wouldn't want this for an Orc army. I wouldn't want this for an Empire army. Like, there are certain armies that need to stay lower detail because how many models you need to paint. But for Chaos, you're never going to paint more than 5 to 10 Chaos Knights. So, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, continuing on, we've got the new Chaos Warriors. Now, you guys know I am a big fan of the El Clasicos, right? You guys know I love Chaos Warriors. I actually think the Chaos Warriors, the current Chaos Warrior sculpts are some of my favorite in all of Old World. Let me bring them up. All right. Let me bring them up. We had a look at them before. We'll bring them back again now. All right. I absolutely love these guys. Okay? But the reason why I absolutely love these guys is because I was there when these guys came along and replaced the old Chaos Warriors. And the older Chaos Warriors looked like shit. The old Chaos Warriors actually looked fucking awful. Like, properly fucking awful. And these ones were such a massive, massive step up that it was like, oh, thank God. Finally, the rugby players and football players can go away. Yeah, the old squatters whose heads grew out of their chests. Completely weird. So, I like those old models. But I'm going to say it. These ones are good. These ones are a big improvement. It was only a few months ago I was saying that I really liked the old Chaos Warrior models and I loved them. I want like a full army of them. And there's a lot of GW releases which I don't like, right? And I'm very open and vocal about it. So when I tell you there's one that I like, it's because I like it. It's not just because GW's, got to me or anything, right? I've not had the call, all right? But the point is, I think these are a step up. I do. I think they're a step up, and somewhat controversial opinion, I actually don't think they'll be that hard to paint. I don't, because they're just fully enclosed armor. So much of that you could just paint in the same color and just do like, you don't even really need to do the trim. Like you can see, like the trim is basically the same color as the fucking armor, right? It's only a little different. It's just armor. Yeah. Silver, and wash. Exactly. Yeah, you could... I mean, stonks in Ironbreaker going up. Yeah. So I think GW has actually managed to make the models look better and not make them a complete fucking nightmare to paint. It's literally never been done. It's literally never been done. And also, right. Also, and I actually, you know what? I'm going to talk about this a little bit more later on. But you know what's nice about all of this? I mean, look, there's so much more to come, right? Do you know what's nice about all of this? It just feels right. We mentioned this during the live stream, and I think we'll come back around to it when we talk about the ogres, because I am going to talk about the ogres, even though the AOS you can use them in Old World, right? But isn't it nice to just have Chaos Warriors? No drama attached to it. Nothing shoehorned into it. You know what I'm talking about, right? Just big fucking lads in big fucking armor. Oh, you know? Do you know what I mean? Feels like we're back. You know? It feels like we're fucking back. It feels like this is a good release. Just feels proper, man. Just feels fucking proper. So yeah, I really like it because I never really mind. No, it's not. You know, I'll just say right. It's not that I'm against like having like female models or anything like that. Okay, I'm not. I think like places like the Guard, it makes sense. Like the Imperium's going to give you a rifle whether you're a man or a woman, right? Okay. But sometimes GW shoehorns it into places where I don't think it belongs. And where it doesn't make sense. And it starts breaking the immersion. It starts being a bit shit. Right? Do you know what I mean? And so it's not that we're against, you know, it's just about the right place at the right time. right? Do you know what I mean? So for me, I just like that I could just look at this and it just feels like Chaos Warriors. And you know what? I can just be, and it's a rare thing these days, I could just be unreservedly excited for it. Do you know what I mean? I could just be unreservedly excited. So, and I like it. Yeah, there's nothing that feels shoehorned in here. But let's get to the main star of the show, which is the Chaos Dragon. Okay. This is insane. This is properly insanely good. I mean, people have been waiting for this for like ever. I don't think we've had a plastic Chaos Dragon before. Like fucking decades. We've never had like a plastic two-headed Chaos Dragon in Warhammer Fantasy before, have we? Like 25 years? Yeah. This is properly good. I mean, it speaks for itself. This is the kind of shit. And here's the thing. Chaos Dragons are like one of the most powerful things in all of Old World. A Chaos Lord on a dragon, I think, is the most powerful character. The only thing that can kind of come close is a Chaos Dwarven Lord on Taurus. Taurus Demon. And even then, I think the Chaos Lord is actually better than that. That's the only thing that comes close to it. Yeah. It's so good. It's so good. How often do you get the question about what should I do for a Lord on Dragon? Yeah, I mean, all the time. And I have to tell people, go over to like Archaea. I have to tell people to go over to AOS. Yeah. It's cool, man. And it's just really badass. Yeah. When you put a Chaos Lord on Dragon on the table, it should be an oh shit moment. And this model is an oh shit moment. So yeah, unreservedly good. Now, I do have one criticism, okay? And it's only one. I think the Chaos Sorcerer, so you get the Chaos Lord, and then you get the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, and I think they've gone in completely the wrong direction with the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. I know what they were going for, like, oh, like a decrepit wizard and all this kind of stuff. Chaos Sorcerers are not decrepit. Fundamentally, they are Chaos Warriors. So a Chaos Warrior is not decrepit. He is going to beat the shit out of basically anyone else is like Lord level character. Like they're really not wimps. They're really not decrepit. They're really not shit. And yet they've basically made this guy. This helmeted version looks okay, but the unhelmeted version, it just looks like an old dude, right? And I think the big miss for me is the strong hand. This is my strong hand. This is my strong hand. Do you know what I mean? Why did they give him a wizened, crippled hand? Like, he looks like a necromancer. He looks like a vampire count necromancer who's somehow nicked a bunch of chaos armor. And it's just a miss for me. It's just a big old fucking miss. Yeah, Chaos Sorcerers are not decrepit. Necromancers are decrepit. Chaos Sorcerers are fucking badass. And I think this guy, I think he looks good, but the decrepit angle, it's not the one I would have gone for. Yeah, it's just not the one I would have gone for. I'm sure other people will like it. I'm not saying it's a bad model itself. The vibe they've gone for has been executed well, but it is not the vibe I would have gone for. Yeah. Like, yeah, Squidfist. A Chaos Sorcerer should still look like Cornate Gaines. Right? Yeah. So for me, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Chaos Sources have always looked a bit decrepit. I don't know. But let me find an example. So there's some really old examples here. And then there's some more modern examples. Yeah, why not this one? Okay, so we'll go through. Okay, yeah, we don't need that. So, here's an old example. Yeah, he's a bit fucking degenerate. And yeah, this is from the era of the hunch. So this is from the era of the hunched over Chaos Warriors. So it's not like he is specifically hunched. All Chaos Warriors look like these like hunched over football players, right? American football players or rugby players. So, but he's still muscly as all fuck, right? He's still muscly as all fucked, and his arms aren't withered, right? This one, okay. This one, yeah, he looks a bit. He doesn't, you know, this one, he's got like a skin coat. He's not looking wizened, though. Do you know what I mean? He looks a bit fucked up, but he's not looking wizened. This is the only really old one that I could find. That one, I think, looks like shit. I'm not saying it's a good model. That one looks like shit. But that's the only sort of old, like, that's the only old model I could find that had that kind of vibe. And then you get to some of the newer ones, and it's like, that just looks like a Chaos Warrior who does magic. Right. Then you got this guy, a Chaos Warrior who does magic. Do you see what I mean? Like, fundamentally, they're Chaos Warriors. This picture's quite small, but you get my point. Like, this is one of the older ones. Like, he's just a Chaos Warrior who does magic. Like, just a Chaos Warrior who does magic. Right? Do you see what I mean? Chaos Warriors, Chaos Sorcerers are not necromancers. There's like one or two, like I said, like one and a half, like slightly dodgy, super old sculpts that maybe you could bring up. But an exception does not prove the rule. An exception does not make the rule, I should say. So yeah, that's the only miss. The rest of it, I think, is excellent. And it's not even a big miss. It's just like every other Chaos model is like an 11 out of 10. And the Chaos Sorcerer one for me is just like a 7. Right? You know, like, it's not like it's terrible. It's just, in comparison to the others, it's a lot worse. But he's still good. I still prefer him over, like, half the fucking, like, Cathay shit they brought out. Because Cathay just doesn't do it for me, right? I just think they're a bit out of place, but whatever. Now, we've got some other big news. Some other big news. The Warhammer Old World is getting a new rulebook. But wait, nobody panic. Because I know that we've all been bitten and we've all been PTSD'd by the new edition ruining the old edition. Okay? We've all been ruined by that. This is the same rulebook. All they've done is updated the rules to reflect the latest FAQs. So it's still very big, very thick, and very chunky. It just, to give you an example, basically it has like the new infantry rules in there. So it represents, you know how like infantry can fight in like 2 ranks and stuff like that. So it's literally, it's not even like 1.5, unless you count like the big FAQ that happened as 1.5. This isn't even 1.5. It's literally just a consolidation. It's literally just a consolidation. And that is perfect. I personally choose to believe that just maybe the backlash to Horus Heresy caused this to become a good thing. Horus Heresy had to die. Horus Heresy had to die so that Old World could live. So this is great. Swabelis, I just bought a book. There's nothing wrong with that, man. So if you have the old book and the old FAQs, you don't need to buy this. This is just, hey, do you want to like just have everything convenient in one place? Yes. Yes, I would. Excellent. Right? Excellent. So this, is there some things I would improve about Old World? Of course. I think the skirmisher rules are utterly, utterly balked. But one or two pretty balked rules does not mean we need to reinvent the wheel. Yeah. Old World, I think I can say confidently, beyond a shadow of a doubt now, and yes, that does include Necromunda, but we'll get there, that Old World is best world now. Old World is best world because they finally fucking got it. They don't need to reinvent the wheel. They just need to give us the FAQs consolidated into one fucking place. Not true for every game. Some games need ripping up and starting again, but Old World did not need that. Old World is the way it's meant to be, and that's good. That's good. And if any more FAQs come out in the future, then continue to basically do this, GW. Just keep doing this. Now, let's get to the other really, 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 really big, exciting news. Probably the best bit. Probably the best bit of the entire thing. Warhammer Battle March. Hey, kids. Do you wish that Combat Patrol wasn't a complete bag of shit? Well, guess what? Battle March in Old World. So Battle March, by the way, all of the rules for Battle March are contained in the rulebook. This companion here is just for like extra shit, but you don't need it. It's a nice to buy. A nice to have, not a need to buy, I should say. Now, so you know how in Old World, basically GW says you have to build your models this way and you have to play with them this way, no variation allowed. Battle March is not that. Battle March is old school Combat Patrol. When I say old school, I mean like 4th edition. It's old school Border Patrol. Probably the only reason they don't call it Border Patrol now is because they don't want to don't want people to search things and bad things to come up on Google. Right? But Battle March, basically, it's designed for games for 400 to 750 points, but you build your army the same way. There's just like some restrictions on like what you can take. It's like, hey, it's like you know how like in old school 4th edition Combat Patrol, it's like you can't take any like heavy tanks or like 2+ saves and blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff. That's this. That's this. It's literally how to build small armies. And here are some specific missions and scenarios for you to build those small armies. And here are some guidelines and some guardrails for those small armies. This is the ultimate gateway drug to proper Warhammer. Not new Hammer, proper Warhammer. This is going to be excellent. Battle March is already considered quite fucking good. GW is doing very well to lean into this more. And I fully support this. I would love... I can see myself collecting a number of Battle March forces for factions I don't have. Rather than to build up to the full 2k, just doing a bunch of Battle March campaigns. Perfect. Literally chef's kiss. So this is excellent. So all the rules you need for Battle March are contained in the main book. If you want to like extend your Battle March a bit more, you've got the General's Companion. Literally extra muster list, example muster list, not fixed muster list, examples. Here's some ways you can approach it. Campaign rules, 6 more narrative scenarios, also additional rules and special magic items just for Battle March. Like actually fucking peak. And they've even got some Battle March like starter armies as well. So Warriors of Chaos, here's some Knights. Look at this. Knights, Chaos Warriors, and Marauders all in one place. Absolute cinema. Like, a bunch of Marauders being led by a hardened core of Chaos Warriors. Literal, perfect Battle March army. And not only that, perfect if you... Hey, kids, do you remember Start Collecting from 8th edition? Oh, look, we brought it back, but for Old World. If ask any Chaos Warrior player right now, ask yourself, would you basically buy multiples of the Battle March and then just stick a dragon on top of it? Could you basically build your entire army using that Battle March? Yes, you fucking could. As Revenga said, 2 boxes and a dragon, already at nearly 2,000 points. Chuck a few magical items in there, you're Gucci. You're fucking golden. You're actually golden. Yeah. It's literally the perfect Start Collecting box for Vibe Hammer Chaos. Pure Vibe Hammer Chaos. You get heavy knights, heavy infantry, cheap infantry, skirmishers, a character, and you also get... and actually, having a couple of chaos sources is never a bad thing. Yeah, you literally get everything you want. Designed to fucking sell. Yeah. My only concern is if they fucking FOMO this. GW, if you're watching it, do not FOMO this box. You will sell literally an infinite amount of them if you don't FOMO it. Yeah. Same with, I think same with the Cathayan one's probably a bit weaker. Although the Cathayan one's probably a bit more competitive because I'm led to believe that, what was it, Shigengan Lords, whatever they're called, are OP as fuck. So the fact that this contains a Shigengan Lord, I think a lot of people will buy this because of that, but yeah. To be fair, I'll say the Grand Cathay one is probably quite good for both competitive and vibes because the Jade Warriors aren't particularly well regarded. So if you bought like a couple of these and then like stuck like a balloon and a Cathayan Sentinel in it, you'd probably have that mixture of good and fun. Yeah. Yeah. So no, both of those are very good. And then we're getting a new Arcane Journal. Every Arcane Journal has been pretty decent so far. So yeah, no real complaints. Again, my only real complaint is it seems to be like Cathay is being focused on again, but hopefully not. I guess it's all about the I think Cathay are just on the front. I think it's actually about the Chaos just going around battering everyone in the Empire. So that's good. It's got some cards, decent. So yeah, Battle March is amazing. Now, before I forget, there is one other thing I want to mention. So, strictly speaking, it's not for Old World, but it really is for Old World. We got new Ogre More Tribes. I'm going to say that, so I sort of mentioned this earlier about it's nice to just have a good, like, release. What feels like a proper release. I don't really need to open these in extra. I don't really need to open these as extra pictures. Actually, let me just close some of this. Yeah, there we go. And I'm going to say it. I think the ogres are actually perfect. Like, I'm just going to say it out loud. The ogres are absolutely massive, fat, blubbery, gluttonous hogs, and they are perfect. GW did not go soft on the fucking ogres. Literally, the higher up the fucking like ogre food chain, the fatter you become, and it's actually perfect. Like they if anything, I think they've got fatter than the old ogres. Like look, like this guy's he's pretty big. He's got some man titties. He's got some stretch marks. But then we're getting like actual full-blown titties here. We're getting triple chins. Like, look at this. The way this guy's arm like flobs onto his fucking chest. It's actually awesome. It's incredible. The cavalry look good as well. Like, I'm going to be honest. I kind of prefer the cavalry that they're riding now. The old like mammoth riders looked kind of derpy and kind of goofy to me. But that's just me. Look, we've like the king of blubber is this guy. And look, that guy is so blubbery that his man titties have like sagged down into his fucking belly plate. Like, look at it. Like, this guy is so big, he'd need to buy 3 plane seats. He'd need to buy 3 fucking plane seats. Like, this is the kind of guy you wish doesn't sit next to you, and that's on the plane, and that's exactly what I want from an ogre main character. And then I think we get to probably the best example of this. Absolutely perfect. The Butcher. This guy is so big that his giant stretch mark riddled man titties do not even fit into his belly plate. Like, he is absolutely fucking massive, and I love it. I am so fucking pro. I'm so pro fatty ogres. I'm so fucking pro fatty ogres. Yeah. Yeah, I think I saw her down the pub. Literally, so many good jokes can be made about this from, like, you know, like British women and stuff, and I am all for it as well. I am absolutely all for it. And here's the thing, like, you say, I think I saw her down the pub. I don't think this is a female ogre. Right? I don't think it's a female ogre. If it was a female ogre, I don't think GW would have the titties out on display. They wouldn't have the nips out. Right? And again, we had an old world release where we didn't have any bloody... Yeah, we had an old world release. And to be fair, I think it's different with ogres, because ogres probably... A female ogre is still probably going to sit on you and eat you, right? So... I don't think it's as bad with ogres, but it is. I know I'm sounding extremely old-fashioned right now, but it is kind of nice to just have like multiple Warhammer releases where it's just like big fat dudes or just big armored dudes. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just gonna say there is a severe lack, and I would say a total absence of yellow energy with these releases, and it's just nice. You know, it's not that I'm against, you know, women in Warhammer. Obviously, I'm not. It's not that I'm, like, a massive, like, misogynist. I'm not. Like, I'm married. I love my missus, obviously. It's, you know, I'm not like that at all. But I've always said there's a time and a place for it, and it makes sense for certain factions versus other factions. Like, if you started putting a bunch of blokes in the sister battle, it just wouldn't work, right? And it's just nice. And I think sometimes, I do think GW is guilty of shoehorning it in, right? I think sometimes they are guilty of shoehorning it in, and sometimes they put it where it doesn't belong. And it's just nice to have faction releases which are just like, it just doesn't feel like it's been shoehorned in. In fact, in a funny sort of way, they probably could have got away with it with ogres, right? Like, honestly, they probably could have got away with it with ogres. Because like I said, ogre, you know, whether it's a female ogre that's sitting on you and then eating you, or a male ogre that's sitting on you and then eating you, it's still probably going to beat the piss out of you. Right? Do you know what I mean? So they probably could have got away with it with ogres. But you know what? It's kind of nice to have like a couple of releases which, and I think this is the big thing for me, right? Right? Let me just say it. For me, I don't really care. Like, let me just say this so that the people at the back can hear. I don't give a fuck about female models in Warhammer. I don't. Like I said, I think sometimes they get shoehorned in, and that's what I don't like. My number one thing I don't like about it is how much drama it tends to create. Like, I do think that Warhammer has been played by two sides. I've been saying it for a while. There's been a bit of a battleground going on. And I'm like, can both sides fuck off? Honestly, can both sides fuck off? And can we just get back to Warhammer being where I didn't need to worry about that shit? And you know what's nice? It's nice to have, like, an old world release and a fucking AOS/old world release where there's no drama around it. Okay? There's no drama. It's just, here are the big lads. They fucking eat people. They're fat as fuck. We've just got it right. Right? We've just got it fucking right. And there's literally zero fucking legitimate drama that can be had around these models. Literally zero. Obviously, always people will find things to complain about, but it's just nice to have the big blobby lads. I mean, and just look at this lad. Look at him. He's beautiful. He's everything a big fucking ogre butcher wannabe should be. Like, that guy, it's just day in the life of a true ogre geezer. Do you know what I mean? He's just exactly what he should be. So yeah, I think Games Workshop has 110% unreservedly, no drama, no L's whatsoever, fucking nailed the Chaos release and the Ogre release. I think they are legitimately both 11 out of 10 releases. And there's very, very few examples of me being able to say that about GW these days. I don't know, guys. I genuinely don't know. Is GW starting to turn it around? Did we reach the peak in 2025 with some of those bloody, Custodians releases? And is it flinging back the other way? Fuck it. Hopefully, I don't want to go too far the other way. I don't like the extremes of either end. I don't want to go too far the other way. But just getting it back to where it should be, that's what it's all about, right? Are we starting to see Old World, Best World? And are we starting to see Last World, Best World? Right? Are they turning it around? I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it. And look, we can only hope, right? Yeah. We can only hope. But these guys look amazing. Absolute big blobby lads, and that's what I want. And I'm glad GW didn't half-ass it. I'm glad they didn't pull any punches. I'm glad they full send lent into it. Not from like just the female point of view. Like I said, they could have got away with the female ogres, but just from the ogres are meant to be big and fat and gluttonous, and they went big and fat and gluttonous, right? They didn't try and make them look good or nice or anything like that. They just did them right. And that's awesome. Yeah. There's no doubt that you look at these guys, that they are not nice people and they are massively big and fat. And that's awesome. Yeah. That's what I want. So yeah, I love it. So I think they absolutely nailed the Old World release. I think they nailed this release. And yeah, overall, I think absolute 10 out of 10. Absolute 10 out of 10. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section if you're watching this post live, or in the live chat. But yeah, I think I've been keeping an eye on the live chat. Most people seem to be pretty on board, which is nice. Yeah. All right. Let's have a look here. So I've got some super chats that have been coming in, and then we need to talk about Beef Munda. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. Notice how it's been hot since I sent you the worm. If the worm is causing the heat wave, Cosmic, I'm sending the worm back. It's too hot. It's too hot. It's too buku. It's too buku, man. Taekwon Dank, thank you for super chat. Donation towards funding for a window AC unit. Thank you. I'm getting a very shiny face again. Thank you a lot. And then we've got Squigger Sean. Thank you for the 10 gifted membership, baby. Yes. Thank you very much for the support, mate. Thank you for doing your part. Revenga, thank you for super chat. Banner in stream discussion. Let's have a look. That's it. It's not actually that one. I don't think so. It may. Oh no, maybe it is. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Yeah. I think my brother just converted it not to have the shield. But yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, that's cool. And yeah, these are the old Chaos Warriors. They're absolutely terrible. Yeah. New ones, good. Old ones, bad. Look how far the Chaos Warriors have come, boys. Yeah. They've come a long way. Yeah, was this how a Chaos Sorcerer should look? Absolutely. That's what a Chaos Sorcerer should look like. 100%. Yeah. All right. What have we got? Dolthar, thank you for super chat. Stream discussions for all Chaos Warriors. Oh, dude, thank you for the support. And yeah, I just showed him off. But yeah, amazing, man. Cosmic Drew, I jumped ahead a little bit of that as well. Cosmic Drew, how Chaos Sorcerer looking studio? Agreed. Absolutely, 100%. It's me, Marco. I'm in this picture and I don't like it. No, Marco. No. I've seen you, Marco. You are a perfectly. Marco, I've seen you. You've actually been smashing it on like working out and stuff, mate. So like, don't be doing that, man. You're doing good, mate. You're doing good. You know, no self depreciation, bud. There we are. All right, what do we got next? Apparently Valak had a crash out.
Bring the
Apparently had a crash out, but I haven't got a timestamp for it. Emperor Zanen, his crash out is golden. You go need to timestamp that bad boy. I'll always up for a Valak crash out. Yeah, but I thought the reveals were pretty good, so I'm surprised if there's been a crash out. But yeah, probably crash out with no new space reveals. That's true. Yeah, it's probably true. All right. I think we have to talk about the beef. I'm just going to check the beef first, though. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Right, yeah, I think we've got some beef here. In fact, 1 minute. We need an Empire refresh? Wrong. We need an Empire. We need to devolve the Empire. The old state troops were better than the new ones. We need to go back, not forwards. I need my two-piece Lion Shield state troops. That's what I need. Okay. I don't think it is a female ogre. I think even if it is, I don't think even if it is a female ogre, which the one with the blue hair, I don't think it is. But even if it is, like I said, I think you could get away with it a little bit in oh, it's so fucked. I think you get away a little bit with it in with ogres because, like I said, even a female ogre is going to be pretty hungry. Yeah. Right. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. The last bit. Gentlemen, ladies, Ratkin of the Underhive, I think we might need to be worried. Now, maybe it's a bit early, but I think GW is coming for Necromunda, and I think they're bringing the dreaded policy. I think we might be seeing beef. Big beef. Horus Heresy 3.0 beef. But we don't know yet. I could be wrong. But I'm seeing some worrying and concerning signs. And all of this has come from what they've shown off as part of the big summer Warhammer preview. So, firstly, let's have a look at the trailer. There's only a specific bit I really want to look at in the trailer, which is this. I was of the impression that Necromunda boards were about sprawling gangplanks, and the fact that the hive is layers upon layers upon layers built on each other. So you've got, like, you know, shooting down gives you advantages and all this kind of stuff, right? I was under the impression that terrain is quite important in Necromunda. That looks like a giant sack of shit. Firstly, the playmat that it comes on is an actual piece of paper. Look how thin it is. Look at this bit of foam. I don't know what this bit of foam is doing. Random piece of foam, but fine. And then look how thin the playmat is. That is definitely a paper playmat. And the amount of terrain that you get on that board, I don't know, man. That doesn't feel... They say that's enough terrain to play the game. That's enough terrain for a full board. That looks like a giant bag of shit. But I have another big concern. A really, 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 really fucking big concern. Okay, a paper playmat, who gives a fuck? Shitty geometry terrain, who cares? We'll make our own, right? Yeah. Do you know what the big concern is? This fucking rulebook. Now, by modern 40k standards, that looks pretty thick. But by Necromunda standards, that's fucking thin. That's very fucking thin. And they confirmed we are getting a new edition of Necromunda. And look at how thin that rulebook is. And then look at how thick the current one is. That rulebook is, no word of a lie, half the size. It's half the thickness. And that rulebook is going to contain lore, gentlemen. That rulebook is going to contain lore. It is going to contain lots of things that aren't the rules. And do you want another thing that I'm concerned about? Core game cards. Core game cards could imply data sheets. Could imply you only get what comes in the box. You only get the options that we've included in our instructions. And you might say, Mordian, you're reading too much into it. You're reading too much into it. I'm sorry, dear viewer. I have more evidence. So first off, you've got these guys here, these new models, and they say down here, your box includes some sample gang rosters, which are balanced against each other so you can begin your campaign to claim the Underhive right away. Balanced against each other. GW, why are you trying to make Necromunda balanced? Necromunda isn't balanced. What is this balance? Why is that word in this article? I don't want balance, I want customization. Also, you can add them to your existing gangs to take advantage of their specialized war gear and equipment and to give your edge in the fights. What, specialized war gear? Like, you can only build them one way? You'll find everything you need to start playing. A double-sided playmat, dice, range rule, templates, condition and status markers, and gang tactics and campaign cards. I'm not sure what gang tactics are. Maybe that's something that already exists. But then we get down to the real doozy. There is a new core rulebook which updates the game to be quicker, more streamlined, and more balanced. Not like this. Not like this. Simplified, not simple. Not like this. I don't want my Necromunda game to be quicker, more streamlined, or more balanced. I want my Necromunda to have infinite options, infinite complexity, infinite customization. The dreaded policy. It's here. And I might be sounding a little hysterical. I am fucking hysterical. I am. Because come further down and you've got the gang books. Gangs of the Underhive. Wait, all of the gangs? Look at the size of that book. Look at the size of that book. Let's enhance. Enhance. Okay, look at the thickness of it. Then look at the thickness of this book. It's the same thickness. But this is for one house. One. So the book that has all of the gangs is now the same thickness as one old book. One. And that's going to contain all the lore as well. That's not just going to have your fucking your rules in there. That's going to have your lore in there as well. A new edition with new rules means we have the opportunity to give the gangs and vehicles a refresh too. With the new edition, the rules in old publications will be getting replaced. Sucks to be you if you bought all those old books. These 2 new books will let you use your existing gangs straight away. Where did I hear that? Horse Heresy 3.0? It's the same game you know and love. They feature lore, gang information, fighter, and equipment profiles. Wait. What about equipment? Like, what about a separate list of equipment? Is that in there? Or is this... That says fighter and equipment profiles, and then you've got and hired guns, brutes, and hangers-on and pets. Hang on, so does that mean we're going to have certain fighters could only get, like, certain gear, and that's going to be fixed to their data sheets? Again, think about this. What happened to Blood Bowl? Blood Bowl used to have fully customized teams. Now, you only get what's in the box. I think they're making Necromunda like Kill Team. Like 40k. And I also do not like the name. Warhammer Necromunda Skirmish? Why have we got the skirmish on there? The old book just says Necromunda. The old rulebook just says Necromunda. It doesn't say Warhammer on it. It doesn't say Skirmish on it. It just says Necromunda. Do you know what Warhammer says to me? It says branding. It says Yellow Energy Marketing has got their hands on this. Do you know what? You know, why do you have to call it Necromunda Skirmish? Like, look how much worse. See, look how much worse that looks. Now it's got those like 2 bits like tagged onto it. Look how much better it looks in the old rulebook, right? It's just clean and crisp, yet industrial and badass. They changed the logo. Look, right? Look at they got rid of the metal. They got rid of the metal bit on the outline. Look. Now it's like, yeah. Yeah, I don't get this. I'm just saying. Look, I could be very, very wrong. And let me tell you something right now. Okay? Let me tell you something. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I hope more information comes out about Necromunda and it ends up being amazing and it ends up being awesome and it ends up being the best version of the game yet. I really, really do truly hope that's correct. Okay? But I've played these games before. I've seen all of these warning signs before. And compare this versus the old world shit we saw. What did old world get? Same mega. The old world rulebook got thicker. It got thicker. It got crunchier. It got better. Compare this to what old world got. Old world is how it should be. Old world has all of the good signs that they didn't fuck it up. Necromunda, these are all the red flags. All the red flags that we have come to fear from a modern GW game. I'm worried. I am. I think this is looking. I don't know, man. I don't think this is looking. It's looking good. And my concern now, and also I'll say this, right? I'll say this. I've heard some rumors. Remember, all rumors are lies until proven. But I've heard some rumors. A few weeks ago, maybe a couple of months ago, I heard that a new edition of Necromunda was coming. And I heard that they were stripping out a lot of the variety in the game. That was all that's all the information I got. That's all the my little whisperings in the warp brought me. That's all the little things the inquisitorial agents brought me. Okay? That's all they brought me. But it was, there's a new edition coming. They've stripped back a lot of the variety from the game. Now, I really fucking hope that, and I was hoping that wouldn't be the case. I was hoping it was just bullshit rumors. It was just people, you know, trying to beef me up, load those beef bullets into me. But looking at that rulebook, looking at that thin-ass fucking rulebook, I'm going to bring it up again. Because you know what? The rulebook looks thicker on the pictures, but that reveals its true width. I am concerned for Necromunda. I am very concerned for it. But hey, this might all just be a load of bollocks. There is one thing that's worth mentioning as well. Two things that's worth mentioning. You've got some new Goliath models. The new Goliath models, the new models do look good, right? So one tip of information is the new Goliaths do look pretty sick, right? So that's nice. The other bit of information that is worth, I mean, it just looks so much worse. Look how crowded that looks. Warhammer, Necromunda, Skirmish. It looks bolted on. And look how like crowded it looks there. And then look how like it's too small there. It's such a bad logo change. Such a bad change. But there is one thing that is worth mentioning, okay? Which is that fortunately, if the new edition of Necromunda is utterly, utterly wank, nobody will be forced to play it. because Necromunda is an intensely community-driven game. Intensely. Oh, sorry, I have one more bit of beef. One more bit of beef, actually, before I say that. I heard all the resin characters and stuff are going away. I heard if it ain't in plastic, it ain't sticking around. So just be aware of that, Necromunda fans. Okay, could be rumors, could be bullshit, but we've seen them do this to 40k. All the Forge World shit went away, so just be aware of that. Going back to what I was saying. If the new version of Necromunda is utterly gash, the game tends to be played just amongst a few friends. Like we're talking like maybe 3 or 4 people, right? In a game, in a friend group. It's not played in a big global community like Warhammer 40k is. So if the new version is dog shit, people will just play the old version. Now there will be a little splitting of the community here and there, I think, but I don't think it'll be like it was with Horus Heresy. I think people who enjoy Necromunda will put, if you and like a few mates see the new Necromunda come out and go, this looks like a bag of shit, and you just decide to stick with the current edition and you just like homebrew a few bits here and there, I think you'll be absolutely fine. So whilst this looks really, really, really fucking bad, I think as long as you and your mates can communicate and can like just come to a consensus and just agree when the rules come out, just to, you know, either move over or to stick with what you've got, I think you'll be all right. I think you'll be all right. So there is absolutely reason to panic, but there's absolutely reasons to be concerned, but there's not reasons to panic. The only issue could be a little bit is if the new rules come out and it's bad, and then loads of old people. The problem you might get from a community point of view is a bunch of the existing players continuing with the old rules and a bunch of the new players continuing, you know, beginning with the new rules, and you're getting 2 divergent separate communities. But again, I'm not sure that's totally the end of the world, because it's just like, you know, the people that were going to stick with because each community is separate. Yeah, so it's not the end of the world, right? But it definitely will create a couple of different communities. A good way of looking at it is, I bet this goes like D&D, and some people will be like, no more, no. Okay, I don't know if it'll flop as hard as new D&D did, which went completely tits up. But what I mean is, every D&D group basically plays their own version of D&D. Like, some people play the new bits, some people play, well, okay, no one plays the new stuff. Some people play Pathfinder, some people play 5th edition, some people play 3.5. Like, but I have only ever played one version of D&D. I think it's 5. And I've never had any inclination to move over to any of the other ones, because I only play D&D with the same, like, literally 5 or 6 people in our group. That's it. Yeah, that's it. So it's I think Necromunda will go the same way, where if they bring out a big bag of shit, it'll just go like D&D, where people just the new shit will die out and people will just continue playing the version they like. Hell, you might even see, if it's really bad, you might even see a bit of a resurgence of older versions of Necromunda, because I have been led to believe that there's some really, I don't know if it's true, but I have been led to believe that, like, the original rule set for Necromunda is still the best. Like, I've heard you've got the OG Necromunda is the best. The second version that came out, which was still like 20 years ago, was okay. And then the current version that came out was pretty good. But I have been hearing that they've been phoning in a lot of the latest stuff for new Necromunda, which is also another worrying sign. And so even if it ends up being terrible, you might end up finding people that are like, well, I'll just go back to playing like the best version, right? If you're not going to continue with the new version, you and your mate just pick your favorite version and you're good to go. Yeah. So there's a community edition that built off the OG one, which is fun too. Yeah, exactly, right? So I don't think this will kill Necromunda. I might say that in the title of the stream highlight, but gotta play the YouTube game, baby. But I don't think it will kill Necromunda. I think the Necromunda, I think if you're an existing Necromunda player, you might have some like decisions to make as in your game group, but I definitely think this might have some worrying signs to it. Yeah. There you go. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments section below. Or if you're watching this live, let me know live. There you go. Yeah, I'm just going to give you my... Honestly, I think this new Necromunda looks terrible. I think the logo looks shit. I think the thickness of the book looks terrible. I think the playmat looks... And the terrain looks like a bag of wank. Yeah. Nasal Vivek was saying, what's the difference between this and the current Necromunda set? I don't know. I thought the Necromunda set was quite good. Have they? But they might have updated it, man. So let me have a look. Oh, yeah, dude. No, that's the shit one, I think. Yeah, no, so that's not the good one, I don't think. Unless the starters have always been a bit shit. They might have been. Okay, so I know what you're saying, but hear me out. So this was the OG starter set that came out, and it does look like some of the terrain's a bit wank, but I think the difference is these are corridors, man. So if you look at the new one, right? If you look at the new one, it's a car park. Look, there's no corridors or anything. It's just a fucking car park. So yeah, it's still a playmat with a bit of terrain on it, but the difference was that this one, you had lots of little gantries, lots of corridors, like doors and shit, right? Yeah. So it's basic, but there's actually a lot more going on than might first meet the eye. This, not this. This is the current one, which is a bit fucked, but it's okay. Like it's quite Zone Mortalis, but it seems very, very, very close in. That's like semi-fucked. But the this one, it's like the worst of both worlds. It's flat with fuck all going on. Yeah. Yeah. You're looking at Hive Secundus? Yeah, so Hive Secundus is also one of the new ones that came out. Okay, so again, there's more corridor action going on here, right? It's more corridor action going on. And also, apparently, the new Necromunda stuff that's been coming out hasn't been as good as the old stuff. Like, there's been some really, like, weird, like, fucked up, like, just, like, badly written rules. Like, someone was saying the other day, like, it's not that, they don't really care about balance in Necromunda, obviously. But it's, like, the rules that have been coming out have been, like, poorly written and, like, hard, like, some of them have been, like, very sort of confusing or, like, don't actually work and stuff. Yeah. I mean, also, I'm just going to say it, right? Is the new starter set beating this? Is the new starter set beating this? It is not. Yeah. That's the OG, boys. That's the OG right there. That's the OG right there. There you go. That's it. All right. I wonder if you can still get a copy of the old Necromunda box. Oh, it's box only. Someone, I thought I saw someone selling one. Someone is selling a new in-box, like basically untouched Necromunda or OG Necromunda set. Models, terrain, everything for £400. Oh. Hang on. Someone else is selling all of it without the models. So all the terrain. Someone's selling all of the old terrain for just £200. My God. No, I wouldn't do it. As good as the old stuff is, there is actually a better place for it now. Right? There's actually a better place for it, which is battle systems. Battle systems, they do just fantastic. It's basically this kind of stuff, but updated for like 30 years. So you see, you've got all the gantries and everything. Battle systems is excellent, like properly good. Like if you want Necromunda terrain, if you want OG Necromunda terrain, but modernized and but with 30 years of technological improvement, that's the one you go for. It's all pre-painted, by the way, because it's printed. It's cardboard stuff, but it's like card stock. It's not like a lot of people think it's flimsy. It's really not flimsy. I put like a Bane blade on top of the stuff. Doesn't even squash it. I put like OG like metal models on it. Doesn't even squash it. It's like properly hard. Yeah, Battle Systems is awesome. Really, and they've got multiple sets. I mean, look at this one. Look at this fucking Galactic Core set, boys. It's like, look at that. Like so many layers. It all goes together. It's perfect. Yeah, like it's so good. And they even do like Underhive shit as well. And it's reasonably priced, man. Like, look, it's actually reasonably fucking priced. Look at this. You like alien catacombs, fight through like some sort of Tyrannid infestation, like Underhive fucking trader. And like they'll give you instructions on how to build it so you can make it look exactly like this. It's like really good. Yeah, it's like I love battle systems. I use their stuff all the time. I shill for them all the time. I think they're like properly legit. I think they're very, 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 very much worth your time. Really worth your time. Yeah. Okay, so let's catch up on a few super chats. Let's have a look. Dark Knight Current, MG, I think you're cursed, bro. My condolences. What? Because I got into Horus Heresy and then they blew it up, and then I got into Necromunda and it looks like they're going to blow it up. Nah, man, if they fuck up Horus Heresy, if they fuck up Necromunda, I'm just going to play second edition. Me and Simon have got all the books. Like, we've just been holding, because we heard this new edition was coming a few months ago. We've literally just been waiting to see what the new edition holds. I think we have very much seen that we're going to probably play second. We'll see. It's early days, but I think we're probably going to stick with the current edition. Yeah. It's me, Marco. Thank you for super chat. I posted the best Imperial State Troops for the uninitiated. I pray they can mollify you for these troubling releases. Yes. Some evidence that models can be done right. I present the best Imperial State Troops. Lion shields, baby. Lion fucking shields. Absolutely peak. They never improved upon that design. Ultimate codpiece fucking vibes. Yep, and these ones are better as well. Literally, they never improved on these. To be fair, Marco, if you want to get those now, what you do is you just, that's the Dungeon Keeper intro. You just go over to Warlord Games. You just go to fucking Hail Caesar, is it? You just go to Warlord Games, type in Land S K, enter. Oh, damn it. You're going to make me type it out, Warlord. NECH T. And then you just buy the land sketch data army. And you're just like, yep. They look exactly how I want them to. There you go. Yeah. There you are. What have we got next? Court Jen, thank you for the super chat. Mordian, the hype of more Warlord releases has done a shadow drop to lift your spirit. Yes, there is some Warlord stuff to talk about. That is true. Sorry, it's on pre-orders. But I'm not going to cover this now because I'm very, very, very hot. But I will cover this in a separate video. So I've already covered the American one. I'm going to cover the British one, and then I'm going to cover the Gurkha one. Okay, so I'm going to cover all of it. All right, but not today because it's too hot, Court Jen. Woo! All right, I'm going to bed. Well, I'm not going to bed. I'm just going to stop streaming. Oh man. Oh man. It's hot. It's very, very hot. And I need to stop streaming. My computer is dying. I'm dying. Oh my days. But before I rush off, let me just say, because obviously we ended with a bit of beef there. But before we rush off, I just want to say a huge, huge thank you to all of you guys that joined today's stream. And a huge thank you to all of you that chatted away. And a huge thank you to all of you that liked and subscribed and everything. And a huge thank you to all of you that sort of, enjoyed it. Like, I think overall it was a good reveal. I think Necromunda is looking like it's about to get put on DNR. But I think overall it was a good reveal show. And like I said, if anything was to go wrong, I think Necromunda's the least impactful one because, like I said, the community will just old world that shit. They'll renegade that shit. No dramas. Yeah. But it's very, very warm, and I haven't had any dinner. I've only eaten 2 crumpets today, so I'm very hungry as well. So I need to go and eat some food. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. Power hour, compare the intros. I start a box to 40k and K47. No, Cosmic, no. All right. All right, fine. I'll do it quickly. All right. I don't think the where is it? So the Conflict 47 starter set comes with a linebacker, the 12 Fireflies, a Firefly Commander, 1 Vogel Spinner, 6 Style Trooper, and a what do you call it? An officer. Comes with a little bit of terrain and a book, 95 quid. Now that's pretty good. Don't get me wrong, right? That's pretty good, but fucking hell, where are we at? There you go. Obviously, the GW one is going to be a lot more. So the GW one, what, is going to be like over 200 quid? 210, 220 quid. So it's a lot more expensive, but it's a lot more expensive, but it contains a lot more stuff. Yeah. It's not really a fair comparison. Yeah. I think the biggest weakness is the fucking core rulebook, to be honest. Yeah. The introductory set, I think, is a fairer comparison, right? I think the introductory set's a fair comparison. So the Warlord one, you get 6 Style Trooper and 12 Fireflies, a little bit of full plastic terrain, and then you get a field guide and a whole bunch of dice. You do technically get 2 mechs, but they're cardboard mechs. They don't really. I mean, they count to learn the game, but they don't really count. You probably wouldn't bring one to a proper game, although it would be funny if someone did. Whereas the GW one, it does have a few less models in it. It has a few less models in it, but the GW one does come with some paint. They're probably... I think the K-47 one is a bit better. A bit better. But the GW one, I think, isn't bad. You know, it's not... It's unless the GW one is a lot more. If they're the same price... then I think that they're pretty equals pequals, but I think it's equals pequals and like GW stepped up their game. I kind of agree with Wiznar's as well. GW is definitely feeling the Warlord heat. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. But if the GW one is significantly more expensive, and I'm talking like 50 quid or more, I do think that is going to start diminishing its worth. Yeah, I do think it's going to be. I think it's going to make it a bit worse. Yeah, but it's it's the Warlord one is pretty good. Warlord's also got the bot action starter set as well, which is in a similar sort of vein. So you get 12 American infantry, 12 German infantry. You get a cardboard bunker, and then you get some plastic terrain as well. And you get all the order dice and everything. So basically the Warlord one does just come with more models. But it doesn't come with any of the paints. But I guess it comes down to like how much do you value the paints? Some people will say they're very good, some people will say they're a bag of shit. It's kind of up to you. Yeah. Also, I think that's a really good point. You've got to think about like you've got to think not only relatively not only generally you're getting more models, but you've also got to think like you need less models for bolt action in K-47. That's the biggie, isn't it? You need a lot less. Like bolt action's played at 1250 points. K-47 is and the average price of a dude is like the average, including equipment, is like 15 points. And then you've got and then you've got the cheapest you can get is like 7, whereas with Games Workshop it's like 4 points a dude. So GW models tend to be less points dense, and it tends to be played at a bigger level, which makes it that you need a lot more models for 40k over you do for like K-47 by action. So yeah, it's like not only do you get more in the Warlord stuff, but also you need less afterwards. But even having said that, right? Yes, I do believe the Warlord one is better, but I do not think this is a particularly bad product at all. I think it's actually a relatively good product from GW, and of course that is price pending. If they make the price bad, then I will withdraw my statement of it being good. Yeah. There you go. All right. Sindarius, thank you for the super chat, man. Let me have a look. What's your thoughts on Siege plus Abhuman running a Commissar with Stalwart Honors and a full unit of Ogrin? Stalwart Honors gives you Scout, right? Can you put him in Bulgrin? That could be pretty sick. If you can have Scouting Bulgrin, then that's really fucking sick. That's really good. Oh, but no, you can't. You can't do it. You can't do it, mate. Because Stalwart Honors is one enhancement, and Exemplar of Duty, which allows them to join the Bulgrins, is another enhancement, and you can't put 2 enhancements on one model, so it can't be done. It can't be done. So guys, you can't do it. He can either join the Bulgrin, but that, yeah. So no, it doesn't work, unfortunately. You have to make sure you order stacks. Either way, it doesn't help. Sorry, man. Big F. But it doesn't work because you can't put 2 enhancements on one model. Yeah, it's a cool idea, though. I was getting excited for it as well. But yeah, it's a cool idea. No, Hinglesworth, you can have commissars join units in the Abhuman detachment as well. It's not in the faction pack, it's in the Minotaur and Field Manual. Yeah, I know. Classic GW rules writing. Put the rules in 2 different fucking places. I know, mate. I know. Don't worry. It's a very common mistake. Not a common mistake. It's a very mistake's the wrong word. It's really, really easy for people to miss it. Yeah. Yeah. But it's not an enhancement. It is an enhancement. Hinglesworth, it is an enhancement. It's Exemplar of Duty, makes you a leader of Ogrins and Bulgrins according to the Minotaur and Field Manual, and it gives you a 4+ Feel No Pain. The Commissar, it is a fucking enhancement. Bro, I'm pulling you up, man. I'm pulling you up. If I get egg on my face, then so be it, but I'm pulling you up, man. You're fucking wrong, bro. I am 100%, yeah, I'm 100% on this, bro. But I'm pulling it up. I'm pulling it up. It's too late now. It doesn't really matter. I'm only teasing you. It doesn't really matter. But I will show you. By pulling it up, I mean I will show you so that we can all learn, because that's actually the aim of this, right? So absolution principles. They gain that keyword, and the commissar can order. They can order abhuman keyword, right? And they get take aim. But they don't get to join anything. And then you've got Exemplar of Duty, right? Which says nothing about joining. So very confusing, right? But if you come over to the Minotaur and Field Manual, and you go to Ashman at Arm, and then you scroll down, you go Abhuman Auxiliaries, Exemplar of Duty, Leader, Bulgrin, Ogrin Squad. So it lets him, so this is what allows him to join them. And even though the app is a giant bag of shit, the app also supports that. So I think that GW just fucked up the faction pack, bro. Yeah. They fucked up the faction pack one way or another, right? Yeah. So there you go. So no, you can't have him lead the Bulgrin or Ogrin and give him another enhancement. Yeah, Hinglesworth, it's totally not on you, man. It's on GW. Like, literally 110% it's on GW. I was just teasing and like sort of busting your balls a little bit, but it's not on you, man. Skeletal Commissar, thank you for the super chat. They kept Necromunda alive for 20 years in a cave with a box of battle minis. Exactly. They don't need no stinking GW. Exactly, Skeletal Commissar. Exactly. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. K47 should be played at 2,000 to 4,000 point standard. No, it shouldn't. But the game does effectively scale up to that size, so you can play it at that level. But 1,500 points is a good level, because you get enough models to have a battle, but not enough points to have everything you want. So you have to make choices, hard choices. And that's the way it should be. And on that note, I'm wrapping up and I'm going. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Thank you for chatting away. And of course, a massive, mega bunker busting thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all that stuff. Special shout out to Russell W, who did a Death Strike and 50 memberships. And I am going to have the outro be the new Killzone hype edit for the Guard, because why the fuck not? I think it's a good video and I like showing it off. So there we go. So without further ado, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Have a great weekend. And as always, I'll see you guys next time.
My people, sons and daughters of Helgen, this much I vow. The history of these days will be written in blood. By crushing the armies of our enemy, by seizing the weapons they thought to turn against us, we were fighting for our very existence. But if there are those who would deny us peace, refuse us our rightful place in the universe, then we will unleash such terrible vengeance that generations yet unborn will cry out in anguish.
A spokesman for ISA High Command had this to say on Visari's latest outburst.
The dictator Visari plays a martyr while threatening the peace of the universe.
Listening to this shit makes me want to break something.
Ever the diplomat, Rico.
Yeah.
Colonel Templar.
I'm off the field this time, so I'm looking to you and Sev to get it done.
You know we're on.
Good luck, Sergeant.
Sir.
The ISA also confirmed that the second wave of the invasion fleet is due to launch imminently. They will arrive in orbit over the Helghan capital in approximately 2 weeks, by which time Fleet Commander Templar expects the first wave of the assault force to have dealt decisive blows against Visari's forces. I'm sure we all wish our brave men and women good luck and Godspeed.
The time for diplomacy has passed. The Helghast do not reason. They started this war when they invaded Vecta, and it's up to us to conclude it.
The enemy may shatter our bodies, but they cannot break our spirit. Even now, they advance on our homeworld to seize by force what they cannot claim by right. They cannot imagine what awaits them. We will smite the invaders from our skies! Though they sweep over our lands like the sands of winter, never again will we bow before them. Never again endure their oppression. Never again endure their tyranny. We will strike without warning and without mercy, fighting as one hand, one heart, one soul. We will shatter their dreams and haunt their nightmares, drenching our ancestors' graves with their blood. And as our last breath tears at their lungs, as we rise again from the ruins of our cities, they will know Helghan belongs to the Helghast.